Vande Mataram.
The national anthem, please.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
Thank you. Take your seats, all of you. You know, I like energy. I have a problem when people don't give me energy. So your energy will emancipate two-folded, one with a smile, second with an applause. Please applaud for Bharat Mata, all of us. Okay, as I pay a tribute to our Prime Minister, I have two short videos which I have taken permission from the AI event of our country. I want to present those two sequentially. Prime Minister Modi's thoughts on AI, views on AI, and I love them. Ladies and gentlemen, here we go.
AI is writing the code for humanity in this century. But it is very different from other technology milestones in human history. AI is developing at an unprecedented scale and speed, and being adopted and deployed even faster.
The next one, please.
भारत के पास डबल एआई पावर की एडवांटेज है. अब आपके मन में सवाल होगा कि दुनिया पास एक ही एआई है कि मोदी के पास डबल एआई कहां से आ गया. दुनिया की नजरों में एक ही एआई है, वो है आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस. लेकिन हमारे पास वो तो है ही. दूसरी एआई है एस्पिरेशनल इंडिया. जब एस्पिरेशनल इंडिया और आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस की ताकत मिलती है, तब विकास की गति भी तेज होनी स्वाभाविक है. साथियों, हमारे लिए एआई सिर्फ एक टेक्नोलॉजी नहीं है, बल्कि भारत के युवाओं के लिए अवसरों का एक नया द्वार. इसी साल भारत ने इंडिया एआई मिशन शुरू. हेल्थ केयर हो, एजुकेशन हो, स्टार्टअप्स हो, भारत हर सेक्टर में एआई का उपयोग बढ़ा रहा. हम दुनिया को भी बेहतर एआई सॉल्यूशंस देने में जुटे हैं.
Wow, that's for India. So, time for me to walk up and invite Dr. Anaga Joshi on stage, ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Vice Chancellor of the Indira University. Dr. Anaga Joshi, you will have to help me. Just be ready. Okay. Wow, nobody's smiling? Put some energy, AI energy dal do. Yeah, morning. Lovely to have you with us, and thank you for the opportunity to design this program and execute it for you. What does this morning mean to you, Dr. Joshi?
Good morning, everyone. And I'm truly excited to witness the speakers speaking about AI and technology and how our students will be benefited, how they'll be skilled for entering into this most challenging world. So for me, like we all know that AI is no longer a futuristic thing. It's already presently shaping every profession. So students at Indira University will definitely, we don't want them to just learn AI, but to think about it, to collaborate with it, to innovate. Wow. And students pursuing whichever stream, say commerce, arts, humanities, management, science, everybody is going to step into the world with AI-powered world. And maybe the program like this, which you have curated so well today, is going to open the doors for all these students. Wow. And as our chairperson believes, without defocusing on our human intelligence or emotional intelligence, it's our time, to step forward with artificial intelligence, because artificial intelligence will not take away the jobs, but those people or those leaders who know it well, who use it well, will definitely lead the terrain henceforward. Wow. And when experts and students and ideas they meet, the innovation is naturally going to happen. So thank you so much, and kudos to our President, Dr. Tarita Shankar, and our Chief Marketing Officer and Academic Advisor, Professor Chetan Vakalkar, whose ideas you have actually brought into the future. And we have a young AI person, our trustee, Mr. Shardul Gangal, who is actually instrumental in, taking AI to this step where we are implementing it in our administration, in all the projects we do. So eager to hear from all those.
Come this side, Dr.
I take this opportunity to welcome all the speakers as well who are going to enlighten us.
Come, Dr. Joshi, I need you here. Dean ma'am, Dr. Shikha, can I have you for 2 minutes on the stage? Ladies and gentlemen, the very beautiful, the very wonderful Shikha. Thank you for being here today. I so much appreciate it. Come, a few quick words to welcome the very special intellectual people who are here and the rest of the team. What would you feel this morning, Dr. Shikha?
Truly ecstatic. I mean, as ma'am was saying, that it's not futuristic, like it's here, it's current. I was just speaking with Shardul sir, and I said to him, what a crazy time to be alive. I mean, the kind of transformation that we have witnessed, I do not know how much, it's not radical transformation the future generations are, going to witness or absorb. So yeah, crazy time to be alive. And so fortunate. I mean, the entire speaker list which is there. Thank you so much for getting them on board, and thank you so much for making it happen. Truly honored to have distinguished dignitaries like you here in the auditorium. So looking forward to be listening to your ideas and to look where we are heading from your lens. Wow. Because of course you know it much better than all of us put together here. So yeah, looking forward to 2 days of learning, absorbing and growing. Thank you so much.
So both of you ladies still have something to do. I saw the design, I saw the schedule, and I decided to change my mind. So I've changed my mind to request something very special this morning, if you allow me to get. Niket sir, can I have you on stage for a minute, please? Ladies and gentlemen, I'm an ardent fan and a student. I'm a very ardent fan and student of design thinking. And can't be anybody better than you. Please come here. I want to welcome you in a very special way. Please bring it. The Vice Chancellor, will you do it for me, please? In a very special way, Nikitji. This is for you. Please be here, sir, ladies and gentlemen. And to Gopal, Mr. Gopal Patwardhan, may I have you? Okay. No, let him hold it. I need a picture, the media picture. Dean ma'am, will you do this for us to present to Gopal? And then both the guests in the center, yeah, come right here. The award. You come here. Okay. Shardul, will you please step up? Okay, this is his. So, will one of the ladies come this side? One of you. No, sir, hold it. I need a media picture. Yeah. All right. I've invited my young friend Shardul. Niketji, Shardul grew up in front of me. A young man today who's become a technocrat, and I'm so proud of him. I feel so good with him around. So please come, give this. No, I have a little surprise to announce. We'll have the Vice Chancellor to hold this. All right, when Shardul, I always keep telling my students whom I teach that everything happens with design thinking, everything happens with systems thinking. And I use the elephant theory adapted to design thinking. Of course, I'm a student of Niketji, I have to learn from him how the entire design thinking will impact AI. So today is my first honor, and the only honor which Future Tech, an organization dedicated to AI, is going to do, is to Niketji. This honor is an exemplary design thinker and leader award. So, ma'am, will you do this and will you join in? Please, can I hold this for you, sir? The Ganpati. Will you help me? The Ganesha. A big round of applause. So, Nikki, will you hold the trophy in your hand? And this, I can't, when I have experts like, I'm going to take this. I need a media picture with the trophy and the mic in your hand. I want you to give us an little acceptance speech and tell the world how things are going to change with the advent of design thinking combined with the youngsters like him who are propagating AI.
So thank you so much for the honor. It's a pleasure to be with you all. I think we're going to be chatting up after the August speaker opens the session. All of you here, as long as you can think AI, as long as you're champions of AI, you're in the job. If you don't know AI, and if AI overtakes you, and if we become slaves to AI, we've got a problem on hand. All those people who believe jobs will not go are completely wrong. I published a case study which I presented in Doha last year on supply chains and AI. And whether it's education, whether it's our profession, whatever we do in life, AI is going to be a part and parcel of everything that we do. Of course, I'm going to talk about the AI scenario as I get into the conversations with you on design. But I'm going to end by just saying, don't look at AI as a fragmented chat GPT, a cloud, or whatever. AI has to be integrated across the entire value chain of the organization. And I am championing the cause of architecting AI for resilience. In fact, my PhD thesis is about the organization resilience and the entire disruptive world. And you can't be managing disruptions unless you master AI. So all of you here, thank you so much for being a part of this entire process here. And I hope that you remain students of AI. Thank you so much.
Yeah, sir, I teach here. I spend some time teaching. Otherwise, I'm a pet parent. I have more than 120 plus dogs whom I save from the streets, and I have differently abled animals whom I'm attempting to. So that's the purpose of my life. I was sharing with the Vice Chancellor and the Dean. The Dean is a person who likes everything to perfection, and she can't tolerate anything if it's not up to perfection. So we were talking about reinvention. I recently did something for Accenture where they spoke about reinvention. They used a very right word that many people will lose their jobs if they're not up to date. The singular question I want to ask you for these set of youngsters, the faculty, and some experts who are here like you, both of you or you, what would you like to share as a very important message that if we don't do this, then we as individuals or as a community or as a nation, we are lost out? Sir.
Well, I mean, since I'm a researcher and I keep talking to a lot of people, until and unless we fall in love with this disruptive world and we acquire the skills to succeed and thrive in this disruptive world, I think we're getting nowhere.
Right.
It's not about only continuous learning, but it's about acquiring a mindset that every 45 days the world will be disrupted.
Oh, wow.
Every 45 days. It's just that our human brain is not tuned to look at the disruptions. We just had a disruption 2 weeks ago.
Correct.
Right. There's a next disruption down the line. So in my thesis, I wrote that organization strategies are defunct. 45-day plans, annual operating plans are over. I'm not suggesting that you should not have a vision. I'm not suggesting that you should not have your long-term goals. You must. But you must tweak it every 45 days. And you must get into an acid test of whether our strategies are working every 45 days. And that's something that we are putting into organization systems and structures now. In fact, my AI resilience models are now moving into organizations. And we're telling them, if you don't get into a review every 45 days, and if you think it's business as usual, you are setting up your organization for a catastrophic disaster. And that's what I would suggest. Thank you.
Thank you. So you have quick words. I must respond by adding, the Japanese look at their strategic plan daily. That is what we were taught when I was in IIM Ahmedabad. And Michael E. Porter says, if you don't track your competition, compete today as if it was tomorrow. If you don't track your competition, you're outdated. Salutations, sir. Sir, what is your
Well, I
quick
think
one?
to add to that, only the paranoid survive. Only the paranoid survive. Andy Grove said that many, many years ago. And, we know about Jeffrey Moore's model, about every year technology getting twice as fast and half as cheap, or half as expensive. So that's going to go on. And if you understand what AI is doing exactly that on a turbo boost.
Wow.
Right? So I'm 45 days is very scary. It's scary for everyone.
Very
around.
scary for me too.
But at the same time, it's a reality.
It's a reality.
We have to
Completely
understand.
agree.
The problem is for managements of companies or businesses who have a workforce going into hundreds. How do you motivate people to move that fast?
Oh, wow.
And the challenge is, educating them, making them understand at this level while they're in college that, the future is here. If we don't change now, we'll be relics. We'll be relics of the past.
Absolutely.
So let us understand that and understand the seriousness of it. What normal human intelligence is not going to go away. That's going to remain. At the same time, you must understand that what you have today in your hand, in your phone, is a computer that is as powerful as what my generation, when we started off in our careers, had in supercomputers.
Absolutely.
Right? We have that power in our phone. We have the computational power to take billions of calculators, multiply that by data calculators and text calculators. And today, when you go into when I did my engineering exam, I used to go with a regular scientific calculator to answer questions. Today, if my phone has AI, it can answer every single question if I really wanted to. And it'll probably do a much, much better job than my professor or the person training me. It's a world we need to understand and appreciate. A lot of complexity. I don't want to waste too much time here.
Yeah, I know.
A lot more.
Absolutely. Thank you. It's a very complex world, and we need to be sensitive to make a change. A good round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. So while I can get you back, Gopal, you'll be here. Sir, will you all take your seat? Ladies and you gentlemen, please. No, sir, you want the body mic or you want me?
I don't mind.
Then have a body mic, please. He has a presentation. Console, yes? Yeah. So just respond. It'll save time. While Dr. Joshi will look after... Dr. Joshi will be giving a cup of coffee to the guest, I presume, and I will coordinate with the speaker right now. That sound did not come from my body, I promise you. It came from elsewhere. It was AI generated, I think. Yeah. Gopal, over to you. Yeah. So we have Gopal Patwardhan. He's the CEO of GTT Data Solutions. It's nice meeting as Gopal gets mic'd up. Sir, I remember meeting you with Atul Nishar during AppTech time. I did a Global Renaissance series for Atul Nishar, and we presented the first ever IT Technocrat Award to Narayan Murthy and Pradeep Kar, who's now the Beer Drinkers of IT Association's chairman. So my memory with you is that dated about 34 years back. And I'm honored to reconnect with you. I shall remain your student always. So Gopal, are you ready?
Yeah.
They have a problem. If you don't smile, then they don't click on the clicker.
Yeah, I don't know what to click on, but...
you don't know what to click on, your presentation,
He
Gopal.
reminded me that I have to keep pressing the green button to go in front, so that's good.
All right,
So
ladies and gentlemen.
I prepared this little talk really using AI, right? I mean, I was supposed to come here and I didn't know exactly what the audience was. I asked someone about who the students would be. Would they be engineers and would they be, where are they from? And I heard that you are all from the MBA school. So forgive me if my presentation is a little more oriented towards students of engineering or software, but I did this with the idea that it should be simple enough for anyone to understand. So the architect of us, my topic was really about how AI is making us rethink our positions in the world and how we need to start thinking differently. So if I go into the world of software and I try and understand and I try and explain or to try and compare what software development used to be in the past, and I come from that industry right now, so I'm talking a little bit about it. We were building code. We were writing code, Pinjewadi, Magarpatta. We were writing hundreds and thousands of lines of code. And probably all around you, your seniors, your friends, your brothers, your sisters, your parents must be probably working in different parts of this huge monolith that is building or weaving thousands of lines of code for many, many years. But what is changing? What is changing is that today you have tools where you can basically write the code that you were writing earlier. You can give your manual orders, and just like automatic machine, a power loom, the fabric kind of gets woven automatically. So no more do you get time and material contracts which run into thousands of hours or tens of thousands of hours. Most companies in India and abroad are rethinking how they do their software development, their outsourcing, how they build solutions, and how they develop products or solutions for the future. Engineers, I wrote this for engineers thinking that there'll be more engineers in the room. Coming from an engineering background myself, the fear is always what happens to people like you, the people like us. And as the earlier speaker said, we're going to be out of business if we don't change very fast. So engineers don't turn into systems architects, are going to be priced out and replaced in a different way. So I like to think today about how the technology development world or the software development world has changed. So if you liken the way software was developed in the past and you think about it as a fabric that is being built through multiple threads being woven together, strung together, first spun together and then woven together to create a fabric, that was the laborious code writing that you used to do. Today, fabric already exists, or you can use multiple fabrics, or you can generate multiple fabrics. The role of the software systems developer or the solution provider in this case is not really writing the code, but using what is already there, and that is where this 45-day time horizon works. Earlier, you used to start a development cycle and wait for months to get things done. Today, you should be getting this done in 10 or 15 days. And the way you do that is you use existing fabrics, and rather than try and weave an entire blanket for yourself, what you try and do is you quilt together multiple different fabrics to create what is a quilt. If you don't know what a quilt is, it's like a razai, right? In America, in the Wild West, or even in Europe, people would put together scraps of fabric that they were wasted, old clothes, and stitch them together and create a quilt to warm themselves during the winter. Today, I think software development has changed from being a process of weaving large amounts of code to being a situation where you're actually quilting or stitching different pieces of fabric together. And I think that analogy is a very good one in terms of what we're doing. So what is the quilt architecture that we are at GTT doing? We've moved now as a service company. We were a software services company in the past. People would still categorize us as that, but we have to change. We have to evolve as an organization, and we have to change from being an organization that goes in and says, we're going to start building anything from ground up, to start saying what is out there in the market or what is already out there in the enterprise, and how we can weave it together or stitch it together, sorry, not weave it together, stitch it together so that it works better. And calling AI, whether it's Gen AI or it's agentic AI, to do actions or activities on top of that. So orchestrating the use of AI is going to be much more of a role than actually developing the code that we're using to build or provide different kinds of solutions to our customers. So what we are trying to do, I talked about this there in the previous slide. Today you can do what you did for 3 days in 3 seconds. What is important, however, is that you know what fabric to use, and more importantly, need to know how to stitch it together. What is the stitch? The stitch is the connectors, the API calls, and so on that you need to make in order to get information from outside or logic from the outside. So think on a platform first, think about the end goal of what you're going to build and curate it before you create it. Now, this sounds very technical for an MBA, but reality is you guys will be doing this. Engineers will not be doing this anymore. You will not need to do engineering. The reality is people who have in the past studied for 4 years doing engineering, most of that knowledge can be acquired in months, if not days. In months, if not days. What you've studied in business school, the good thing is, a lot of it is common sense. You're taught about demand and supply. You're taught about how assets are used. You're taught about the time value of money. Those are commonsensical concepts, which everyone needs to know. So the good news about being an MBA is that you're not wasting your time studying because you're learning things that you'd actually need to know anyway. So, but being an engineer, today, do you really need to learn how to do coding in a particular language? Possibly not. Possibly not. There will be a few roles required where people will do some sort of a quality check or ethical check on what is being done, but most of it is going to be the curation aspect of it. So what we are doing now is we are letting AI present the options and make humans decide which option to follow, right? So when we're trying to design a new solution for a customer, we look at what's already out there and how it can be quilted together very quickly to provide a solution that the customer can use tomorrow, not next year, not next month, not next quarter, tomorrow. So it's difficult, it's very difficult to do that. My company has 800 employees, and changing people's minds is much more difficult. Changing the approach that people have is much more difficult than using technology. Technology usage is easy. Getting people to understand how they need to use technology is where the tough part is. So we have been creating this concept of humans using the results of AI to try and use their thinking and their approach to try and make the solution a little more in tune with our human needs, because every solution that we build is built for humans at the end. So we try to have AI give us the different kinds of options, and based on that, decide which option or which stream or which tree the development process should follow in the future. So, to cut a long story short, today customers are not paying us for effort. You're not being paid for what you did. You're being paid, unfortunately, for what you deliver. And that's the case in school. You study, you may or may not have put in a lot of hard work, but you get a good grade or a bad grade depending on how you answer the exam. So the reality is, in the real world as well, the customer pays you for what you deliver to him, not for how much work you did to make that reality happen. So here we are in India in 2026, planning 1 million AI engineers or AI programmers or AI professionals, whatever you call them. I believe that while we are talking this, and this is kind of the AI mission, the reality of it is, I think everyone needs to be an AI engineer or AI professional. Going forward, everyone getting out of business school, medical school, architecture school, product design school, everyone will need to be an AI professional. You will not need a human being to do product design. You will need a human being to understand the objective and to take care of the customer's needs by taking the customer's needs and translating them into options that you could use from the results AI gives you, right? So you're going to design, let's say, a new car. And for that car, you're going to feed in your inputs. You're going to feed in your requirements. You're going to get multiple different options. And then you're going to decide which direction to go in. And once you decide that direction, that is the human part. That is the dual intelligence part. It is going to kind of restrict the way in which you go forward, and that restriction or the human element or the dual intelligence part of it is really what the human in the loop is going to provide. It is really going to be providing guardrails on what, where, and how we end up at the end of this journey. So whether it is developing a new piece of code or developing a new business strategy or developing a new product, the design, the concept will all be driven by what options are given to you, but a human will be required to decide where we use it and how we use it. So again, my industry you're working with, understanding what kind of impact the work that you're doing has on that industry, and using a very, very commonsensical or simple approach to thinking about what you could do and using the toolkits available today in order to execute it. So that's it. I thought I'll talk to a little more on the technical side, but from the generic side, just as MBA students graduating, you will be going out into a world where people are going to be asking you not to be analysts anymore, but to provide insights that only a human could. So I have a team of about, and this is the end, I won't make it too much longer. I have a team of about 4 or 5 young interns from MBA schools. And I used to give them tasks. As a simple task I used to always give them when we have a new batch of interns joining, is to say, okay, look at the public markets in India on the BSc, and tell me which opportunities are there for me to invest. A very simple approach, a very simple question. You have to have a problem that has an answer, but not a definitive answer, not a deterministic answer. So here's a problem without a deterministic answer. And we have 6 different interns, and each of them uses different tools, maybe the same tools. One uses Claude, one uses ChatGPT, one uses whatever. And we give them the same problem set. And the funny part is each one comes up with a different solution. Now we have those 6 sit down and debate how each one's company, as suggested by AI, as suggested by the tools they use, the prompts that we've given them, and then discuss it as humans. Now, it gives an illustration of how AI really works, and that's the reason we do this exercise. Finding a stock to invest in may not be the ultimate aim or end goal, but the idea is that while you ask AI to do something, you also kind of give it a bias. You ask by asking the question in a certain way, and by the team sitting down and discussing how the different biases that you have given to the AI prompts result in different solutions, you get a better understanding of what AI is actually doing. So these are exercises that I encourage you to do, and I think it will have a lot of opportunity to learn more and develop more as you evolve in the future. So thank you again for inviting me here. It was indeed a pleasure.
No, Gopal, be on stage. You are here with us for a little more time, no?
Sure,
Yeah, okay, yeah. Janardhan Pawar, sir, could you come up and present a gift to our speaker, please, the first one? He's the Dean of one of the business, Dean of IT, Dean of School of IT. Can't be better than that, right, on an AI platform. So, Siddharth, please give it to Dr. Pawar and he will give the gift. Little token of appreciation for you. A good round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Come. I've requested Gopal to be here so that post Niketji's presentation, if you have questions, we'll be happy to take them. I will acknowledge a few of you whose questions I like or my speakers like with a photo opportunity and a certificate. So smile, guys. I never got that in IIM Ahmedabad. Yeah. Thank you so much, Dr. Pawar, and thank you, Gopalji. So for something that I've been waiting for, I personally want to sit down and learn and make notes. Please welcome the very, very brilliant Niketji. Niketji runs his own consulting company. He's an expert on design thinking, and he has more than 25 years that he has invested with 35 years in the corporate life and 25 years as a consultant. Nikki, please come. A good round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Would you like a body mic or who's mine? All right, all of you just take your seats, sit down. Please take your seats as I am also going to sit and learn. Ready? Here we go, sir. We allow him to be mic'd up, please. And there's a presentation, the clicker will be given. The console is all set with the presentation. Appreciate that so much. Thank you. Right, sir. Wow. We allow you to be mic'd. You should put it in the front pocket, my friend.
These are designer jackets with no pockets.
Oh, there's no, I didn't realize there's a designer jacket that has no pocket. Wow. I emulate the not so great today, but the very great Bill Gates when I dress up. So for me, I'll try to emulate him. So over to you.
Okay, so we have 45 minutes.
Yes,
I'll
sir.
give you as much
Absolutely.
as you need and as much as I can give you in 45 minutes.
Absolutely. We are so honored. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Well, Bhattaji is right that I took on to my profession like a water would take to a duck on design thinking, because since my childhood, I thought I was a designer, and I did make a career out of my design. But in the last 2 years, I realized that I was getting nowhere ever since artificial intelligence came in. So I can always place a hypothesis and say that careers come to a dead end when we enter the world of AI. And that happened to me after 32 years of corporate experience. I was at the end of the road, and when I looked at AI, I said, oh my God, this seems to be a different animal altogether. Now, is it a different animal altogether? It is. And therefore, the mindset towards AI needs to change. I want to start with a few fundamentals on AI before we get in, and I think that will help you during the day also. The whole quest of AI is to beat the human cognition. Let's be absolutely clear on this. It is not about only collaborating with human beings. It is all about algorithms, learning, and ultimately we creating a Frankenstein which will become bigger than what human intelligence will operate on. Obviously, outliers will have an exceptional career which will be ahead of the AI, but then that's our choice whether we want to be outliers, and this outlier has nothing to do with IQ. It is all about whether you are wanting to do something original in life, whether you want to do something which AI has not done, and therefore if you are able to get into those spaces and those zones, you've got a fantastic career ahead. And when I was going through my course on AI with London Business School, I realized that AI is not only about what we do in terms of generating content, but AI is absolutely way, way, way ahead, and the thought behind AI is also absolutely ahead. Now, though I'm going to be talking about design and AI, but I'll mix it in terms of the organizational architecture, and the organizational architecture is something that you all must know as B school students, because when you're looking at value chain, the entire value chain must now be integrated with AI, because what is ultimately AI going to do? AI is expected to deliver decisions that managers would implement. The world that we are in currently, AI is throwing up options, and then we are expected to choose the best alternative. But very soon, as you move through my slides, you'll realize we're moving into a world of strong AI, and possibly beyond that, where AI is expected to give you one best solution by doing the entire analysis of all the variables available in the macro world and the micro world, synthesize all the variables together and present the thought to you and say, this is one idea, this is the implementation plan, now go ahead and do it. Therefore, the entire human race runs the risk of cognitive decay. And if you want to be out of the realm of cognitive decay, it's very, very important that we move through the process of using our intelligence. And I think that's where the whole faculty of design that a human being is blessed with comes into play. What is design? Design is plan and make. It's simple as that. That means I must have an idea, I put in a plan, and then I make whatever that idea was in a tangible or an intangible way if it's a service. So let's move into the world of AI, let's move into the world of design, and let's look at what it is. Why is it called artificial? It's called artificial because it's not natural, obviously. It has been created by a human being, and the whole idea about this human being who is now indulging in AI is saying, let's also build, like this universe has built consciousness and this universe has built an intelligence which is operating within us. Can we also have clusters of intelligence operating, and these clusters will ultimately be linking up together. So if we move into the world of spirituality, there are individual minds which are intelligent minds ultimately connected with the overall consciousness, and that consciousness happens to be the superior intelligence. The same metaphor would work even in the space of artificial intelligence. So does AI have a spiritual component to it? It does. But I think the world still has to discover how the spiritual content will actually be moving ahead. So let's look at, we're going to be talking about designing products. Now, obviously my entire research operates in the world of VUCA, though there are various other acronyms which have come. There is BANI, there is TUNA, there is this whole world of anti-fragility. But I'm still an orthodox person. 40 years of research has gone into VUCA. It started happening when the US and the USSR, which were only the bipolar enemies which were put together, and then ultimately the world got fragmented because USSR split. And then what happened was it became a multipolar world, and this entire idea came into business. In today's world, we are living in a world which is volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous. Therefore, when we're talking about AI and when we're talking about design, we need to appreciate that no product and no service will have an extended product life cycle. I'm sure as B school students that you are, you will be moving through the product life cycle, and the whole job of any manager is to ensure that we're able to extend the product life cycle. Now, the only way that is possible in this entire VUCA world is if the customer expectations are constantly changing, my designs must also change real time. And the only way the designs will change real time is if I have AI integrated into the system, which is constantly tapping into what is the consumer doing. Let me give you a simple example, and I'll also tell you where the design and where the world is moving, and possibly you will then be able to carve out your careers also. There's a simple experiment done with toasters. These toasters had an elementary AI built into it. Now people bought these toasters and they realized that they were not only buying a toaster, but they were actually feeding the entire information to the maker of the product, because he was tapping into, or she was tapping into, for how much time do people toast the bread? How much is the consumption of the bread? To what degree of the color of brown in a toast is important to people? To what extent the crispness of the toast matters? So the device was not only a toaster, but it was actually collecting a whole lot of other information. Worldwide, this information was then collected, and then you actually fed in that information to further design and further tweak the toaster. It doesn't end there. There are certain very highly intelligent malls that will now be coming up, and I'm sure they would already be there and we don't have an access to it, where when you travel into the mall and when you pick up a cart, that cart has an intelligent chip associated with it, and suddenly you start getting offers. The cart is also tracking how do you move in the mall, and the cart is actually tracking your behavior. What is AI and what is design together? The whole idea of AI and design together is, can I have real-time consumer behavioral data available to me? I'm sure you will realize every time you search for even a travel website somewhere, you suddenly start getting offers. Now, how does that happen? Because in this world, anything that we do, and the moment we create a digital footprint, it is transmitted all over, because obviously they are buyers of the data. So data is king, for sure. But in the world of AI, data is something, if we are able to integrate the data well, which is a current challenge, because there are so many spreadsheets lying in the organization. So every time I get into designing of architecture on AI for organizations, I realize there is absolutely so much data available, and the data varies so much because each leader, each manager is interpreting data their own way. Therefore, the whole consolidation of data is actually becoming a problem. But then when we're talking about design, what are we talking about? I will leave these slides with you. Please don't take pictures of these slides. I've always believed Saraswati should be available, and I'll give it to you. I'm not going to control this data at all. So these slides are available to you. Just listen to what's happening in this entire phone. Now, if you look at what is happening in the world of design, the design is absolutely dynamic, which means it's no longer only operating through the product life cycle, but it's also taking information real time, having your nerve centers which are collecting this information, that information is being fed to marketing, that information is being fed to R&D, and the products are continuously being tweaked. These are no longer large projects that organizations are investing in, where we are looking at products coming out in probably 2 years' time, 3 years' time, and in pharma companies maybe 10 years' time. We are actually looking at post-COVID era where the entire development cycles are being crunched. And how are they being crunched? By having real-time information. So we're looking at the world of dynamic design. All of you here, if you want to be a part of marketing, if you want to be a part of the strategic process of an organization, move into the world of dynamic stuff. Capabilities are dynamic. Skills have a half shelf life, which means whatever skills you acquire, if the shelf life is going to be 2 years, in this world that shelf life will be reduced to at least 1 year. It could be even 6 months. We're looking at the world of AI simulations. And while I was writing my thesis, I realized that digital twins is the next big area for artificial intelligence. Now, if you look at medical sciences, in medical sciences, they are actually going to simulate a digital twin of our bodies. And before a line of treatment is administered to us, that line of treatment is induced into the digital twin. That digital twin will start responding and telling us, how am I, if I am physically given that particular medicine, how will I respond to the medicine? To that extent, digital twins are going to happen. That means if you're going to be designing an automotive vehicle, if you're going to be designing any product, you could actually have a digital twin where all the environmental factors are then getting into the simulation, and you will be able to test real time if that particular product, if that particular service will actually do well, how will it behave, to the extent that currently I'm training a lot of algorithms today for my own business. And interestingly, what is happening is, I know that every service in my business that I'm into will have its own shelf life, and every 45 days, like I said, we have to reevaluate what is to be done. And what happens therefore is that these algorithms are telling me that this particular business is a crowded area, don't get into it. With your expertise, with your knowledge and with your research, we suggest this is what you should do, this is the plan of action, this is the way the P&L will look like, and this is what you should be doing. So, I actually have the entire metric available in the business. So we are actually moving into the world of AI simulations. I work extensively with global capability centers. And in GCCs, we realize that everything that the GCCs are doing, they'll have to move into the digital simulations. In fact, in Pune, you have a lot of firms which are specializing in digital simulations. So we got AI simulations in process, which are digital twins. And then obviously we're looking at scenario planning. In this disruptive world, every day you will have to meet up and you will have to sit together, use AI to find out how the situations and how the scenarios are evolving. Because in this world of digital age, it is flawed. You have a lot of information flowing which could be very spurious in nature, and therefore if you're going to take decisions based on that, you've got a problem on hand. You need authentic, genuine information. And AI today is plagued with biases. AI today is doctored. AI today can give you information which could be specifically detrimental for a nation, detrimental for a company, it could be detrimental for an individual. Therefore, currently the world that we live in, we will have to use our cognitive abilities. But I hope someday the biases will go off. Someday there will be transparency in AI, and somewhere AI will also be very truthful in terms of what it is going to offer to us. So scenario planning is something that will have to be done extensively for all products. Every product that I have, I'll have to look at it on daily basis. How is the product behaving? How are the revenues being generated? How are the consumers responding to it? And I need to have this information real time, every minute available to me, because we don't have time in this world. So the design question is, how organizations redesign their product innovation architecture to leverage AI effectively? That is the whole context that we're working on today in this forum. The research question that I'm presenting to you is, what should organizations do to chip in, to bring in AI into their innovation process? Now, we all felt that innovation was actually being done by individuals within the organization. But here we have AI coming into our situation where we are now supposed to make AI a part of our team, bring that system in, and then we're going to collaborate with the system and we're going to be working on the innovations. But let's look at what's happening in the world today. We're living in a world of narrow AI, which we also called as the weak AI. Now, what is weak AI doing currently? Weak AI is learning from us. So all of you here in this hall, Every time you're getting onto any AI product, service that's available to you, currently you are educating that particular system. The system is learning from you. The fact that it's coming to you free is also because it wants to learn from you, and it's learning very, very fast. Now, if it's learning very fast, obviously it's going to move into the next stage. The assessment generally of people who are researching the world of AI, in the next 3 years' time, we should be moving into a world which is strong AI. Now, what is going to happen when we move into the world of strong AI? AI has stopped learning from us. AI is as good as our cognitive ability. So if I have to plot the cognitive ability on a bell curve, if we were to look at the sigma plus and 1 and minus 1 around the central tendency, it should be able to match around 67% of people for sure. But then we are going to move into general AI, which sometimes is also interpreted as super intelligence. Now, the moment the world moves from strong AI into the world of super intelligence, what's going to happen? Two things. There are two scenarios. Number one, AI will make humans their servants. Or B, if we are extremely intelligent and we are novel and original, AI will start collaborating with us. Because AI still has to learn from those superior intelligences. Therefore, researchers have a fascinating career. If you take on to research, you are investigating a particular phenomena, and by definition, phenomena are remarkable events, and these events do not happen very often. AI will not have any information for that. And the moment you get into that, now again the super intelligence is saying, okay, this is one person, and I need to learn from this person, and you will be marked by AI, and the AI will start learning from you. At least you're able to increase the shelf life of your career. That's the world we're getting into. How far is super intelligence? We don't have a clue right now, but an intelligent guess would be maybe another 7 to 8 years down the line. That means all of us here in this room, we are going to be exposed to the world of the super intelligence or general AI. AI is not about content development. AI is not about co-pilots. That is a very, very miniature understanding of what AI is. AI actually is an economy. I write extensively on LinkedIn on AI. If you want, you can subscribe to this newsletter, which is obviously for free, which is called the AI Blueprint. And that AI Blueprint I wrote on the economy front of AI. There are already 100,000 companies worldwide which are working on AI development. And around 6,500 companies approximately in India. India happens to be number 3 on the map. Since I hold a position, I also get access to Niti Aayog, also get access to a lot of different data that's available at a national level. In fact, in the field of biosciences, AI is absolutely at the forefront for India. The liver has already been printed through a 3D printer internationally. That means in another 6 to 7 years' time, we're all moving into the world of AI, where we will have a choice whether we want to die or not die. Now, that's a horrible choice to have. I do not subscribe to that idea at all, because all natural elements have to one day leave the planet. But that choice will be available to us, because if organs can be printed, we have certainly something on hand. The second thing is, with the 5th generation pharma, which is again using AI to understand how the human behavior is, how they're going through trials, every time we consume, you guys are not consuming it, I am, every time I consume a blood pressure pill, I know I'm extending my life by 2 years. So every year, my life is increasing by 2 years. That means I am certainly going to live for 120 years.
Wow.
Now, if I'm going to live for 120 years, and as a product designer, if AI is going to take over in the next 8 years, I'm 62 right now, I'll be 70. I have another 50 years to go. What am I going to do?
Sir, that's a question I've asked myself. Because of my glaucoma, somebody suggested a gene therapy by which my eyesight will come to where it originally was to be restored. Harish Mehta, the BAF of IT, he suggested to me a gene therapy in Bangalore. And then he says your eyesight will be normal. Then using my DNA, they will inculcate.
They'll print on retina.
Correct. Using my DNA, they'll inculcate in me some cells by which I could live as long as I want to live. The question is, do I want to live? Well said. So I'm in the same boat. I also swallow BP.
Yeah, I mean, for us, the clock is running ulta, so we can think about it. For them, they're very young. Right now the clock is moving forwards for them. They don't have to get into these philosophical questions for sure, but his question is honored. I'm not defeating his question. His question is honored, which starts happening when you cross 50. Both of us are a witness to this empirical age of 50, where your mind just turns around when you cross 50, right? So, well, that's for some other day. That's another conference when we can talk about what happens when.
Longevity, sir, promise me. We will both speak at the longevity conference.
I would rather go early, because the day you get to know that you've done it all, whichever you wanted to, I think you should exit with dignity. Yeah, and that's possible. I think that's a decision I took when I saw my father on his deathbed. We could have made him live longer with all the apparatus that was going around him, but that call has to be taken, but that's for some other day. So the important question that we're dealing with is, how do we bring in AI into the process of innovation? And if we bring in AI into the process of innovation, it's fantastic. I know students use AI. I know students use AI when they solve questions. But my suggestion to you, if you want to be an innovator, let AI give you a solution, apply your cognition to build on that solution and further fine-tune, further make it better, and then you put it into your answer sheet. I think you will have a lot more satisfaction to take home, like any other designer would have. AI would suggest what a product or an element should look like, and then you further improvise on it by using your own cognitive abilities. So we're leaving the world of traditional product design into an AI-augmented design. So what's going to happen in an AI-augmented design? I'm going to ask AI, okay, I have this product, what is it that people want? So, we've all learned, right? There are these unmet needs, there are these met needs, there are these unconscious needs, and then you start designing everything around it. Now here, what is AI doing? AI is tracking our behavior from the time when we wake up in the morning, not to the time when we sleep, when we wake up the next day morning. Because they're also tracking what's happening in our sleep. They're tracking every quarrel that's happening at home. With all the gadgets that you have, those gadgets are constantly listening to you, and therefore all the marital discords and all the family discords that exist, they're actually being captured as data, and they are now getting into the process of innovation where products and services will come up. So that's what is happening. So what are we talking about? We're talking about a world that is not linear. I know you're all going through in operations research, you're going into your linear equations, all that. Fair enough, that's good. We must learn that. But the world, the VUCA world is non-linear. What does non-linear mean? There is no trend. And if there is no trend, that is where AI is going to play up. Because what is AI going to do? It is no longer going to give you those trend lines. It's going to say, okay, the line has got disrupted. This is what the consumer expects now, and now let's go ahead and innovate. It can also tell you, like it told me, stop these service lines. They're not going to help you at all. You're going to waste your effort and money propagating those service lines. So AI will also tell you that. Now let's look at AI as a strategic co-designer for you. So what is AI going to do? One, the data is being automatically captured by AI. All this while, data was being captured by a human being. As researchers, we tend to use a lot of literature reviews, we tend to use a lot of data which is already available. But what is AI doing? AI is going to give you real-time data. Now that data is available to you. That data will present to you various design alternatives. You don't need to investigate data anymore. The data is going to be available to you on the fly. Once you have the data, you can actually select the data, and then you say, all right, I want to work on this particular data. Now take me into design alternatives. It generates design alternatives right now because we're in the world of weak AI, moving into the world of strong AI. But this generation of alternatives will also go away when we move into the world which is strong AI and beyond. It will not give us alternatives anymore. It will actually give us a perfect design that will be good to go in the market. That means we are also going to get over this whole process of piloting. The business of piloting a product, the business of piloting a service will happen on the digital twin. It will not happen real time in the world. It's going to predict. Now, right now it's giving you alternatives. You choose an alternative and then it predicts and tells you what that alternative will do for you. But very soon, it is going to prescribe. We're moving into the prescriptive part of AI, where AI is going to tell you, do this. These are the 6-7 steps. Now go ahead and implement, and I'm going to monitor you whether you're implementing it correctly or not implementing correctly. So we are also moving into the world of prescription. And then we are moving into optimization, where design parameters are based on real world. In fact, what happens is there's so much of noise because of data that when I work with R&D establishments, I realize that the data itself is so confounding in nature. And what does confounding data means? There is no relationship, and yet we believe there is a relationship. And we pick up that data, and we may actually create a product which may have too many features which a human being is not consuming. Look at your phone. You have so many features which you don't consume. Why are they given to you? It is a matter of feeding to our greed. I have so many features. How many features does your phone have? We don't ask this real-time question whether we are using those features, but what to do. We are living in a world of features, and those features are required. So that's also going to happen. We're going into a world of human-centric design, and therefore AI will also become human-centric. There will be a human element coming into AI. There is no empathy factor in AI right now, but as AI evolves, empathy also, from a scientific mind that I have, empathy can be put into an algorithm, though a lot of people will hate this statement of mine. I have no quarrels with people who hate my statements because I've always been challenging every thought process on the planet. Can emotions be brought about in algorithms? Yes, they can. In fact, humanoids, which will ultimately become partners to human beings when they feel lonely, how can they not have emotions and how can they not display emotions? They will, and therefore emotions, right now hypothetically, will become a part of the process of algorithm as far as empathy goes. So are we talking about expression of love, grief, all those human emotions becoming a part of the algorithm? Yes. At the most, you may have buttons to tweak, and then you say, okay, enough of your anger, I don't need this anger anymore, I'm aborting this algorithm, and I'm immediately activating the algorithm of empathy, which you can't do with a human being, but you could certainly do with a humanoid. And are we looking at humanoids getting into organizations as employees? Certainly, one of the research says, young generations like you have stated, we would love to report to a manager who is an agent rather than report to a human manager. Fair enough. I mean, if that's the way it is, it is. What's the point in challenging? So we're looking at human centricity. We're bringing in a lot of human factor to it, and that's where design thinking comes in. Design thinking and AI mesh very well. In fact, this whole world is talking about humanization of technology, and when you talk about humanization of technology, it's all about human element coming into technology. Now, the only way human element can come into technology, and the only way, which I've documented in my thesis also, is design thinking is the only framework good for non-linear world which comprises of 5 steps. The first step starts with empathize. I get to know what my stakeholder wants. I tap into the deep emotions of the stakeholder. I tap into the pain of the stakeholder. And then I move into the next part, which is I define the problem and statistically ascertain what could be the opportunity area. It is not the opposite of the problem statement, which is where a whole lot of people go wrong. You got problem variables, and then you look at the opposites of that and you say, okay, this seems to be the opportunity. No, that's not the way design thinking works. Design thinking explores what are the opportunity areas. Once I know the opportunity area and I know the opportunity statement, I can start ideation based on that. Now, obviously, the whole ideation, the empathize process will be run by AI. The problem definition will be generated by AI. The opportunity definition will be created by AI. And then we will move into the ideation process where AI will give you all data globally available and actually convert that into idea and give you ideas. So in my design thinking workshops, in one day when we generate ideas with stakeholders, on an average we generate around 800 to 1000 ideas whenever we're working on a complex problem. Now AI could give me a lot more ideas, and I could actually put a prompt and I define what ideas I want. Therefore, it will filter the number of ideas and give me precisely those ideas which will get converted into a prototype. Currently in my design thinking workshops, what do I have to do? I have those 800 ideas, then I have to put them into a frequency table, then pick up the ideas of high frequency, incorporate them into the prototype, and then again test it. But what is AI going to do? It's going to give me ideas that will work. It will give me ideas with high probability that are going to work, and therefore, in my thesis, I have said 85% probability the product will do well. But AI could actually give me a product or a service which is designed, which could be 99.9% or possibly 100%. Therefore, it would defeat my scale also, which I have recorded in my thesis. That means we could actually be moving into the world where 100% is a de facto standard. Because there's no element of human error which is being brought in, right? Now, therefore, testing also becomes on the cloud. Like I said, I complete this entire design process, I humanize it, and then ultimately I bring it to a digital twin. And I have all the calculations available to me, which tells me, okay, this design is successful or not successful. Don't worry, there aren't too many slides. I'm going to be covering up on time. So, when you're talking about product design, what are you doing? You're looking at the predictive aspect right now, where you're able to predict how your product will do. You're looking at the prescriptive part, where certainly AI will start prescribing, this seems to be a good product, this is what you need to do. And then ultimately, AI will move into a transformative process of product, where all the people here, like I am an absolute fan of disruption. I love to disrupt everything that happens. If you all love disruption, AI will actually give you techniques and tools where you can come up with products on a jiffy, services on a jiffy, which can be absolutely disruptive. And who are the ones who will win in the market of VUCA? Only those who know how to disrupt. And when you disrupt, like I'm a disruptor, I have learned over a period of time, don't fall in love with your creation. If you fall in love with your product, you will attempt to extend the lifespan of the product so much that ultimately you will sink. A disruptor is absolutely rational, is absolutely clinical, and says, okay, this product or service of mine, AI is telling me it's done. Put it into a museum and say, all right, 3 years ago we had this fascinating product which gave us so much of profitability. Now it is not a part of our portfolio. Does it demand ruthlessness? Yes, it does. But am I saying that we do not need to empathize? No. There are situations where we empathize, there are situations where we do not empathize. What will digital twins do in product design? They will cut down, they will reduce your development costs. Why? Because you're ultimately doing everything on the cloud. There's no waste. And therefore, is AI sustainable from product design point of view? Yes. But is AI currently sustainable as what it is? No. The amount of power it is generating, the amount of water you need, all that, it is actually consuming a whole lot of planetary resources. It is currently not in a scenario of sustainability, but I'm sure it will get in. So we cut down the development cost. We cut down the time to market, which means on a digital twin, when you're putting your product in and the product passes the test, you actually can bring it out in the market and you save money and you save time in terms of attempting to pilot it by selecting a particular city. AI already tells you these are the cities that you should straight away get into. Reduction of engineering risk. The product is designed in such a beautiful way that if the maintenance is required for that particular product, the service engineer and the customer does not have to struggle anymore. It can actually give you a de-risk proposition, including its reliability factors. Now, obviously, we are now moving into a world where capital investments will not be the future anymore. That means you're going to have cars driven by AI, controlled by AI, which are upgradable cars. Like you upgrade your software, you will upgrade your vehicles. That means you don't need to keep buying a car every 5 years. The earlier paradigm was, if we have to be profitable, our cars should become defunct or out of fashion or out of trend in 4 to 5 years so that people buy. But now with the world of sustainability and sustainable development goals, and I'm an ambassador of SDGs, we are very clear that a product once bought should be a lifetime product. Like you have Mont Blanc, Mont Blanc is a lifetime product. You buy a pen, you don't buy a pen again. Obviously it costs that much, but then it's okay to invest because you aren't really getting into resources. So, engineering risk, and finally, improvement in the product life cycle. You got a product in, you're tweaking it, you're upgrading it, you're updating it, and in any case, all the products today are going to be amalgamation of technology, and all the products will ultimately have AI. Washing machines have AI, dishwashers have AI, your cars have AI, not for driving alone, but the data will go to the manufacturer, and the manufacturer will further tweak from your driving habits, and it will also optimize those products for the countries. So what are we doing? We are also extending the typical product life cycle. But our earlier paradigm of product life cycle is what? When the product starts becoming obsolete, we introduce it into the new market. That paradigm is over with AI. What's going to happen is, it is going to give you a product which will be successful in every market, and you will have product updates and tweaks available for each market for sure. I'm ending my conversation by saying we are going to be entering, or we have already entered a world of hyper-personalization. You as B school students will have to realize there is no standard product anymore. And ICU, so I was in one of the conclaves where there were some senior doctors there, and I'm privileged to work with doctors of the country. The entire patient care is going to be hyper-personalized, which means you're going to have ICUs at home. We are going to be driven by AI. The bed is going to have all the AI devices, and the patient can be given treatment without being admitted to ICU. Isn't it beautiful? Yes, it is. But what will happen to the capacity of ICUs in the city? What are they going to do? Is that going to be a disruption? Yes. So we are moving into a world of hyper-personalization. Each and every person using a phone here can actually demand a phone that is personalized for you, and you get a phone specifically. Currently, it's happening for cars, where you get onto a website and then you design your own car. You tell the Mercedes-Benz guys or BMW guys, look, this is the color of the car, this is how I want, this is the way the seat should be. But we are moving ahead from there. Therefore, we are moving into complete hyper-personalization of features. So I think all of you in this auditorium, when you're going through your lessons in the B school here, do focus on building your cognitive abilities on how will you hyper-personalize everything, including education will become hyper-personalized. Education is no exception to it, and we've got distinguished faculties here, and I think my suggestion to you is, if you're looking at the world in future, every student will have to be treated as a unique student, and that unique student has a unique learning capacity. I wrote a paper on that, and what I wrote in that paper was that every human being has a very unique talent and unique cognitive abilities. Fortunately, NEP 2020 is getting to it, but with AI, you will actually have hyper-personalized education, you'll have hyper-personalized products. Governance, extremely important. Can't end a conversation on AI without the topic of governance. Data privacy is a big issue right now. You don't know how your data is being used, but AI companies will have to become responsible. They will have to start protecting the personal data that we have. In fact, currently, all the health data is being consumed by pharmaceutical companies, insurance companies. Everything is being tweaked around that. That's okay. We are living in a commercial world. There's no quarrel there. But the privacy of data is very, very critical. Transparency. How are these algorithms being designed? How are they being developed? The user must know what is it that this algorithm is doing. Currently, we have no clue how these algorithms are being designed, but there shall come a day when people will have abundant possibilities on AI, and then they will start choosing ethical algorithms only. What we do in the world currently we use, and we work only with ethical brands. Biases. Whenever a person creates an algorithm, that person unconsciously or consciously will put in a bias. For instance, if you search for certain data for a specific country, it could be biased for that country for whatever reasons. So we'll have to do away with the biases. And finally, when AI gives you a decision and the person implements the decision, and if that decision goes wrong, who is held responsible for it? And if the decision is successful, who should be awarded for it, is also the next area that AI will have to go in for. So as designers, when you create a successful design, should you get the award or should AI get the award is something that will get disputed for sure. Well, thank you very much for the award that you gave me today, but probably next time there could be a digital Niket here who might just take away an award, right? And that world may not be too far. So my ending note to you, if you want to be successful in the world of AI, learn to collaborate extensively. You need T-shaped professionals. The vertical part of the T is your ability to collaborate, to co-create, to work with people with different mindsets. And the vertical section of the T is your absolute domain skill set. Be very clear what is the domain that you want to pursue, become masters in that domain, but you should be able to work with people across the domain for sure. You must contribute in terms of building a data infrastructure. You have to be AI literate, including senior leaders in the organization will have to be AI literate, and all of you here in this room carry a responsibility of reverse mentoring the senior people. Because if they don't know AI, they're going to resist the AI. You've got challenges of inertia in the organizations for AI. You're the folks who are going to be breaking that for sure. And finally, Please learn to live in a world of experimentation. Some of your parents here, you want your child to be perfect. That's a wrong world you're living in. This world is going to be extremely imperfect. You're going to be running experiments. Certain experiments will fail, certain experiments will succeed. You don't know which one succeeds, which one fails, because the world is changing every day. Conclusion, we're living in a highly disruptive world. AI will help you to thrive with your designs. And AI, if you're able to work AI with it closely, it will amplify your creativity. But if you become servants to AI, it will also create a cognitive decay in you. And is that doing it right now? It is. In fact, the nation is at risk if young people like you start answering answer sheets based on the output that the AI gives you. Please realize you are not honing up your intellectual abilities. You are actually entering into the disastrous world of cognitive decay. I work extensively with AI, but I am very, very clear in my mind that my brain should not move into cognitive decay. And the day it happens, your face says it all. Be absolutely alert, and when you're walking down the street and you're meeting with people, all the people will cognitive decay. The face itself shows that there is cognitive decay. There is no shine. Thank you very much.
Wow.
This is where I end.
Wow. I can take 2 questions. Just 2 questions, okay? Somebody give the mic to this young man. Quickly. Quick.
Hello, sir.
Your name first.
Sir, I am Kaustubh Kumbar. So I'd like to ask you that you see, we use different tools for different work, like for prompt cleaning or this thing we use ChatGPT, general task. For content creation we use Claude. For presentations we use Agnes and every other tool. So sir, for product design thinking, do we have a specific tool for that? And if we have a tool, so there are the companies might be using it. So each company, as the technological advantage of the tool get diminished after being available so widely. So what do you think will be the a key factor to sustain in the industry? Will it be the data? Will it be the organizational culture, or will it be the design competitive thinking of the AI tool or the humans?
Okay, very long question. Try and keep it short. Take the mic back. Over to you, sir.
If there are 100,000 companies currently invested in AI and they're operating across the value chain and supply chain, there are certainly companies which are investing in innovation and product design. Make me relevant now. How do you make me relevant as a speaker here?
Absolutely.
ChatGPT will tell you, no. You tell ChatGPT, these are the products that I want to innovate. Suggest the best service available to you, it shall. All you have to do currently is test for the biases. I'm not claiming that it is biased, but you can always test for the bias. Now, how do we remain relevant? The only way out is anything that AI cannot do, and if you can do, you're relevant.
Wow.
I'll share something with you. I had 25 senior consultants in my organization for all the complex problems that we solve for the industry. I currently work with 3. So what has happened to the other 22? AI took over, yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Productivity per person, huge. So if you want to be relevant, the only way out is you have to have novel ideas, be absolutely original, and on the bell curve, if you're sigma plus 3, the top 3% of the world, you're done. And if you are 0.001% of the world wants you, yeah.
Absolutely. So well said. Dr. Neej Jaiswal, would you step up and do the honor of giving a thank you memento?
Thank you.
And a big, no sir, we need you on the stage for a minute.
Thank you. No.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Yeah, just get it fixed. I'm sorry about that. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're very grateful to you, sir. Very, very grateful to you. Thank you so very much. Dr. Jaiswal, would you lead the guest? Time to invite some of my favorite leaders here on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, while some guests move out, the others come in, please allow me to invite Ruby Bakshi, the Head of Talent Engagement and Development, Harbinger Group. Ruby has a very simple style. She just loves to talk, engage. You can ask her questions. Like me, she's not a believer in PPT. She loves to make a powerful point without using our PowerPoint. Okay? Ruby, we want to welcome you. Please come up on stage and good round of. Come. How would you want a hand mic or you want a collar mic? Either way, this is the hand mic, please. And you're going to engage, you're going to first talk and then engage. There's no presentation. There's no. So you're going to just
both parallelly.
Okay, absolutely. So here we are, right now.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you. It's an absolute pleasure to be here. Thank you to World HRD Congress, to Indira University for having me. How many students here? May I have a raise of hand? How many students here? Great. That makes me at ease because what I'm going to be talking is for all of you. My colleagues and counterparts here anyways know about AI, so I'm not going to get there. But well set context by Mr. Niket. I mean, what all he spoke was so relevant. And he actually set the stage for a very futuristic point of view. How many of you feel that we really are confused? There's such a hype of AI. And everybody says that, use AI, that's the future thing to be in. And we are using ChatGPT, Gemini, probably, trying to do some search. But how do we build that mindset? How many of you candidly want to put up your hand and tell me, we really don't know what's coming up next? Raise of hands. Confused? Really wondering, how do I set that mindset of where I want to be? So I'm assuming the ones whose hands are not up know it all. So those who know it all, please put up your hands now. Still confused? I just saw very little hands of saying that we are confused. Okay, so I'm here to talk about how do you build an AI mindset? How does AI first mindset be something that you can think more about? Okay, before we start that activity, I need 5 students on the stage. 5 students, any volunteers? We're going to do something fun. Any 5? Trust me, I'm not going to make you talk. I'm not going to check your AI intellect. Be rest assured on that. You're just going to follow my instructions. No brainer at all. 5 students. Please, may I expect you to just stand in a line here? Thank you, ladies. What about the men, the young men? Can I have 2 young men here? Quickly, quickly. Thank you, thank you. Can you all stand in a straight line? And as I promised that it's a no-brainer, all you would be doing is following my instructions. So I'm not checking your AI intellect here. Don't worry about that at all. We're doing something fairly simple. So you're going to put your hands out straight, palms facing the roof, and stretch it as much as you can. You got to close your eyes. The good part is you don't have to use your brains at all. You just have to follow what I'm telling you to. All with me? And can we be a little quieter so that they can focus? Both your hands. Eyes closed. Okay? So we are in a world of AI, lots of pressure to be really dynamic, know it all, create different, maybe apps, dashboards, but we're really confused what is expected out of us. So let's go back in time. Let's imagine that all 5 of you have passed out of college and you've come back to this very university, your alma mater, and you're walking in a big corridor. And you're reflecting back those times when you used to be a learner, where you used to be the loved ones of your professors, your lecturers, and you felt really comfortable in this uncomfortable world. And you recalled how much they used to take care of you. So you all are toppers. That's what your imagination should take you. You're great at doing whatever you do, and you're walking this long corridor. Okay? And I understand all of you are MBA students. So you're walking the corridor, and you have your exams coming up. And you're walking, walking, walking. And one of your professor comes forward and says, hey, I have found you an AI app which will help you crack through and get you flying colors of marks. You know, you're going to really, really be a gold medalist. And let's not take books here because we no longer use books. Let's say this app, we'll put it with a weight. So they come and put this app on your right hand. This weighs about 5 kilos. It's an app that you have to use. And the moment you start getting a hang of it, you're going to pass out with flying colors. It can help you find questions, the answers, what's going to be the likely paper, so on and so forth. It's placed on your right hand. It's a 5 kilo worth of weight that you're carrying. You go a little ahead. You meet one of your placement officers, tells you, you know, you are an all-rounder and the big companies want to pick you up. Why don't you try this particular app? And then they place another weight on your hand. It's 10 kilos of weight that is placed on your right hand. Okay? You move a little ahead, move a little ahead. The corridor seems to be extremely long. You come across an organization which wants to offer you internship. And they tell you, are you an AI person? I mean, are you acquainted with all the AI tools and otherwise? We only hire people who are equipped with AI tools. Not really? Okay, we'll give you a training. And they place a 15 kilo worth of pressure on your right hand again. How much of weight now your hand carries is roughly about 5 kilos plus 10 kilos, which is 15 kilos, and 15 kilos more. 30 kilos on your right hand. You're walking, 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 and moving ahead. And the moment you've completed your internship, now it's time to get placed somewhere. And you're wondering, I'm equipped. I tried everything. I really tried all the tools that I was asked to. And still, I'm really struggling. Okay, open your eyes. Everyone, put your hands down. Did you feel anything?
My hands were moving apart.
Your hands were moving apart?
My hands felt heavy.
Your hands felt heavy?
Oh, even my hands were feeling heavy.
Any other observation?
My hand was going down.
Which one?
Right hand.
Right hand was going down?
Right hand was going
Right
down.
hand was going down. I did see your hands were hurting as well. You all were trying to take breaks. Thank you, my dear friends. You all can all go down. Okay, this was a small example to tell you the amount of pressure that we are taking. I tried to just create a virtualization exercise for these 5 students. And it was nothing that they were holding in their hands. But what I was telling them made their hands hurt. Some of them felt that their right hand, which had so much of weight, was going down. This is what negativity does to us. This is what taking stress and pressure does to us. And this is how much of pressure we are inducing ourselves every day with when we are thinking about all of these things. Okay? So I wanted to start at this note to tell you that you may be confused that if AI is going to take over everything, if there are going to be cars which are going to be run on AI, if there is going to be a humanoid working with us, if there's going to be everything which is going to be just at a button, click of a button away, what is it that I am going to be doing? Do you all get this feeling ever? Or you're confused that which tool can I use because I don't want to be behind in the race of being an AI pro person? So very important question to ask you is how do you build this AI mindset? And I don't have a PPT and I'm going to keep it fairly simple. I have an acronym for you which is called SMART. S-M-A-R-T, SMART. And I'm just going to spell this out to you with certain stories you all know of. How many of us know the story of a woodcutter who was cutting trees? New employee, a woodcutter cutting trees. First day could manage cutting 30 trees. Okay? Got great appreciation from the contractor. Second day realized that it was not 30, but 25. Though the motivation level was 200 times more, the cutting of trees went down from 30 to 25. Very confused, saying that I'll put in a lot of hard work, I'll put in a lot of efforts, and I'll move from 25 to 40. I promise myself. But still realized that he could cut only 20 trees. And over the week, it just kept deteriorating. So the woodcutter was very, very confused that I am very motivated. I'm putting in the best of my hard work. And yet I'm, just not even there. I'm falling apart. What's going wrong? So there was another old woodcutter. He started crying and telling this woodcutter that, I did 30, I'm young, you're old. I did 30 first day, I thought I'll do 40 the next day, but I'm at 25 and it's deteriorating steadily. What's going wrong? The woodcutter asked him, when did you last sharpen your axe? So he said, oh, that was long back, much before I even took up this assignment. So he said, if you've not sharpened your axe, how do you expect you will do better? So my first mantra or the first giveaway for you, which is standing with S, is that you have to have strong concepts. while we all think that, let me just type in GPT or in Gemini or any other tool and it gives me lovely 3-page, 4-page, as much as I ask of content, that's not your understanding of it. It's just content that you're getting from somewhere. So please keep your basics strong, because in all AI tools which are getting generated, somewhere there are guardrails put in that humans also have to validate that data. You all must be knowing by now that AI hallucinates. It may throw up wrong data. So how would you know it is correct or not? You will know it is correct or not only if your concepts are clear. You have to know the foundation. You can build on it thereon, but there's no shortcut about that. So if you think that I will pass my examinations by, expecting that it will create some content, just memorize something, write on it, it's not going to make you a very strong contender for, being able to command over things. So don't find shortcuts in your concepts. That's my first giveaway to you. Let's look at our next story. Our next story is going to be about a person who joined in as, a person who would work as a laborer. And the builder told him that you're a hardworking person. I want you to make this flat look really beautiful. There should be windows, there should be a door, there should be a lovely balcony somewhere, and, a nice area that should come out. So he did exactly as he was told by the builder. And he invited the builder to come and see what he had created. When the builder came, he was very, very disappointed. Because the builder came along with the architect, and the architect said that, hey, you know what? The windows are really placed up. It's not at this level. It's placed somewhere on the top. The balcony alignment is not really matching. The door has not been put in properly. So he shouted back at the laborer, saying that, hey, what is this? What is this that you have created? This is not what I had asked you to. He said, what did you ask me to do? You wanted doors, you wanted windows, you wanted a balcony. I've done all of that. So then what's the problem? So the problem was not with the laborer. The problem was with the kind of instructions that were given by the builder. That's the problem of the instructions we give to our chat GPT. When we want content, do you ever feel disappointed with the kind of content you have got? Sometimes. How many of you have felt disappointed with the content that you have got? And then you have reprompted. So my second mantra to you would be, master the art of prompting. Your GPT is for you. It's going to coexist with you. So if you want that you should get a desired result, always remember what kind of instructions have you given. If your prompts are not right, then you will get, it's garbage in, garbage out. You all know this, I'm sure. So the second mantra, which is M for you, is mastering the art of prompting. Let's move to our third story. This is a fable. Sure, all of you know about this. You know that there were 5 blind men. And these blind men were supposed to actually touch a particular object and call out what this object is. So they were actually given an elephant to kind of feel. So one of them touched the tail. Says, okay, this looks like a rope to me. One of them actually felt the leg and said, looks like a pillar to me, or maybe a tree trunk to me. One of them actually felt the trunk and said, looks like a water water pipe or something where water would be coming from. One of them had a chance to actually feel the ear. And he says, this looks like a fan to me. Okay? One of them again kind of had a chance to touch the tail. He says, oh my God, this is a snake. So, were they wrong? Any idea? Were they wrong? Yes, no? How many say they were wrong? Hands up. How many feel that all these answers that were given were wrong? How many feel they were right? I'm glad that most of you have your hands up for the right answer. It was not that they were wrong. What they felt is what they said. But that is what happens with us when we look at data. When we look at data in little pieces, we're going to feel that little piece is right. If we want that we understand the entire big picture of it, we really need to take out those blindfolds, which means that our analytical thinking has to get better. It can't be that we think of, let me get into an Excel sheet, now use AI and just create some kind of a dashboard out of it. That's not what is going to help you. Then you're going to know just a little piece of the entire gamut of things. If you really want to know how and why am I doing what I am doing, you have to have your strong analytical thinking. You need to know what's going to be the outcome of this. You need to know why am I doing this? What is it going to really bring about? What's going to be the big picture and what's going to also be the impact of it? Many of us really put up when Ghibli art came up. How many of us really made our animated versions? It was a trending thing, I'm sure all of you did. And later there were some posts that were coming out which said that unknowingly, most of you have actually given away your pictures, and it can be used in any way. So how much do we understand that what are we doing or what are we training the bot for? What implications does it have? Mr. Niket spoke about data, security, and big risks around that. So when you're putting in some content to get a very easy shortcut way out, do you understand the whole picture? What are you really training? What is it going to throw back to you? So have that big picture in your mind. Have your analytical thinking in place so that it helps you. That is A for you. So we've covered strong concepts, we've covered mastering prompts, and we've covered analytical thinking. Moving on to R. Most of us know who created the law of when an apple fell down, nobody really asked about what's pulling it. Why is it falling down? Why is it not going up? We all know this, right? It was Isaac Newton for the first time that he really questioned that, why is it coming up? Why is it coming down? Why is it not going up? Why is it not bouncing? So that the giveaway to all of you is, do not hesitate from asking questions. I say this every time I do a lot of training workshops. Answers can be wrong. Questions can never ever be wrong. So don't be ever reluctant to ask questions. Ask questions, but I would like to say ask right questions. So the R here is right questions. If you're going to be using AI, it's going to be asking you, it's garbage in, garbage out. We just spoke about that. If you want the content to be in a desirable result, you have to know what kind of reasoning you can do to it. what kind of questioning that you can do around with it. And the last one is T. I think Mr. Niket also touched on it. When Edison created the bulb, he actually failed 1,000 times before he could really come up with the bulb. But he said, I have not failed 1,000 times. I found out 1,000 different ways of what not to be done. So if you think you're going to find shortcuts and get desirable results by just copying a prompt from somewhere, that's not going to help you. I mean, it's there, it's free. Most of the learning can happen free. You don't really need paid versions. Keep experimenting every day. The more you're going to experiment, you are going to understand what you shouldn't be doing and what you should be doing. So that's my giveaway for a mindset on AI that you can build in, which is going to be the smart AI mindset. S for strong concepts, M for mastering prompts, A for analytical thinking, R for right questioning, and T for test and experimenting. I hope this helps you. And I know we are in great times actually, where things are steadily moving, things are getting automated. But all I want to tell you is, it's not going to take away your jobs. If that's what you think, you need to come out of it. It can take away your job if you continue to be the way, our earlier generation used to be. We can't work that way. It's going to coexist. AI is going to augment along with us. So we just need to get better. We need to kind of step up and start accepting it and build and, plunge in and break the ice of taking it ahead from there. So that's my giveaway for building an AI-first mindset. Thank you, everyone. It was a pleasure being here.
Yeah. Right. Backstage, will you take the mic? Who has a question? I can do one or two quick questions. Anybody has a question? Yeah, stand up. It's easier to spot you if you stand. Somebody will give you a mic. Please say your name, young lady.
Good morning, ma'am. I am Sakshi Todkari, a MBA finance student. I just want to ask that on the second mantra, mastering prompting, that we also know that the answers given by AI depends on the question we ask. So how can we improve or learn to design the questions or design the questions or prompts for the AI?
Okay, so there would be, again, it will be a combination of trying and experimenting and observation. When you realize that you gave a particular prompt and it did not give you the answer that you desired, and then you had to re-ask again and again till you got your desired result, that should give you some kind of an analysis of what all effort you had to put in. So in the first take next time, what is it that you need to do? So then you have to wire your thinking accordingly and say that it's not going to give me a right answer till I kind of put a very, very elaborate way of wanting the desired result to be. So observe your prompts. You're still learning. Observe how you are asking it. And then once you get what you want to, just see what all went in. And maybe next time you want to master that and, put everything together and then ask for it. Yeah?
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Anyone else? Yeah, quick one, young lady.
Hello, ma'am. I'm Dipti Bhundwe. So you said about that Ghibli art that everyone tried those art. So I want to ask that how much we can rely on AI. So after we made all those things, so there was some news that you cannot rely on this. So how we can trust on AI? Because nowadays this whole world is driven by AI and we are talking much about it. So how we can go forward with it? Thank you.
So I would say that when it comes to uploading your pictures, you have to be very, very mindful because you are actually giving it away to them. So if you're creating any apps, You can definitely put a lot of guardrails. You can train the bot that, data privacy. Of course, enterprise versions of AI tools can be used to safeguard the data. But if you're using it just like that, if you've taken the example of Ghibli art, then you want to be very, very conscious that you are just giving away content which can be used otherwise. If you're creating any apps, if you're creating any dashboards, then of course you would be using the enterprise or license versions. You can create in the guardrails, and there is security of data over there accordingly.
Yeah, Ruby, yesterday by mistake, I was on ChatGPT and I typed VUCA, just like that only, I typed VUCA, volatile, uncertain. And then by mistake, I typed, who is VUCA today? And the answer was Donald Trump. I don't know, for whatever reason. Madhuri Sate, please do me a favor to step up for, I just felt like sharing with you because it was such a wonderful talk that you gave. Big round of applause for the wonderful women walking up. Yeah. Right at the center. Take the mic first. The mic to le lo beta. Once more. Little, appreciation. That was my good soul Dean ma'am's idea. What a beautiful thing she's created for you. It should, if you keep it in the living room, that crystal brings a lot of wealth. It's crystal, no? Crystal always brings wealth. So when you put sunshine on the crystal, you become rich. That's how the rich become rich, Yeah. Okay. And they have a little test gift for you. This is a makeup box which the owner has created. It's makeup, right? Though I probably feel I can't use it, but it'll be very useful to you if you like. Oh, wow. So they've got something very special for you. Yeah. I tried using, but everything became red on my face. I'm joking. Okay, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Dam re baba. When we were I was in IIM Ahmedabad, I was telling Nihit, हमको तो कुछ भी ऐसा कुछ भी नहीं था हमारे पास. AC हॉल भी नहीं था, हम लोग को तो गर्मी में पढ़ाते थे. और वो भी, इतने कठोर, कभी-कभी lectures used to be at 11 in the night, next day morning at 4:30. How pseudo our teachers would have been. 6 teachers are still alive and I'm in touch with them. No, I'm in touch with them. I still want to understand the psyche. Why on earth they want to do a class at 4:30 in the morning in the freezing cold of Ahmedabad? And I don't have an answer. And that's the reason why they are alive. You know what I mean? Yeah, because they put you through conditions which are so difficult. And amongst those difficult conditions, when you are able to survive, you are. So somebody, the vice chancellor was telling me, sit. I said, terrible problem to tell me to sit. You know why? Because when I was born, they tried very hard to remove the little kira. It didn't come out. And it's still there, so I keep standing. Nobody's smiling, forget it. All right, Priyanka, thank you so much. Priyanka Monti, one of my favorites. And I'm sure, Shifali, you'll walk Priyanka on the stage. Do me that honor. Oh, you are there. I forgot your name. What's your name? Sorry? Parthavi. Okay, Parthavi will walk on the stage. Parthavi took a lot of trouble to dress up today. So give her a good round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Parthavi, please come. Priyanka, what do you want, a body mic or a hand mic? A collar mic, please. Where is, Saurabh is here. Saurabh, give the collar mic. Let her mic herself. This is for, oh, you have a bag. Can I ask one bag? Where is, you. I forgot you. Do you go to vegetable market? This bag will be very useful. No, I didn't mean. I love you, but I didn't mean. I know it's, please. Oh God, I don't want to. Okay, hi, come. Hi, how are you today? Awesome. There's some very beautiful coffee if you like. I just had. Oh, you had a cup of coffee, come. You want to repeat it? Then there'll be two, you and me. Priyanka Monti is the global head talent management with StarTech. We used to watch a serial called Star Trek, no? Yeah, who was that favorite character? Do you remember? He was, huh? Mr. Spock. And a female version of the character? I've got one video which I've discovered. I'll show it to you all baad mein, of how females look when they become AI. Sounds very exciting, no? Okay, she's mic'd up. All my little jokes are not going well with the students. They want more hep ones, I think, you know. So that is Siddharth. Siddharth has helped me with the speakers. If you applaud for him, he'll be very happy. Are acknowledge, Re Baba?
Yeah, is it on?
Siddharth is married already. Come, ready, Priyanka? Ready. Great. Priyanka Mohanty, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, men and women. Come on.
All right. Am I audible?
Absolutely.
Okay. So good afternoon, everybody. Okay. Let me ask a very irrelevant question. How many of you have used AI in the last 24 hours? All of you. Of course. Okay. How many of you have used AI for assignments? Just raise your hand. AI for presentations? AI for emailers to draft emails? AI for research studies? AI to write breakup messages? No? Not allowed? Okay, all right. So, you know, when I started my career in HR almost 2 decades ago, the most advanced technology that was prevalent was Excel. And somebody who knew VLOOKUP at that point in time was actually considered a genius, a rock star. So the question today is not whether AI is changing the workplace. The real question today is, how do we, me, you, everybody, move from best practice to next practice? That's what we're going to talk about today. I do have a couple of slides. So that's what I said, that the real question is, how do we move from best practice to next practice? Now today, I handle the talent management and diversity piece at my organization. But my career did not start in HR. I am a chemical engineer by education, and then of course I moved to HR. And throughout these 20 years, my career has not been linear. So, you know, from working on shop floors when I was a chemical engineer, to working in HR, to handling global HR. So the work has transformed drastically. So when I was a chemical engineer, you know, the focus was, you know, kind of efficiency era. So focus was more on process, focus was more on productivity. And when, of course, I moved into a BPO, at that time, the focus was about experience. So culture, leadership, engagement, all of that. And then when I moved into HR, global HR piece, that's when the intelligence era. And that is where all of us are in at this point in time. So that's an AI-augmented workplace. And you and me are trying to survive, are trying to live, are trying to adapt to this intelligence era. Now often, you know, I talk about a passion of mine, which is mountaineering. How many of you like trekking? So Siangad Fort, all of you have been there? Awesome. So in 2023, this bug called mountaineering bit me. And I decided, let's go to Everest Base Camp, Nepal. Any of you been there? Awesome. Okay. Now there is a reason I keep on drawing a parallel between mountains and between AI. So when I targeted the Everest Base Camp, of course it was not hard work because I had not done a single trek in my life till May 2023. I had no idea what the mountains was, what trekking was, what trekking pole was, what expedition was, nothing. But I just went into it. Of course, in October 2023, I conquered the Everest Base Camp, but it did not stop there. It was completely new for me. So then I decided that now that the base is conquered, let's try and approach one of the summits. What is a summit? Summit is, we have 7 summits. So each continent, the highest mountain peak of each continent is called the summit. So for example, in Africa, the highest mountain peak of Africa is Mount Kilimanjaro. So you need to climb there. So that means you've conquered one of the summits. The highest mountain peak of Europe is Mount Elbrus. Climb that and you've conquered the second summit. So I decided that let me move to the summit now that the base is conquered. Of course, in 2024, I conquered Kilimanjaro, and in 2025, Elbrus. But the reason why I'm talking about this is because when we started at the base, all of us were same. Which means there were new trekkers, there were experienced trekkers, there were people like me who did not know trekking at all. And the terrain changed, just like AI is changing the terrain today. Similarly, for us, when we were at the base, everything was okay. But when we moved a few steps ahead, now when you reach a summit, you need to start at midnight. And at that point in time, all you can see is only a few steps ahead. You cannot see the summit. And similarly, this AI is exactly like that. It's like a mountain. It's your AI mountain. And for you to reach there, you have to walk slowly because the terrain is not going to be easy. Just like in mountains when we climbed Kilimanjaro, Elbrus, and Everest Base Camp, temperatures dipped down to -20. Winds were at 35 miles per hour. The terrain was rocky, it was patchy. We did not know, we had to learn how to use trekking pole, crampons, ice axes, carabiners, rope harnesses, everything. So, and the oxygen was 50% less. But despite all of that, we made it to the summit. Similarly, future of your workplace is going to be exactly like that. It's going to be something about which you are not aware of at the moment. So what matters at this point in time? The professionals who will succeed are those who are going to learn faster, who are going to adapt faster, and who are going to move forward, just like the mountains. Speed doesn't matter in the mountains, strength doesn't matter. What matters is resistance, adaptability, and the courage to move forward. And that's exactly what you need to do when you navigate this workplace or the future workplace, which will give you a different terrain when it comes to AI. And that's the reason I always draw a parallel between AI and the mountains. So best practice, next practice. Now, what is the basic difference between the best practice and the next practice? It's very simple. Best practice is something which, organizations can replicate. Your performance appraisal, of course, HR, so I'll use these terms. Performance appraisal can be replicated. Your hybrid work policies can be replicated. Your engagement frameworks can be replicated. And best practice relies on one thing, that the future will look exactly like the past. But the next practice is something very different. 3 things which I've mentioned here are experimental, evolving, and technology enabled. That's what your transition from best practice to next practice will be. And I'm sure all of you are going to do that. Obviously, you must be studying a lot, and I'm sure you must have come across a research study, which I'm going to cite right now. 3 powerful statistics, because these are from Goldman Sachs research. First is, of course, that, over a period of time, 60% of jobs are going to be impacted by AI in the developed countries and 40% in the emerging markets. So what does that mean? Does that mean that you are at risk, the jobs are going to disappear? The answer is an absolute no. So what is going to change? The jobs are going to be disruptive, or they're going to look different, but they are not going to disappear. A very small portion of jobs will disappear, which means clearly that there is a lot of potential that AI is going to create. And the second statistic that's mentioned here is, AI-enabled industries, or Gen AI, is going to add $7 trillion to the global economy. That's slightly less than the combined economy of India and Japan. So you, in the next 5 or 6 years, You will have your doors open for AI-enabled industries. Perhaps jobs that are not existing today, but they will be there in the near future. The third statistics here is that 85% of jobs here have not been invented. When you reach 2030, you are going to work in industries, in jobs, which have not yet been invented. And that's the reason, the most important skill to navigate this, it's not your knowledge, it's not your degree, because degree will open the door for you. But what will keep the door open is your ability to learn or adaptability. So it will not be humans versus AI, it will always be humans plus AI, which means co-intelligence. And that's what I've mentioned here. So for people like you, for future leaders like you, for innovators, entrepreneurs like you, what will the future or the next workplace look like? AI as a co-worker, which means you will have a human colleague, you will also have a digital colleague. So AI will be your co-worker, and it will not be humans versus AI, you will have to work with AI. Then of course, skills over degrees. As I always say, MBA will open the doors for you, but what will make you ahead of the race is your learning agility and your adaptability. Continuous learning. Half-life of skills are disappearing. So you need to learn, you need to adapt continuously. And that's how you will reach your summit. Distributed work, which is starting almost today. Of course, you'll be working in borderless geographies, different time zones. So work will no longer be a space. What will it be? It will be a network. And you have to equip yourself for that. Lastly, purpose-driven careers. Gen Z, they want flexibility. They want purpose. They want vision. They want impact. They want mental well-being. So organizations that will give all these will be able to attract talent. So that's how your future workplace is going to look like. I am not going to go through this slide. I've just put in here because this HR bug also hits me, just like mountaineering. So this is something, when you move from what is best practice to what is next practice. It's a busy slide. I'm not going through this. But what I would like to cite here is an example. And I don't know if any of you have come across it. It's a research study, or it's an article by Josh Bersin. Now, Josh Bersin has compared, how are we moving? How are we transitioning from an AI assistant to a super agent to digital twin? He gave the example of a car. Suppose you are driving a car. Where are we today? We started with AI agent, just like a power steering or a power brake. So, so it might help us to navigate the roads, but it still requires a driver. The next phase from AI assistant to agent, for example, they might help us in lane assist or in, maybe alerting us about a collision, but still they will require us. The third one is your super agent. And this is how your workplace will be. What is super agent? Which means they will manage the entire workflow from A to Z. So if you're driving a car, we will require no drivers, we'll require nothing, but we will be able to reach our destination from one place to another. So that's how workplace is also evolving, from AI assistant to super agent. And finally, the digital twin. Digital twins, which means there will be a clone of you who will be able to replicate your skills, your decision-making ability. So does that make me redundant? Because if AI is cloning my skills and my decision-making ability, no. It is freeing me to do higher tasks, to do more strategic tasks, to plan out better. So that this is the transition from AI assistants to digital twins. I would urge each one of you to go and read that research paper of Josh Bersin. Of course, for you, 5 career rules which I thought I'll lay down here. Do not compete with AI, collaborate with AI. So we are not using AI here. We are working with AI. Then, of course, curiosity, as I always say, will be greater than your GPA. Your adaptability, your courage, ability to move forward will always be greater than your GPA. So, and, build human skills. AI cannot replicate everything. Build your human skills, leadership, empathy, judgment, learning agility, or decision-making, negotiation. All these skills, if you build, you will be the superpower. AI will not be the superpower. It will just help you collaborate and achieve your task, achieve your goal. Become technologically literate, which means focus on data literacy, You already use tools like ChatGPT, Perplexity, etc. Focus on data, tools like Power BI and digital collaboration, which means Notion, Miro, whatever. But these three types of literacy are very, very important. I will not go through this. These are small steps which I've written, which you can use to build your AI skills daily. Start small, but start daily. So work with AI, not just use it. Take short courses on AI, Coursera, LinkedIn Learning, Deep Learning. So there are ample opportunities. Take short courses starting from 3 hours to 10 hours. Use AI in your daily work. I'm sure you're using it already in your daily work. Understand ethics and risk, very, very important. That's where humans will play a critical role. Understanding biases, understanding judgment, etc. Finally, of course, build an AI portfolio. You're social media freaks. Whatever you do, share it, show it, put it out in the public platform, put it out on LinkedIn. Don't create a repository for certificates, showcase it to the world, build a portfolio. It will help you in future. And that's when I said that human agility will always be more than coding. Yeah, that's where we stand. Because if AI can summarize faster, if AI can do your research work, if AI can write your presentations, if AI can do things faster than you, then what makes us valuable? The only thing, there are a couple of things that makes us valuable, and that's the human skill. Because AI can never ever clone that. That's where you people, you future leaders, innovators, decision makers, tomorrow, when you lead companies, that's where the disruptive technology, the disruptive mechanism for you will be. So adaptability here is the most important skill, and leaders must focus on human capabilities. That's where your way forward is. And that's what I said, that if AI does everything faster, then what are we here for? We are here for judgment, we are here for creativity, we are here for leadership, we are here for human connection, and we are here for learning agility. Because organizations, that succeed will not be the ones who will use the best AI. No. They will be the ones with the best humans using AI. All of you students who are sitting here. So any organization who hires you, and you have developed your AI skills, you will be way forward than the ones who have not learned how to use AI. So, in every era, technology is a differentiator. Perhaps my parents saw the rise of computers. I saw the rise of internet, and you people have seen the rise of AI. So always remember, technology is not a differentiator. It is the people like you, students like you, who are the real differentiators. And keep building, keep learning. Three things that are very, very important is, speed doesn't matter, as I always say, strength doesn't matter. It is your courage, it is your ability to move forward, and the learning agility, how you use AI in your everyday world. I will end it with a small note. How I started my journey. So I always started with the chalo moment. You all are Instagram people. How many of you can have heard about Zakir Khan's chalo moment, or the chalability in friendship? Anybody of you have heard? Awesome. So that exactly happened with me. Why did I choose to go to Everest Base Camp? The reason I chose to go to Everest Base Camp was one of my friends just walked up and said, chalo. And I was like, where? Everest Base Camp. I had no idea what was that. And that's when this chalability thing came in, and it said, chalo. So 6 months, of course, required a lot of training, a lot of hard work. But what I mean is, you have to find your chalo moment for AI. That point where you need to walk up the path, walk up that terrain of AI, because AI is a mountain, and you have to start slow. In Mount Kilimanjaro, our guides, our porters used to say a very famous word which is called pole pole. It just means slowly, slowly. Why do they say slowly, slowly? Because if you don't move slowly, if you don't move gradually, and if you rush to the mountain, you will never be able to touch the summit. AI is exactly like that. You cannot rush AI. You have to incorporate AI in your daily work, in your daily, in fact, in your day-to-day life. Projects, research, assignments, do whatever you want, but start slow. Because AI is not a sprint. It is a climb. It is a gradual climb. So that's the pole pole thing which I wanted to say. And finally, the summit of AI is not far away for each one of you, because many of you are going to be future leaders, CEOs, CPOs, CXOs. I can see this whole bunch of really intelligent people. I came here 2 years back, and that time also I was very impressed with the students, and this time also. So all of you are future leaders. So it all depends how you use AI in your daily life. And I wish you all the best and hope that each one of you are able to find your summit for the AI mountain. Thank you.
Questions, anybody? Anyone has questions? Come on. What I liked is the analogy you've created. In that analogy where you're trying to express, anyone who is in a position to do mountain climbing has one of the most arduous tasks of understanding what goal setting is all about. You're very young, but when I studied MBA, we used to have a program called The Goal by the same name, the book by the same name. Of course, Josh Bersin didn't exist at that time because everything that we did revolved around the goal. And we were actually put through simulation to make us understand what it will mean if we have to climb up the mountain and how we're going to do it. There was another thing that struck me when you were talking was the parable of the sadhu. I don't know if you remember this case study of the Harvard Business School. It struck me. But salutations, a big round of applause to her. Neet, would you come up and do the honors, please? And Madhuri, would you join Neet in saying thank you to her? That's a little extra exercise for you today. Both of you. My team is here to come. Right here. Because you are a mountain climber, that's for you. Because you're a mountain climber, I wanted something very different to be presented to you. There is that TES box, ma'am. Yeah, come on. It has to be given. The TES box has to be given. Thank you. Thank you, Neet, and thank you, Priyanka, and thank you, Madhuri, ma'am. Okay, hi guys. Lovely to see you all. We're now going to have the last session before lunch. It's a panel discussion, and I was dying to get this session in place because there's so much more intriguing to get the panel to speak. So to chair the session, can you arrange the chairs quickly, boys? There are 6 of them. Please arrange the chairs quickly. Thank you, Priyanka. You did a wonderful job. And I'm a big fan of yours because you do mountain climbing. Big fan of yours, While they arrange the chairs, Sangeeta Singh will chair. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Sangeeta Singh. Yeah, hi, how are you? Joining Sangeeta from Simplify Healthcare is Praful, Head of HR as Entrate India. Praful, lovely to see you. Thank you for being here. Joining Praful is Rohit from SA Technologies. Hi, Rohit. Come. Joining them is Ravi Motwani from Synchro. Ravi, good to see you. Yeah. Ritika is on her way. 2 minutes, she's in the lift, she'll reach. Ansi Srinivasan. Yeah. Most welcome. Most Welcome. Ritika is on the way, Sangeeta. She'll just come up. We don't need to wait. We could start. When she comes, we'll interrupt if it's okay with you. Please put your hands together. Siddharth, when Ritika comes, she could straight go up on the stage, right? It'll be wonderful to listen to all of them. Yeah, while they set up administratively all this, there's water. Is there anything else that I could help you with? You're okay with it? Sangeeta, you think you want to start, or there's one more mic I could give. Why don't you give this mic here? You know what, you don't want one more? You're going to share, okay. Life is all about sharing, I forgot. Yeah.
So should
right.
we give it a minute and see if Ritika can join us, or should we start? Okay. So let's do something. We will quickly introduce ourselves. You've got a little bit of background from your college, who we are. You see here 100+ years of experience sitting together in HR. And trust me, we do much more than fun activities and making rangoli in the office, because that's the common memes we see on Instagram these days. So while we will be discussing few important things which can help you shape your career in the future, in between, if you think that you would want to ask something which I have not covered, please raise your hand. We will take, in the end, 2 questions, if that's okay with everyone. And that will really help us to have a very interactive session. As we know, our today's topic is, how AI is going to influence future of the work, and how is HR going to help build the future. Although most of the time we are seen as, a support function or an enabling function, but HR has taken a center stage. I have with me some very, forward-thinking, forward-looking leaders today who are just not, getting ready for AI, but they're also making organizations prepare how AI is going to change the future of work. Couple of years back, not even couple of years back, I think 12 months back, if we would have met, we would have talked about how is AI going to change the workplace. In 12 months, now we're sitting here and talking. AI is already part of life. How are we going to enable our workforce who's already working with us, and people like you who are going to be working in future with us? How are we going to enable you to pick up the best of the best of the things that can help you build a good career alongside with AI, not leaving AI aside, or there are sometimes thoughts that come out that using AI is not great. Am I not able to use my mind well? AI is going to be part of life. It is already part of life. Tell me, how many of you today in the morning would have used ChatGPT, Gemini, Claude, or something in the morning to do some kind of work related to your studies, related to anything, some research, something? How many of you use these AI tools in the morning today? Only 2, 3 of you? Oh, there are few in the back. I think I would want to see more hands up, because this is going to be part of your life. The way mobile phones have become part of your life, AI is going to become part of your life. So let's begin. I think the first question is for Rohit. Rohit, HR has traditionally been about people, processes, policies, but AI is fundamentally rewriting the whole rule book. From your experience, how is the core purpose of HR itself changing? And are we moving from HR being a support function to becoming the most strategic function in the organization?
Superb. Thanks, Sangeeta. Thanks, Bhatia sir, World HRD Congress, Siddharth, and everyone, and my co-panelists. It's wonderful to be here. To give a quick introduction before I start, my name is Rohit. I head the HR for a company named SA Technologies. We have a product called Honest AI. Okay, We have recently done that, and there is only one saying that my CEO talks about is, there is no BS. Okay, B star S. So samajhna, it's no bullshit, basically. We talk straight into it, so my answer is going to be very straight into it. Yes, I think if you believe 2 decades before when we really started, never thought of, being into a platform where we would say something to an individual. We always felt talk to a junior or wo kaam karte ka. But now I think AI has become our co-worker. I'm using AI as my assistant. I'm using a couple of agents. I'm using some products that we have launched, the one that we are going to get into the market. So guys, just think about, if you really think that you guys are thinking about AI, all the students, your HR heads are thinking much more ahead of what AI today is. And it's honestly, we are striving hard for it. So we have a product called BGV. I think everyone today does a BGV, right? So we sent one command and I have a ready-made BGV ready for me to what my thing is. Okay, so AI.
Can we tell them what BGV's full form is, because they
okay,
may not
background
have-
check. So we do a background check for people, who have left the organization. So with just one, it's just like millisecond. Today, and I'm sure the HR heads can relate, I get the data in millisecond of that particular person with the document validated, whether it's a false or whether it's a true document. So that level product we have developed, including the doc assist, where we need some 10 years guy or 15 years guy will come up and say, I need my form 16, I need my this. So these 2 products we have already built into the picture. Now coming on to your question, specifically I'll say, so there are 2 things which I talk about HR, and I always believe one concept to all of you. Everyone has a definition for an HR. I believe you take care of the human and the resource will work for you. Okay, so that's my ideology that I believe. And we as HRs are the next enablers. There was one very beautiful saying, I don't know, it was Piyush Bansal who said that this HR head and the CEO are 2 people who think same thing, but their directions are different. Okay, one talks with empathy and one talks with business. That's ideal way. So yes, we are the people who have to think both the angles. We have to, so HR is really moving forward. It is nowhere traditional now. Forget about all those. My events are outsourced, to be very upfront. I don't care of it. We are more concerned of the productivity in terms of how am I engaged. And I always believe that if someone says a non-performer, my first reaction is nil. It's nil. It's okay, you have commented, but I am not here to comment on that. Because we are here to enable the best skills what we can do and have that person, because when you selected that person was a good performer. So in a nutshell, if I have to really say, we have become the enablers to the business. We have become pioneer in taking the decisions where CEO relies to us. My CEO calls me, what next, what performance, how it is, what should we do better. It's not about how many people are you firing. Okay, I think these questions are being now be asked by the CEOs to us, and that makes much relevant for us that now we have to just think like how it is going to be important for my organization to be more productive, more than getting. I think there are all outsourcing thing can happen to the HR, but I think when it comes to human, it is you, your team, your HRBPs, your HR ops, your shared service have to really think from a welcome to an exit, whatever it is, to create that impact. And I believe that's going to be my answer.
Thank you, Rohit. I'm glad that you brought that point that in the boardrooms, we are now in the center, creating strategies along with the CEO, shoulder to shoulder. We are not looked at somebody who would be executing strategies created in the boardrooms. Thank you so much. So my next question is to you, Ravi. AI is already screening CVs, doing background checks, even level 1 interviews are being done by them. And now, like these fresh graduates we have in this room, there is a chance that their CV may not be even shortlisted, or they may not even meet a human for the first round, and they may kind of not get selected. How is AI reshaping the whole experience of talent acquisition? How the process is changing? And how do you see the forward-looking organizations integrating this AI-driven, shortlisting, hiring process in the future?
Well, that is a fantastic question. But before I answer that,
We'll welcome Ritika.
yeah, sure. Let's welcome her. Round of applause. Correct, correct. I'm sure a lot of people are working on that already. So before I answer that question, good afternoon to my favorite people. Gen Z, Gen Alpha, I don't know what will come after Alpha, maybe Beta, right? So I'm Ravi, professionally VP of Operations, Head of HR at Synchro, a dealer-owned company. Personally, I'm on a mission to help young professionals like you learn and grow. I have a YouTube channel for you guys, okay? Where I share tips and tricks about how you can excel in your career. Now coming to the question, AI is fundamentally changing hiring in 3 ways. I call it the 3S. Speed, obviously everyone wants speed, recruiters, hiring managers, everyone wants people quickly on board, close positions fast, right? The second S is scale. A lot of companies are looking at hiring huge numbers because there's a deadline, there's a timeline, right? And the third change that is happening is huge. That is skill-based assessment. Now, traditionally, a recruiter would manually review hundreds or maybe thousands of CVs, right? Looking at the skill and fit, right? Which AI now is doing in seconds. AI is also giving us trends, okay? It's also giving us the success rate of candidates in that particular role. So the move that I say, the huge shift is not looking at degrees, but looking at skills. Degrees are there, that's good enough. But then skills, your competency is more important, okay? So if we look at, let's say, in future, this is what the process looks like, okay, of hiring. AI would screen based on skills, based on your projects, based on your competencies. That's the first step. Step 2 then would be assessment based on AI tools. So AI tools are checking communication. They are looking at critical thinking. They are looking at problem solving skills. Even coding tests, right? We are using a lot of tools to do the coding tests for our candidates. Now this doesn't replace the human touch, right? Because ultimately there'll be a human, a recruiter and the hiring manager who would then assess the candidate if the person is fit for the culture or if the person is fit for that leadership role, right? So I would say AI is going to augment hiring for us, okay? But ultimately, humans are the ones who are going to take the decision. For students here, I would say, focus on your projects, focus on your portfolio, focus on how you can show your skills rather than how the resume or how the format of the resume looks like. So that's the tip I would give you folks.
Thank you so much, Ravi. I like the point where you said that AI is not going to replace, it's going to augment, which is very important because that's one fear that most of our youngsters have, that is AI going to take over the world? You very clearly and very nicely said, no, it is going to be augmenting with human beings, and it is always going to be human in the loop, not only AI working around. Thank you. So Nancy, over to you. Learning has always been something which we all as an HR tell our new joiners, people who've been with us, that, it's really important. And AI is now, offering potential for personalized learning and development with tailored growth paths. How close are companies to achieving this, and what should fresh graduates know about shaping their learning journey at work?
Thank you, Sangeeta. Good afternoon to everybody. Good afternoon, people out there. So my name is Hansi Srinivasan, and I think this is the 4th conference with Dr. Bhatia that I am attending. Every time he did something in Tapasya. So I think the learning growth is something that you all have already displayed and portrayed the way the conferences had been conducted. So this time, I was very surprised how the learning had took over when I saw the post for this particular panel discussion. So I literally could see the learning of AI being put in place when the creatives and the flyers and all of that had come up, okay? So I very much know that he's definitely taking you all to the path. And what I can definitely add on would be the corporate perspective out of it. Okay, so how many of you here can tell me the difference between skill to capability to competency? Anybody would want to take a trial on skill to capability to competency, how that will evolve? Anyone? Anyone from the audience? Yes, sir?
Skill helps you to get a job.
Yeah.
Competency helps you to grow in the job.
Yeah.
And
Capability.
Multiplies your growth.
Okay, it would have, yeah, little of shuffle out there. The skill is the learning task that you do. If I want to probably simplify it all, when Microsoft had come and Bill Gates had come in with MS Office, apart from Word and Excel, I think all of us, including me, when I was doing and passing out my MBA, we were very, very intrigued by PowerPoint presentation. So, you know, a PPT learning of a skill, that's a skill that you're learning to do the task using how you want to present, you've got your data put in there, and then you know, then you add on to that with a capability. So skill is a micro level task that you're doing. You get that to a capability that is a meso level task, which is in between, and the competency becomes the macro level. That's the holistic approach. So skill you will put in when you are using presentation along with, for one of your speeches or your public speaking, you're getting that to capability, and then you further come on to competency development, wherein the holistic view of that is like added upon, and then you are increasing the take there. So all of you, if you are not again here, combining automation with AI, that would really help you. Automation is very, very different, and AI is very different. Automation, you are trying, automation again here is becoming a very, very vital part of AI when you are using automation in different fields of your work, okay? So you get your repetitive task, you're knowing how to run payrolls, you're using various tools, you're getting things automated, but you're using your intelligence and giving it to prompt engineering. When we began earlier, it was just ChatGPT that we knew that it was Gemini. Slowly we are moving to Perplexity, to Claude and all of that. And now the era is coming in wherein different type of skills for addressing that, we've got different types of AI, wherein we've got AI usage like multi, which is comparing how well a result is compared on to what differentiation of result is coming in a Perplexity to a Gemini search to a ChatGPT search, and it's giving you that kind of information. I don't want to type anymore. I would use something like Whisper Flow AI, which will take your speech or your, and make it text, and then you are getting avoided of the work. Similarly, the need of R for learning is changing. So when you look at developing your skills, the way you will definitely look at would be, I'm quite sure that everybody for your studies out here from the MBA batch would have been using Notebook LM to a very greater extent. And that's how, 10 years prior, when I was with IBM India Private Limited, they were already using AI 10 years before itself to get recommended learning. So it will pull out your resume information, it will pull out what is the KRA, KPA that you're doing in your job description, your job roles and responsibilities. It will even take out results from your performance management exercise, your micro check-ins, or at that point of time, we used to call it as PBC, which used to be the personal business commitment, and IDP, which is your individual development plan. So when you get, the shift is, here it is assessment scorecards, you will have your assignments, you will have your theoretical coursework, you will have your exams, everything put together, you would be aspiring for a certain level of job. You can find out now what kind of job descriptions, what industry, what functional area. Club everything together, take your KRA, your, that you're desiring for, and your skills, and your assessment scores, what is passion, and what scores are coming originally. The same thing that we do in a corporate industry. It'll combine everything taken, put together, it'll give you recommended learning. And that is what will help you to stay ahead. Now, nothing is like different in terms of a promotion, whether you take a career lattice or a career ladder. In career ladder, you will go in designation levels up, in banding level up. In your lattice, you tend to learn all functional skills across if that is the time that you want to take, and it's an individual ask how you want to do it. So understand what you really want to do for yourself and plan it for you. And the best part, as I said, that AI or everything that is automation all put together, it's trying to enhance the agility at which now you can work on you in order to, in corporate world, we would tell it to be the employee lifetime value that we would give to an organization with the total tenure that I've spent. That would be whatever I have given to the organization translated to money or ROI, vis-a-vis what did the organization spend on my learning, on my onboarding, on my recruitment, on my talent development, on overhead value for me, the burden cost on me, everything, and at the end, what was the net value? Similarly, from this phase itself, as students, I would be glad in case you all are able to make some student lifetime value when you get out, so that it becomes very, very easy for Dr. Bhatia and team to get you all placed very quickly with all the corporates that's coming and having a look at you all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, NC. I really like the way you said that automation and AI is going to be a layer above, and they're just going to help you do better. And you should definitely use it to get the better results, because sometimes we get really confused in what we do, but these prompts can give us some direction. And then you have, seniors in college and, workplace who would definitely help you pick the right choice. Choice is always going to be yours. They will only help you with pros and cons of both the sides, which these days both AI can do as good as we can do, but sometimes there are business implications which people can help you with. So your learning is your, responsibility. You have to live with it. Don't think that once I'm done with my MBA, I'm done with my learning. Your learning will always stay there till the time you're breathing, because the day you stop learning, that means you're a fossil. So remember that. So it's not the end of learning here after you get the degree, it's a new beginning.
Thank you.
So Praful, for you, I would say that, AI has been helping, Ravi told us that a lot of things have been, done by AI. Now we also see, onboarding being more intelligent, well-being tools being there. And, we have 24/7 HR chat bots, which are always available. And AI fundamentally is changing the day-to-day experience that an employee has. And in the world of increasing automation, how do you ensure that the workplace still remains deeply human?
Thank you, Sangeeta. Before we go ahead, I'll just introduce myself. I'm Praful. I take care of HR in Indira, India. I head there, and I'm proud Indrite.
So
18 years ago, I was sitting
for
here.
him.
So I'm from 2006-8 batch. This auditorium was inaugurated somewhere around 2007, I guess. And we started using it. Thank you so much. I can see two faces here.
Before you answer the question, how is it from being from that side to this side
That's
of the...
what I was coming. I can see two faces here. Dr. Bhatia, we used to actually listen to you that time as well. Madhuri ma'am is here since then. So, hello. The experience is amazing because, see, the thing is that time as well, we were all learning and we were talking that learning never stops. that's what happened in last 18 years as well. So I'm still learning. I consider myself a student of HR still, learning from a lot of people and learning from AI as well. And that's what the topic is today. So I'm very, very proud to be here today. Now, to answer your questions, you actually started from onboarding, but even before that, Ravi was talking about how recruitments are happening from the first point that, okay, whether somebody's CV is getting screened or not, right? So from there till the exit, everything is moving towards AI. Now chatbots are there, onboardings are being done directly by the bots, agents, and everyone. But human touch cannot be replaced. That's not going to be there. Here my friend was talking about that how strategic or how important HR function has become in the organization, that how much time he spends with his maybe the site leader or CEO. My wife actually jokes about it that the time I spend with my boss or CEO, she tells that, okay, I should have got married with him, not with her. So this is how important the human touch is. You cannot replace, everything can be automated, everything can be at fingertips, but still when you are someone human is in trouble or in that zone, only a human touch can heal it. So you can automate each and everything for to make sure that, okay, everybody is getting information very quickly, but still they'll look for human touch. And that's where the culture also comes into picture, because see, you can provide all sorts of information through chatbots or maybe a lot of automation agents. But the thing is that if you are actually having a culture-driven organization, you will be required to meet in person. Human touch is required to make sure that that culture is actually thriving into the new employees, new blood which you're bringing into the organization. So humans cannot be replaced for sure. Yes, a lot of help we can get from the AI. A lot of things which can be replaced is that the time which we spend in clerical work can be automated, but still human touch is going to be human touch. See, in our organization, we are having at least 2 days induction program. Most of it was automated to a level that, okay, everything is self-learning. But then we brought it back. Why? Because we wanted that culture also to be flown through our people to the next generation. So that's how it is.
Very well said. And I agree, Praful, when somebody is in distress, AI can't go out and have a cup of coffee with you. It's always a human being you would look forward to, who would come along with you to take a break, sit down in the cafeteria, have a cup of coffee. Sometimes you can just pour your heart out. You can't do that with AI. Thank you so much. So Ritika, I know traffic cannot be managed by AI yet, but I'm sure there are a lot of people who are working around it to see that, we get right kind of prompts to take, the left or the right now because the straight road is all packed up. Google Maps does that to an extent, but still there are, a lot of areas where we can improve. So my question to you is, in the world where every organization has access to same AI tools, you use ChatGPT, I use ChatGPT, and the other thing, that one thing that would stand out is the culture of the organization. So how are HR leaders intentionally building and protecting strong human-centered culture as AI becomes bigger part of our daily work? How are we ensuring that the culture lives? Because otherwise, ChatGPT, Claude, Gemini is being used everywhere. Why is Microsoft different from the organization where I am working or you are working?
Thanks, Sangeeta. And once again, apologies for the delay. I'm Ritika. I'll take a moment to quickly introduce myself. I am Ritika Jatana. I serve as a senior director for people operations and people business partnering. And my strength, I would say, and I take pride in that, is being a culture evangelist. And I feel AI, or it's synonymous to predictive intelligence, to automation, and it's been here for a while. We cannot say it's a thing of future or even present. It's been here for a while, but what has made organizations better than the others, like one organization better than the others? Why, I would not name brands, but why somebody or an employee or a prospect candidate chooses organization A over organization B? It is the culture. And in almost 2 decades of experience of mine, I think I, as an employee, forget about being an HR, because I pivoted to HR from being a marketer, so I understand customer, because students are also customers. We are also customers. All around us, we are trying to sell and buy something at the end of it. So I understand both sides of the table. And I, as an employee, has always chosen culture even above monetary benefits. Because when I get up in the morning, I want to go to a place that invites me, that welcomes me, that doesn't leave a sense of anxiety or stress in me. So that is what culture is. Now, okay. I would say technology can be copied. Can culture be copied? You can pick up APIs, you can pick up frameworks, it's all available out there. But how can you copy culture? So that's the basics. I think in the most layman language, how can you even copy the sense and the essence of the human element, right? Secondly, I would like to mention, AI can measure culture, but who creates it? It is us. And it is not just the human resources, it's the entire leadership, it is what you choose from on ground. It starts right from, if you're going to a campus, who you're choosing. Even if AI is helping you choose or shortlist resumes and people, what prompts are you giving? What are your priorities? Are you only focused on the skills part of it? Or you're also cognizant about skills or personality aspects like integrity, like forward thinking, like team bonding, like being a team player? So all of this in the combination of AI builds culture. Like AI is just a tool, you can say, right? And often a lot of candidates, a lot of prospects, a lot of even experienced folks, they ask me this question, and I'm sure a lot of my fellow HR leaders will have the same questions. Will AI replace my job? Like, that's the hardest hitting question of the day. No, AI will never be able to replace the job. AI replaces tasks, not the job, like the daily tasks. How quick are you? Like, remember, even cleaning up of your floor is so easily available, can be done by a robo. AI, ML, right? And by ML, it just understands what are the barriers and what is the architecture and the map of your home, and the next day it doesn't even hit anything as a barrier. So one thing to learn from AI and ML is definitely how to not stop learning, right? And that's what builds the culture. How flexible you are, how adaptable you are to learn, to unlearn, and then to relearn, right? And that cycle cannot stop. My third submission in this area is, how we as human leaders, as human resources / strike through human responsibility leaders become the guardians of ethical usage of AI, right? That's what builds the culture. And by ethical usage, it means eradicating or at least trying to overcome biases, which is prompt-based biases, which is data-based biases. And it is true, we all experience it in day-to-day. Secondly, are we ensuring privacy? Are we making sure that we are not getting just to extract maximum data, maximum insights? Are we invading privacy? Are we making bad use of it? That is where integrity comes into play. And last but not the least, my submission is the human skills, which is curiosity, adaptability, being a team player, creativity, and all of these things. As much as AI thrives, I think the weightage of these skills will keep on increasing more and more, because I think with AI, the need of human leadership is all the more than ever, all the more than ever. So just on a light note, I would leave, or I would like to conclude in everybody's minds. Say, for example, you have a manager, right? Would you want, and we all write emails, even poetry, right? I am a published author and I write poems, and I have taken inspiration from AI when I hit a creative block. But what would I prefer? A manager, a GPT or a bot helping me with emails, or a manager that remembers my birthday and takes me out for a coffee? Absolutely. Right? So that's these little nuances of humanization will never be able to get replaced by technology, AI or whatever.
Thank you so much, Ritika. Very well said that, culture is something which differentiates different organizations, and people are the ones who build the culture. Learning, unlearning and relearning is a very, very big skill which each one of us will have to, cultivate. Curiosity should never die. We should be curious like a 5-year-old or a 3-year-old asking questions. There is nothing called a dumb question. I think that curiosity should live, and that curiosity will only keep us, differentiate us from an AI tool.
Just one vote of thanks to Dr. Bhatia and his amazing team. I have been associated with them for the past 5 years, and every year they keep getting better with outreach, with the level of leadership that they bring to the table for anyone. I think you guys are doing a commendable
Dr. Bhatia,
job.
why is this my first time then? I agree. Diamonds are difficult to find.
I recognize you. I remember we did something on branding in this auditorium with you, and you were involved. Yeah. 18 years back. How fast time passes away. But thank you, both of you. This is for you. Thank you. Yeah, please continue.
Sure. So, Rohit, I would want to ask you that now that AI has been tracking productivity, when are we coming, when are we going, sentiments, performance, real-time feedbacks being given, how do you think and where do you think we should draw a line between what is helpful insight and what is, invasive surveillance? How can we do that? Because 24/7, some tool is there in my laptop who's checking, am I on, Instagram, or am I checking my emails, or am I genuinely doing my work? So that has kind of become, a couple of eyes always looking at me, even when I don't see those eyes. So how do we draw that line? What do you think?
Okay, I think this can be, guys, hope you are listening. Okay, I know this is something which great insight, and this question would be relatable to academia as well as for the industry people. first thing which is very important right from where we start is, especially I think in the corporate world is, it's not about the company that you work for, it's about the boss that you are with. Always remember this one thing. So students, for you is not the college, sorry to say this, but it's about that teacher and that person who thinks about you always, who guides you. There are so many colleges, but you will always remember that one person who helped you. And always for us, like we have changed a lot of companies, right? But we do remember that two bosses, who really helped us, in that career. We call them as our mentors. So I think that's one aspect that I always believe, and that will be. And one thing is, let me tell in my team how I do is. We have a tool wherein our screens get captured. Okay, what we are doing, and if I find that some person is saying work for home or work from home, whatever we call it as today, I have a tool I can go and can check the idle time of a person, how much time it is. But over the past like 3 months, I have stopped doing that. Okay, I don't care where the person is, whether he's working from a beach or whether he's working from anywhere. The one word that we all leaders today know is get the things done. That's it. And I believe leaders are the people who say that bas kaam hona chahiye. I think if that attitude comes, that is irreplaceable. You take any tool, if you want to be like a watchman, you want to be a policeman, be like anyone, it's the company decision, it's the manager decision. And whoever wants to, forget about me, there are some, I would say, spies in all the organization, wo bolte tera team member na ideal tha. वहां से मुझे पता चलता है, बोले are you seeing me or you dropping me an email? I'll be very straight. बोले no, we wanted to highlight. मैं बोला are you getting the work done? Is something escalated? Then don't talk about technology to me at a one point, because for me, my people are the most important asset when it comes to each and every manager. Forget about HR. And I think that's the culture every company and HR should drive. In fact, we have told people, you're not going for a lunch, you're not going for a coffee, you're not talking to your people. And the person says, we don't have time, all that. I said, then let's replace you or replace anyone. These are the talks straightforward we are talking. If you don't have time for your people, then I think who will take out the time? So I think in all this world of managing productivity, managing getting work done, it's as simple as that if you are there, which means you have done something for a year. Forget about that money, appraisal, hike, that's all myth. That person wants to work, he will work. If he doesn't want to work, he'll switch the job or he'll still be there. So that I think discussion has gone. So I believe we are now gone to an era where you ensure that your human touch is maintained to everyone, talk to people, connect with people. And if you really ask me, my team asked me, you go to all these sessions. Let me be very blunt. I am here to create connects. I am here to talk to people. And this is what I learned from my uncle. He was a very senior, he is a senior guy. And he said, I still go to bank and talk to the people. He said, why? That human touch I want to have. I don't want to go that my son will go and say, oh, the internet banking things are done. You can sit. So I think that human touch is something which I have learned very hard way. And I believe that I'm here to, have connects. People should remember you, people should feel you, and then people should know about you. And we as leaders are now at a zone where we tell people that forget about technology is going, but sometimes we say, don't lose that connect. Don't lose that your watch, don't become a watchdog. For anyone, it has to be. Agar karega to jiyega, nahi to apne aap nikal jayega. That's my straightforward question.
Very well said, Rohit. Sure, Praful, I would want to hear your
I'll just add one thing, because I have experienced one of the organization I was working, we have a rule that, okay, if you're not reaching by 9 o'clock, even if it is 9:01, 3 times your half day salary is gone. That kind of a watch was there. And one of the very beautiful thing he has mentioned is that if you are doing your job, no matter even if not 1, 2, 10, 20, hundreds of bots watching you, if you are doing your own job, slowly that is going to be zero because the boss who's sitting above you is going to start trusting you. So if you're supposed to do 10 things and those 10 things are not happening, even if by default your boss is trusting you, manager is trusting you, he'll start, he or she will stop trusting you, and then all these bots and eyes are going to be coming that of what actually you're doing. So the best part is that, okay, own your own job. That's the thing. That's the bottom line.
Very well said. Own your own job, own your own learning, own your own
Very
journey.
last thing. Yesterday I was working. I just called my 3 people. There is a deliverable that needs to be done today. That's mandate. I am going to office, and 3 answers came, we are coming. No comp off even asked. So that connection, if you built up, because there was a deliverable that I had to do in the morning, and I said, I have no choice. Because they know, आज नहीं तो कल ये flexibility दे ही देगा. ये को मेरे घर पे बैठ के करवा ही देगा. So that level of confidence, if your team gets into it, I think you are there, is what I feel.
I agree. Trust is the first thing, even when you're in college, school, corporate. If there is no trust, I think learning goes for a toss. Work goes for a toss, because if I am under stress all the time that I'm being watched, am I doing the right thing? My capability to produce best goes very low. So when there is trust, I have personally seen that my people have produced results which I couldn't even imagine. And I have managed teams where, we have never had any tools monitoring who's coming, who's going, who's on Naukri, who's on, LinkedIn looking for CVs and what. My only intent was high quality hiring to be happening, and my team delivered that. I think that trust, confidence in your team brings a lot of difference. Thank you so much. Nancy, over to you. AI lets HR leaders predict a lot of stuff, flight risk, analytics, our favorite RYG trackers. We see value, driven by these AI tools. How are you using these workforce analytic tools today, and how is it changing the way companies plan for talent in future?
Okay. Before I'll get into workforce analytics and tools, I would really want to ask, like you are having this question to Dr. Bhatia, like why you got missed out and why I'm here, right? All I can tell you is that you are in for some catalyst journey with him, okay? That's going to be chain reaction for years to come, okay? Why I say that is with a lot of confidence. I'm sure that Animesh and Rushel, who's sitting down, is thinking, what is Nancy doing in this panel? Because I think when I got the flyer, I was confused when 2 panel groups were formed. So he kept me very wisely in the, before lunch event as well as after lunch event, which I'm still decoding. Is it because I'm sitting between lunch and the audience, and after they come back, I'm supposed to keep them awake and still make them listen to the event? So, that's the level of engagement you would get, and that's the kind of engagement. I'm just trying to correlate with the analogy. What was different when we did HR, or when I just started on the journey, how I started learning about HR from others when I was wanting to do my graduation. HR was all about, they say, company policies. It was about compensation banding. It was about administrative tasks, ensuring onboarding, offboarding, exits, and all of that. Now, it's changed to employee experience value to be there, okay? People are no more calling it to be like the EVP. Earlier they say the employee value preposition. That's getting pretty much changed to employee value experience. They say it's EVE. The kind of experience that you can give definitely get you there. So how is this connected? Like, in my organization, I work for a company called Zywave, just coming to India, though it is 30-year-old and based out of Milwaukee in the US. We are an insurtech platform, and we are creating insurance platforms for different kinds of insurance products based out of the US. We're building in India now, and we are already doing a lot of exponential growth, which Sangeeta would relate much to, because her earlier talent acquisition leader is my talent acquisition leader now, and she now knows.
I very proudly say that she's doing so well there.
So that's how we connect value. She trained the resource so good, I could identify that I can just get her onto the job, and she can deliver so well, and still we are very good friends. Yeah. It's not that I poached her resource, she's happy for the growth of the resource. Now coming back on analytics, in our company we use something called Peakon, which is a Workday product, okay? So what Peakon does, earlier when I was doing HR, the favorite projects when we want to go for internship is employee satisfaction survey. You have to get a questionnaire done, you have to work with your mentors, and you will have a questionnaire and you will walk from, so I did it with 3 companies. One was IFB in Bangalore, one was GE, and one was Highkill. So all these companies had more than 3,000 resources at that point of time. And I had pride in going and meeting people by people, because there were no monkey survey, because I'm a millennial. Even though I don't look old, I will tell you that. So I had to take the printouts and go from people desk to people desk, set up meetings and do this survey, and then come back. Thank God at least Excel was there. I could consolidate everything and put in, and then I will have to do the analysis of that. So manual error definitely can be there. And surveys where when interns would come, or a half-yearly exercise or an annual exercise. How analytics have changed now? The moment now I can see that there is a dip in absenteeism, I can quickly run a survey within half an hour, asking my HR and get realistic data. Something that Peakon does, even with people not knowing. If organizations are there who have not actually ventured this Workday product, I would say Peakon is beautiful. It gives us the ENPS score, that's the Net Promoter Score, on all levels, on location level, on managerial level, on geography level, on people level, on function level. We are kept prior informed about what is it that is really required from a human touch aspect and where it is getting neglected, so that you can go and look into it and then you can work through that. I think that is the beauty that the automation have brought in. From the work role perspective, HR being so well said by Ritika, being a cultural evangelist or becoming a cultural architect, it's become possible because every issue remains to be a people issue. With AI coming in, people, innovation of AI is a people issue. Adopting AI is a people issue. We've got any means in which AI have to be enabled in an organization, and we becoming slowly from administrative architects, from HR perspective, to be entrepreneurial or boardroom architects in terms of helping the leadership out there. Building strategy is enabled with everything that you can do with analytics. Tools, the kind of analogy that it can create, the kind of predictiveness. Right now I'm hiring, and in every area of HR from functional perspective, the best thing is that it can be sliced. So you'll have to just know what is time to hire, what is offer to decline ratio, what is really required in terms of ensuring that your candidate experience earlier, which was very difficult to figure out when for interviewing, when people come and go, are we really losing the best of talents that we wanted? Did we not treat them well when they came in for interview? So it's a two-way learning. And it is right now in the morning, I was listening to the YouTube, which this year Dr. Bhatia enabled that even before we were reaching, am I stuck in traffic? Which of the series of event Priyanka was talking? I was like, okay, I still have got 5 minutes, I'll be there in the auditorium on time. Because digital twinning was possible. I could watch it from the way when I was coming, what was happening here. That's the way they could telecast it. Similarly, when the issue is happening on the floor right now, why analytics is becoming important is that we need not wait to give solution specifically for Gen Zs who don't have too much of patience. Maybe millennials kept a little bit, I'm not telling too much, but that is really helping to give real-time solutions. And that's the way, if we are embracing, if we are looking at analytics data, like how it is making sense and how proactive I will have to now act on for a problem that's already happening and resolve it, then that will give a lot of satisfaction and happiness index to the organization.
Very well said. And I know your company is making waves. They are hiring people. A lot of my people are working with you. And when I look at them and their journeys on LinkedIn, only feeling I have is feeling of pride that they are doing so well. And somewhere I feel glad that they were trained well. And I'm hoping that the AI tools that you have and the human augmentation that you're doing, the way you said that earlier days, paper was something which was the base. Now half of the work is done by the AI. People have time to, analyze things better and, get more insightful results rather than, sitting first converting the paper into Excel and then Excel into analytics. Things have become faster. The humans are using more in-depth or bringing out more in-depth out of that data, which was a little difficult, say 10 years back. People are more comfortable doing the employee satisfaction surveys. Otherwise, it used to be a nightmare for us.
I think the alignment was more, Sangeeta, to add on, the openness and transparency that we could bring on with analytics is something that it's all black and white. Your data visualizations can really show what was surveyed, what's coming, and a lot of organizations are keeping it very realistic. Everybody have got real-time access to it. So, the trust factor automatically creeps in there, and there is no need that you have to coach and mentor and waste a lot of energy in bringing people in trusting, human resource anymore. It's becoming more and more. And I think at the same time, it's also giving you, it's never a my way highway. It's always embracing people. Everybody is valued because their voice matters. And even if it's not a problem for me, it is creating a problem to someone else, and we look into it and we resolve it real time.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I think we'll take this last one question. And Ravi, I will ask you now. This gig workforce, freelancing, it is becoming, part of life now, where people, especially the Gen Z, prefers more like a freelancing work where I don't want to be caught in structure where I reach office on time and leave office on time. I want to do things my way. I want to pick up assignment, close it, then move forward. So how is HR redefining what it means to be an employee in the evolving landscape?
Yeah, that's a good question. Before I answer that, let's define the term employee, right? I mean, historically, traditionally, an employee is someone who joins a company, works there 8-9 hours per day, and for years continues there, right? Now, today, that has changed. We have evolved, okay? So today's workforce is a mix of full-time employees, of freelancers, of contractors, gig workers, even AI-assisted tools, right? I mean, this is the workforce. So today, HR doesn't really have to look at employee morale or engagement. They have to look at this entire workforce. They have to ensure that the freelancers or the contractors, they feel that they are a part of the team. Now, work allocation is no longer, allocating queue-based. It's based on skills. Which group will do what kind of work? That is something that we are seeing in today's world, okay? Now, if we look at maybe, eventually what's going to happen is that we have to look at the learning and development opportunities across. We have to look at, how we are upskilling the workforce and how we are getting the most out of our workforce. So in a way, I would say that AI is not redefining the way humans work. They are actually defining the value that humans are getting out of the work. To answer that short, yeah.
Very well said. And, I'll add something here. I was attending a conference last year, August, September in Bangalore. There's a company called Zenove. They bring in a lot of GCCs to India. So there was this speaker who'd been flown down from France, GCC expert. So he was saying the future of work is uh, we would be asking when we would, send work to India, how many employees, how many agents, how many gig workers, and that's how the structure of the work would look like. It's not going to be that I need, 500 FTs to be hired in India and then I would send. He said the simple question is going to be how many employees, which is like humans, full-time, agents, that is your agentic agents, and then gig workers, people who would come, go, complete their assignments, and that's how we would structure work. And I think it is becoming a reality, and we have to accept the fact that the generation which is sitting here may not want to get into a full-time job because their idea of a professional journey is very different from what we had when we started our careers 15, 20 years back, where we thought a stable job, a full-time 9 to 5 thing is the best thing to have. But I think going forward, people will pick up things that they love doing. And once those assignments are over, they will find similar kind of assignments somewhere else, pick them up, move ahead, and that's going to be their journey.
Yeah, so as an operations leader, I would say that, the nature of work, if something is a project-based, task, which maybe requires 6 months, then I would hire contractors or freelancers, not full-time. So that's the decision with the ops leader.
Absolutely. I work for a product organization. My core team will always be a full-time team because I cannot lose the product knowledge with a freelancer coming and going.
And I would like to add here, sorry to cut you, it depends on a lot of variables there. Like you said, it's a product organization. Where I serve right now, the customer data or the client data is of paramount. So data governance rules and paradigms are, we cannot even imagine, right? It's like a war room for some accounts. So are we able to justify contractors, gig workers? At the end of the day, it's definitely the strategy, and I am from a GCC right now, and taking care of 7,000 workforce. We hired 2,000 last year, which included almost not more than 4 to 5% of contractors or gig workers. It depends on what your account landscape looks like.
Absolutely, the work, it depends on the work that you're doing.
And for students, it is a matter of choice. Everything comes with its own pros and cons, right? So as an employer, as an employee, I get a lot of benefits that make me financially more flexible with respect to PFs and returns, etc. And my scores are better. I get to use financial tools and solutions better. As gig worker, I am more flexible. I can work from any corner of the world, and there are other cons and pros about it. So it's about making the right choice. It's about, and as a gig worker, I may not be as recognized as somebody who's an employee who, experiences growing up a certain ladder, level. It's all about what you're...
I feel that growing up the ladder is actually here in the head. Sometimes when we are getting a lot of satisfaction in what we are doing, growing up the ladder doesn't matter.
At the end of the day, it's all about your choice.
Absolutely.
What your priorities are in your head, how you define ambition, it's ultimately that.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I think we didn't have that kind of flexibility. For us, it was only growing up the ladder. Now there is so much of flexibility for these guys. They can pick up whatever they want to.
Look at the company rules. Like, we have been changing, right? The way solicitation and non-competence worked 10 years ago, it has completely changed today, right?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you so much, everyone, for being such a wonderful audience. I would thank all my co-panelists. It was very insightful. As I said, 100+ years of experience sitting here. I hope you guys could gather something which is going to be helpful for you, which AI could not have given you. But if you still feel that there is something that you would want to ask us, I would happily take few questions if there's anything there, or else we would not stop you from having your lunch.
No, it's just that it's a little time pressure, so I want to get the VC and the Dean ma'am to come
Absolutely.
up?
Absolutely.
Yeah, if you allow
please.
me, they will come. Can quickly the backstage clear the chairs and take the mic so that we could do we could do the rest of the ceremony to felicitate. Come, both of you. Where are you ladies? Come, both of you. Thank you for being here. So the order is given to me by the backstage team. I'm following that order strictly to avoid any administrative mishap from my side. uh, are you ready, Siddharth? So Sangeeta, a big thank you to you. My two lovely ladies here, the Vice Chancellor and the Dean ma'am, you'll have to come next to the Vice Chancellor. And they will do the honors. Just be quick, Siddharth. And keep one student ready to take it all away and put it in their bag. Sorry. Keep one more student ready to put it in the bag, beta. Okay, thank you, Sangeeta, once again. Now for Praful, we will do the same approach to thank you. You have a nice bag you can take home. Give it to your real wife, and she'll be very happy to carry vegetables in it. Come on, Siddharth. Okay, this will be a beautiful memory. And, the Dean ma'am feels the crystal helps you to become rich. So if your salary multiplies by 3 times, thank her. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I like people's salaries going up. Rohit, Kalmakar, please come, Rohit. Move on, Siddharth. Yeah, one of you go up now. Oh, Baba, one of you go up and help. Go. Backstage, go. You're gossiping with her all the time. These are called Kuch Kuch Hota Hai moments. Yeah? That was my favorite movie incident. Wow. Now to Ravi Motwani. Ravi Motwani, thank you, Ravi. Then to Ravi's done. To Ansi. Ansi will be next, no? You get the right one, Siddharth. Ansi. Ansi will be next. Ansi, please come. Ansi, please. Okay. Thank you. I so much appreciate it. Thank you. I appreciate, And and to Ritika, please. Okay, here we are, the first panel. I hope you all connect with them on LinkedIn. सब लोग और नौकरी मांगो, अच्छी नौकरी मांगो. जो लोग टाइम पास कर रहे थे, the कुछ होता है, moments must cut. Because नौकरी के बाद सब कुछ होता है. You know what I mean? ठीक है? You all want a group picture? Yeah. Group picture is good, no? AI-ARANA at the Indira University. Right? Neet, you're going to host a meal for everybody. Come on, it's your responsibility. Yeah, please, Neet is your host to give you a lovely lunch. It's vegetarian and healthy, and I'm sure you'll enjoy it. The rest of the team will join you all for lunch. Please enjoy. तुम लोग के पास डब्बा है कि नीचे जाओगे? बिल्कुल, मैं भी आ रहा हूँ तुम लोगों के साथ. हाँ? मेरा कैंटीन का बिल देना पड़ेगा तुमको. चलो. Good to connect. God bless you. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Good to connect, yeah. God bless you.
Mic do na.
Thank you, sir.
I'm just wondering that okay, this is not the one last one.
I hope not. Yeah. Yeah. It's so
Students,
nice,
you know
no?
the drill.
Yeah.
Remain seated, please, until dignitaries exit the auditorium.
First let the guest move. Na?
That's what.
Allow the guest to. Neet sir, leke jao na guest ko. VC is already walking. So please take the guest, na, all of you all. Come, all of you all. Neet is a very good host. He's from Indore, no? So he gives you a lot of mithai. Mithai nahi ho.
Recording stopped.
Bibish, sir, the streaming can be paused?
How are you doing? Ma'am, एक और guest.
Tell me once.
Faculty behind, we are getting distracted. All of y'all, please settle. Okay, Animesh, over to you. Yeah? We are in a hyper world, so everything is very fluid. The morning speaker said everything changes every 45 days and it scared me. Come on. Check. Do you all need one more mic or you are okay? Yeah, you
We're
will
good,
share.
we'll manage it.
Great.
So very good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, not so, for me, good afternoon is fine, right? Just good afternoon. And so guys, are you drowsy, sleepy, tired? No? Okay. So let's hear some noise then. Woo! Awesome, awesome. So I love that energy and we'll try and replicate that energy here on this panel as well because we've got a super exciting panel and the topic that we're going to discuss, does anyone know what the topic is? AI to yaar, every panel topic AI hai. AI and innovation. And then, awesome, awesome. Great. So I think you know it better. So I'll just pass the mic around quickly to all the panelists. They'll just give you a short introduction of themselves. Of course, if you all use ChatGPT, you can ask about any of them on ChatGPT also. You'll get the information. But I'll just pass the mic around.
Yeah, thanks, Ramesh, and thanks everyone for joining in. My name is Rushil Chopra, and I lead the products for Intellitech AI. I'm part of the team that builds exciting AI products that are used in various enterprises, especially in healthcare and in telecom.
Hello, I'm Alok Tiwari, founder and CEO of About AI. I also have Post Quantum Private Limited, which is in the post-quantum computing, and another venture is Cosmos AI. So completely focused on the AI solution, fully on the innovation side. So we'll be more on that side. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Dr. Sudan Barawkar. I've been head of innovation at State Bank of India, Barclays, IBM, and GE. Today, I'm an AI and quantum scientist, co-founder of several deep tech startups, and I train, advise, and mentor the world, also building AI inferencing models across different domains. Thank you.
Hi. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Ansi. I'm sure that all of you were part of the previous panel discussion. So I'll avoid giving you any professional background about me, but I can tell you some interesting fun element between me and Indira. My husband, Mr. Girish Shetty, works with an org called BLS Media Services, and he works for the admission unit of Indira. Animesh was asking me to put a search from AI about me because this is too much about AI and innovation. So what does AI speaks of me? I hit a simple ChatGPT search and it said that you're mother of a 12-year-old international skater. So that's pretty much about me apart from what you would have heard in the first half of today. Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks for that. And very quickly, I'm Animesh, co-founder and CEO of E42.ai. We are a enterprise AI platform on which enterprise build what we call as AI co-workers. It's something that we've got the trademark for. So let's get this session started. Okay. So I think now that we've had this quick round of introductions, you see that we have all the different aspects of an intelligent enterprise right here on this stage, right? So we have the scientist, we have the innovator, we have the operational excellence, and we have the human excellence also. And I think all these factors, when you combine, you get, and I thank Dr. Bhatia and the team for putting this panel together, because this is what can build a truly intelligent enterprise. So before we start, I'd just like, what is one or two or three sentences on what each one of your concept or an idea is, what exactly is or what could be in the future and what we would call an intelligent enterprise.
Well, in my opinion, the intelligent enterprise, as we call it, is an organization that has understood its expectation and its workflows and is able to utilize and garner all the data that it has collected, all the principles that it has executed on, and is able to automate the decision-making process of the organization itself. So the organization that uses AI, not just for having a chatbot for policy checks, but also the organization that uses the automation to perform the tasks that initially would take hours and hours for somebody to cover, is the organization that can actually call itself an intelligent organization.
Thank you. So intelligent organization is only the organization which will be working completely on the data intelligence and which is completely unbiased from the human bias or the data bias. That's where if they can come up with that solution, removing all the bias, even right now if you look into even the news also you hear, you know by looking at the channel, which side it is going to be. So when your organization from the data is able to remove the bias, having the unbiased data intelligence, that's the organization is going to be the intelligent enterprise.
Dr. Sudhin?
Yeah, just to give a background, and this is important for all of us, a single prompt has triggered off a $5 trillion investment in AI chips, hardware, software, data centers, models, tools, libraries. This kind of investment is a tsunami butterfly effect, which gives us a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for all of us to build what I describe as next-gen, automated, autonomic, agentic, and audited, self-audited platforms. And this is going to come across all industries. So I'm building these platforms using a combination of AI and quantum at a software level, not at a hardware level. That will be available maybe after 5-7 years, wherein the entire the central nervous system, so for example, for a car, we have the different functions in a car, so I'm building a brain which will map out all the powertrain, your battery, thermal management, V2X, all these telematics, HUD, OBD, diagnostics. And what will happen is that I've built this model which will mimic a neural network simulating all the functions of a car, and which will help the car become autonomic. And in the future, the car can also self-heal by itself, right? So the plan out there is to use AI and quantum to build neural networks, neural OSs, so that you can leverage this. We don't want to use AI to replace our Excel sheet, right? That's not what AI should be used for, right? So this is, with the advent of all these resources available, right? It's an excellent opportunity for all of us to conquer the world.
That's as colorful of a description as colorful as a personality you are.
We're not talking about arrogance, though. Okay, so intelligent enterprise. For me, I'm sitting in between all the founders and co-founders and a senior director. But still, I would say people are always at the center. And the human in the loop is the terminology that's coming up with AI skills coming more and more. Why would I say that is also that with AI evolving much, what I see is changing the way organizations are looking overall employment is also that HR as a function or a people function is also changing to make differences in behavioral engineering. So the more and more adaptability, the more and more innovation, everything still stays to be a people problem. Not adapting enough to AI is a people issue. Not able to innovate much is a people issue. People are able to do a lot of patents today. When we were talking about, I was asking, Mr. Alok, and even sir, they were telling that they are having quite a number of patents. At the end, the human intelligence would remain. It's only that, as he rightly had put it, the nervous system the way in which it is getting tackled is getting changed, the way in which agility and speed is coming more into alignment. I think that's the major difference, and we should be able to become dynamic there, because everything that was more static and everything that slowed down the process from a problem solving perspective is giving you more and more realistic insights, be it be analytics, be it be automation, be it be agentic agents doing automated things for you, from changing that from manual in bringing speed for all. So the time duration at which you could do things is really getting reduced, and with that you are able to do more and more quality aspects in which you can make a difference. Rightly said in the previous panels, at the end everything is good. You don't want an AI automated greeting card coming to you on a birthday or wishing an employee on a day one. You would definitely prefer to have a coffee with one of your best friends or your boss. That would give you the emotional difference out there. So human stays, and it's just opportunity that's making us to do more and more meaningful work out there. And if we can focus on that, we can definitely bring the totality of more and more emotional quotient into the emotional intelligent aspect. Thank you.
I like that, coffee with the boss on your birthday. So basically what HR is saying is no holidays on your birthday. So yeah, just to conclude, so we spoke about an intelligent enterprise being where you're just not automating chatbots or anything, but you're actually automating workflows. You're bringing a lot of innovation into it. In that sense, we're building a common brain. And like Ansi said, we are also keeping the human at the center of it all, because after all, what is AI for if it's not to help us, not to benefit us, the masters of this universe, the superior race, right? The best species. So in that sense, that's what we are. And I think another problem that HRs will have to tackle about is going to be the synergies between the humans and the AI. That will be, co-working in this space. And just to add on to that, one more layer is basically, till today, most enterprises work in silos. So for example, the vendor manager or the head of the VP of account payable does not interact with the VP of customer care. But I think with AI, those things are possible, like some of the large manufacturing companies that we work for, where we automated their entire AP process and we've automated customer care. Today, they're able to, based on customer inputs, they're able to pick or find out which vendor is problematic or where there might be a problem. So the AI itself will, reach out to that vendor and ask, how processes are happening there. So it will be able to break silos, pretty much like the central brain that Dr. Sudhin spoke about. Great. So we'll just move. So in this, since we are all in an institution, and Alok and I were talking earlier, and I think one important aspect, and also Dr. Sudhin and all your experiences, we'd like to understand how do we see the role of institutions, contributing in a positive way to building this kind of an intelligent enterprise. Any thoughts on that? Anyone could go first. If you want, Alok, you can start off with this, and then maybe Russell can.
So, well, this is one of the, thing I can tell you, the foundation for any innovation comes from the institution. Now, the thing is that innovation which is coming out from any institution, it is going to be really solving a business problem. That's where the enterprise comes into the picture. So there has to be a perfect balance in between the enterprise and the institution, where they collaborate together. Enterprise gives the business challenge and the problem statements, and institution works on that in developing a solution which can be a true innovation, solving the business problem. I'll give you some use cases and some example. So I think majority of the people, what I see here are MBAs or must be from the engineering background. You might have already heard about the SRI. So Stanford Research Institute. If you look into, you can Google it. Majority of the big giant company, you can see the innovations, they are patented by the SRI. How come that everything is coming from there? because they have closely worked with the enterprise, taking their business challenges into their research, incorporated, and then they developed the solution, which is being taken over by those enterprise, and they scaled up. And now you can see majority of the things that we are using, they are, whether it's the Boeing you talk about, or the Apple or anything, they most of the patents, patented applications, or the product, they are from the SRI. The similar way, definitely we need to create this robust system. For AI, it is more important because AI, there's two things. I mean, when you have AI is completely data driven, you need the training data. And it's truly said that garbage in, garbage out. So we need to have the quality data. Enterprise always have the pendulum going in between the revenue and their top line and bottom line. They cannot spend time and the energy in getting those data, clean data, right data for training the models and all. That's where they can be very good in giving the problem statements, what they need, what they're going to be solution. But the enterprise, the institution has to work on that. They can work on the more on the innovation side where they can get the data and clean data, they can tag it, and then they can train the AI models, which can be the true innovation solving the business problem. I can tell you one of the example and one of the solution that we have recently come out with the Indian Soil Institute, Soil Science Institute that is based out of Bhopal. And we closely work with the Indian Statistical Institute as well. So with the Soil Institute, we have got the samples and identifying the problems with the majority of the farmers, that getting the laboratory test done at least 3 times in a year is big task for them, because they have to go to the district headquarters, get those things done. And we got the some samples, baseline set done, the data from them, work jointly with that, and we developed a solution where one single image taking from the mobile camera can give the micronutrients report and even the suggestion for the crops and everything, which is the AI innovation that came out, is patent pending. The other things, we are closely working with the Indian Statistical Institute where on the post-quantum. So right now, if you look into the majority of the countries are developing the quantum capabilities. And when you combine AI and quantum computational power capabilities, the vulnerability for the data security goes on the high level. So we worked with them closely with the majority of the RSA, you might have heard the secure encryption system. They works with the prime number system, which is easily able to, when you have the high computational power in the AI, you can get that pattern detected and will be able to break it. But when you work with the photon movement of the quantum, that we can work as a post-quantum using the classical system, and that kind of the encryption that can make impossible to break with the classical system, and it can be the year's job for the current quantum computing power. So these are the things that that institution plays the vital role. The two examples that we have already worked on it, but definitely it makes the major difference when enterprise and institution comes together, and hands-on experience on the live application the students also get, which definitely help them in the future developing their career as well. That's it from my side.
Yeah, so it's very, very important, especially for the management student world, to start getting into the AI world, right? My job at very large organizations in GE, I built a digital cockpit for more than 3,000 source systems. In IBM, we built our IBM Watson, which was the AI inferencing first kind of application available way back. In Barclays, I built the global innovation platform in Pune for application innovation, innovations like cloud bursting, virtualizations. We did that way back in 2010. And then in State Bank of India, we've got the world's largest core banking system in the world, benchmarked at 24,000 transactions per second, 1.5 billion transactions a day. That is covering more than 500 million customers and more than 700 million accounts. This entire advanced core banking system, the best in the world, has been made in India by Indian technologists. So that's the level of innovation. And the most successful, it never goes down, right? I don't know about the other banks, but State Bank of India, although I'm not there right officially right now, I still mentor them, right? We went one step ahead, specific to AI. We built the YONO platform, which was the world's first super banking app, where we have completely made the digital lending completely automated and autonomic. Is the largest super app in the world for banking, for digital lending, with more than 100 million users. So India is the place for application, innovation, and digital transformation. Let the rest of the world, since they have a lot of money, let them spend on the infrastructure and models. What we need to build is specific to the AI stack, and you all may take some notes. Right? We need to use LLM, then we need to build what is called SLM, which is your small language model. Then we need to build the RAG, which is your retrieval and augmented generation. Then there is something called data pipelines, which automates your entire ETL process and merges the data science and your stats into one integrated item, right? One integrated component. And then you have the knowledge graphs, and then you have got the vector databases. So I was just speaking to Anushka. Where is Anushka? Right. So she comes, I think you've done your BSc, right? So use your STEM knowledge that all we learned in school to the hilt, right? Because you have to now pre-train your brain on this Gen AI stack. Right? We are living in a flux world, right? Everybody knows what is a VUCA world. Now we have moved on to a flux world where everything is fast, liquid, universal, and experimental. You take the shot, launch your model, it's already pre-trained. That's how you'll have to build these specific SLMs for different use cases. I'm building these SLMs across healthcare, logistics, automotive OS, and a whole lot of other cybersecurity, a whole lot of other use cases, right? So there's no time, right? Management is going to get impacted by this AI tsunami. And you all must use the context, all what you have learned in school and in college, use that context, use the attention, start building models from day zero.
Yeah, I think what Alok and Dr. Sudhin said completely makes sense. And especially as we're talking about the institution right now, what you as students should focus on is not just about what you're learning on a day-to-day basis, but about what you've learned so far and how you can apply it to the real world, accelerated with AI, right? You have to use the tools that you have on hand. Start building your own agents. It's very easy right now. Everybody has access to them. Learn as much as you can about them. Build your own agents, put them into market, get real feedback. Once you start doing that, when you're ready for the industry, you will already have a head start against all the other people that you will be competing with, because you will be coming with the industrial knowledge beforehand. So utilize what you have in your hands right now. And I think what your institution is doing by hosting events like this is already giving you a lot of information from the leaders that are coming on board to help you with the information that you would need to get started.
Okay. I represent human resource, and I would definitely state that all of you are definitely in super exciting times. You all are able to see the generations at workforce start from, maybe I am not too sure how many of you are witnessing, again, still some baby boomers at work, not at all, but we've got Gen Y, Gen Z, Gen X, millennials like me, and Gen Alpha coming in now. And often it would be sounding hyped because it did exist. All generational changes came in from steam engine, we've landed now to AI. So when you look back into history, you will definitely see that change is inevitable and it is always there. And it's only the dynamism that people have had that they were able to cope up and they were able to live in present always. Specifically for HR as a function, when you look at how institutions and enterprise would collaborate, we would definitely come back and say that it's institution like these that would give us the talent fuel which is actually required for launching our rocket in business. So be it any area of you trying to launch anything, our rocket launching would not reach the right place in case the fuel that's coming from talent like these in institute is not valid for times for us. So definitely, there is change in every way we look at. Probably when I would have, completed my MBA and I've landed in a job, walking up to bosses, we always would expect when we are asking them questions like, okay, so how do we go about this process? What is required in this policy development? How do we change the onboarding path in order to make it more experiential for people and bridge the gap of knowledge during training and development in the initial phases? Right now, I see the excitement that we all have because AI has come in a place wherein we all are learning the same thing for which you all have access to. So that means we all are marching on the same journey. There is no difference after a certain age in your grasping skill. So it's up to you how you would turn it up to you, looking at multiple ways in which you would research out and adapting to knowledge. I would rather be a great CHRO sitting onto the table in case somebody would come up and ask me, so Ansi, how would I do this? Or how would I figure out this communication to be sent to an employee and we will have to give a report on the employee pulse. I would rather be happy to tell you, this is the way in which we did it. If you have a better way of doing it, which would make it more impactful, why not? Let's explore that, if that is creating more impact. So I definitely see the shift in thought process wherein entire organizations are now able to adapt to understand that, even if it is Gen Zs. There are ways in which all generations would work. That's why they are classifying it to generation, but it's not that. It's just the way in which we've learned it. But you're becoming more adaptable. You know how to get out things in shorter duration and yet create much greater impact. So stay relevant, innovate as along with the world and learn, unlearn and relearn every day so that you yourself can measure up what is your skill gap and how you are upskilling and reskilling yourself on a day-to-day basis wherever you want to stay relevant. What makes sense for me might not really make sense for you. You have your own path, but whichever path you're choosing, have your passion to do that and then bring it onto table, and I'm sure that as enterprise, we all would definitely get the best of fuel from institutes.
Wonderful point. And just to add on to that, Ansi, actually, you guys have more advantage, even though it's a level playing field. We have our day jobs. You guys have education. That's your pursuit. Just to give you one example, it took us to build our foundation model of 7 billion parameters. It took us more or less around 4.5 years, about $6 million. Right? Today you get it access for free, right? So that's the different world that you're living in. Find, like Rachel said, find real world problems, solve it, build the applications around whatever technology is available. And I hope you took notes, when Dr. Sudhin and Alok were talking, right? Because those are showing actually how innovation is happening. And just to give you one other example, just to add on to all what they said, one of the most classic examples of really true innovation that's come out of a university in Waterloo. Anybody knows what is the brand that came out of a university in Waterloo that rocked the world? Anyone knows? Any guesses? No? Not Facebook? But I don't know how many of you know it. There was a phone called BlackBerry, right? So BlackBerry was a University of Waterloo project, right? That rocked the world, that shook the foundations. And even today, that technology is used in the towers and all, as Dr. Sudhin would know better. But that technology that they created is still in play. It was a university project. So that was that time with so much limited access. Those guys did it with so limited access. So today, you guys can build the future And the beauty about India is I was just talking to your professor, so the beauty of India is we have a lot of problems, right? यहाँ पे कोई problems की कमी नहीं है. That's your opportunity. Find a problem, use the latest of tech, fix it, and you've got a business. And if you fix it good enough, that problem will be applicable maybe in some other corner of the world, maybe in some other developing country, or maybe in some developed countries as well, depending on what problem you've chosen. Since we're totally out of time, I'll just, Dr. Sudhin wants to add something, and then we'll go to the one last question.
I just wanted to add that there are a lot of, again, you all can take notes. There are a whole lot of, I understand there is HR, so there are always going to be jobs and job searching. But today, the job searching has really shifted to challenges, competitions, grants, networks, right? First time in India, we've got risk capital. We've got the Startup India, so you can go to the Startup India site. There are a whole lot of challenges out there from the government, from PSUs, from private corporates, from public corporates, right? Then there is also a site called F6S.com. 99% of all the global challenges are on that site called F6S.com. Now, it's not that I'm saying that, start applying immediately, but also try to understand what the world wants, right? What the world wants today is very different than what the world wanted 5 years or 10 years back. The world does not want code or does not want renovation. It does not want IT services. As you can see, the battering some of the IT services companies have got, right? Today, the world wants inferencing models. They want quick deployment of it, or what we call as serving the infrastructure. So make use of all these various challenges across various domains. This is the first time in India also that the risk capital is available, although it may not be so much compared to the Western world and all may not get it, but anything from 5 lakhs to even 1 crore is available, right? From the government, from public-private cooperation, from incubators, accelerators. There's also the IDEX Defense Fund, which is the defense grants for startups, which is giving money from 50 lakhs up to 15 crores. This is a specific fund available under the Defense Ministry, which is given specific to startups across AI, cryptography, quantum, machine learning, data science, smart materials, smart cells.
Great. So you got the money also. So you have all the tech, you have the money, and I don't know what else do you need, right? So go out there and innovate. So which brings us, I think, since we're running out of time, do any of you have any questions for the panel? Or shall I shoot one myself? Yeah. Sure. Yeah. Good. So I think now when we're looking at AI and we're looking at innovation, and we're looking at the future of enterprise, I think one of the biggest questions that everyone, it's on their mind, is that if the enterprises become autonomous and intelligent and the workflows are automated and the decisions are taken better than what our small brains or one person sitting in one department can make for the benefit of the balance sheet, which is the pulse or the diagnostics of an enterprise is a balance sheet, right? So with the respect to balance sheet, if all these decisions are made by, autonomous decisions are made by AI, what will humans be doing in such an environment? And if that's going to cause a different kind of jobs coming up. So in all history, we notice one pattern, right? So you have first, let's say before the Industrial Revolution, we gave our physical might to the machines, right? And the machines did a far better job. They could dig deeper, they could build higher. We gave our compute power to the computers, to the machines in the computer era. The computers did a far better job, But when we gave the physical power, we still had the compute we kept with us. Ki bhai, compute hum karenge, you dig, right? Then when we gave the compute, we said, no, we'll keep the creativity and we'll keep the intelligent part. We will give you the decisions. You just compute. We'll ask you the questions. You just compute. With AI, we don't have a fallback because we are giving our intelligence, we are training on all human data to the machines. We don't have ki bhai tum intelligent kaam karo and we will do something else, because even creativity and everything, it's been proven that the AI does a far better job. So my question to you, the most challenging question for the evening, before we wrap this up, is when in this era of the intelligent enterprise, when as humans we don't have fallback, because history has shown us whenever we taught the machines something, they did a much better job at much faster scale for much lesser cost. Now when we don't have that intelligence also as a fallback, what is it that our purpose of existence, the raison d'être, kya reh gaya? What are we going to be doing? So just your thoughts. And of course, we don't have answers, right? It's just more of our imaginations. And if any of you also want to contribute or think of something, please do it by the time the panel talks about it.
So I think that's a very valid point, animation. It's something that everybody has been talking about. Even in our organizations, we see younger employees, freshers who have just joined, are always worried about the fact, oh, are those jobs going to be there in future of what they have started on? The question may not have a right answer at this point, but one thing is for certain, as you mentioned, machines have always done a better job than humans, but human beings, along with machines, have done far better job than anybody else, right? Whether it's just machines or just humans. So use AI as a complement to your own skill set. Let it learn from you and let it contribute towards what you're trying to build in a super manner, so that if you were contributing an X amount of work right now, your output should be 10X by using those tools. So AI is not taking over jobs. People who know AI are taking over jobs from those people who are not using AI. I think that's what the industry is moving towards. So always stay relevant, always keep on learning, always try to keep up with what the world is moving towards, and I think the world will take care of itself.
Thank you. Wonderful add-on to that.
And I think you just keep it shorter.
Yes, I'm going to keep it very short. See, the most important thing is here, the AI. AI is to complement you, to strengthen you. It is not going to be take over your job at all. It is going to complement you, enhance your performance. I will tell you one example very quickly. BSF implemented the fiber optical system for the surveillance on the Brahmaputra. After implementing that, they have the AI analytics for the video analytics, everything is done. Now to look into the data and then after that getting into that how they can have that more preventive mechanism, they need 20% more manpower. So human intelligence is required. Definitely the infiltration is stopped, is reduced significantly because they had the AI there. But to utilize that AI, they also need the human intelligence. So it is always going to be complementing. The only thing is you pick up the problems, build on that, which solves the problem and empowers the business and the people. One quick more thing I will tell you. In July 2025, there was a India Gold Metaverse. They conceptualized one thing. For the major issue for the gold testing is the XRF system, which is like normally cost 25 to 35 lakh. It tests only surface level, which is exist, or otherwise the fire as method, they have to melt down the gold and they get it. So they come up with the solution, which is patented technology with them. They worked on having the penetration inside and testing inside that and handheld solution. And the enterprise on last Saturday on the first round is valued 2,400 crore rupees from last July 2025 to 2026, this last Saturday. I was there in that, on the launch on that, on the first seed. So when you pick up the right problem, the technology is going to empower you. It is going to be, give you the value and strengthen you. It is not going to take away anybody's job.
Dr. Sudhir?
So I have a question for all of you all. When was the world's first system, first AI system developed? How many years back? You all can shout out the answers. How many years back? Okay, 2000. How many decades back? Sorry? 1 decade. Okay. 2 decades. Okay? So the world's first AI system was developed more than a century back by a company called Honeywell in the form of an autopilot, which could fly the plane without the pilot's intervention. This same autopilot has made aviation the safest way to travel. Yeah, there were a few tragic crashes, but that was due to pilot error or manufacturing defect of the plane itself. Right? So AI has come a long way. Right? Now we are looking at these autonomic worlds which have already been built previously. Right? In IBM, our Deep Blue beat the then greatest chess champion Gary Kasparov in the late 90s. Then we have autonomic tractors. We've got autonomic cars now, vehicles. We've got robo-taxis. Right? So it's very, very important to learn that you have to accelerate your journeys, just like the NVIDIA chip has more than 200 billion, the Blackwell processor has more than 200 billion transistors on a single chip. They call it accelerated computing. For us, everything now becomes accelerated, right? I have built the largest AI team in the world, right? Comprising of me, myself, Sudhin, and AI.
But one slight disagreement, what was the training data on the autopilot by Honeywell?
Yeah, so way back in 1913, it was built by a company called Sperry's, which was then acquired by Honeywell.
Yeah, what is the training data?
It could calculate the wind, the temperature, the flow, the drag. It had also got a gyroscope. So it was way advanced, functionality. The formula, the algo was developed way back.
Yeah, but it's an algo. It was not autonomous. It was a rule-based system.
No, it's still
based
autonomous. When you say autopilot, it's autonomous.
No, it was automatic.
Yeah.
When autonomous means, can it make a decision mid-flight?
Yes.
If something
yes, based on those parameters. You can read it.
Based on the parameters that was fed.
Yeah.
But was it able to, let's say...
In real time. So it could gauge the speed, the velocity, the altitude,
There's
all
all
that.
sensors. They're gyroscopes, all
Yeah,
sensors.
but that has to be
driven.
calculated for the autopilot
No,
to
but
fly
who
the
told
plane.
the rules to it?
Honeywell. You can
Yes, it was Honeywell. That means it's not AI. Unless it generates its own rules, that's when it's AI. But we'll take this forward. We'll take this offline.
So we have autonomic cars.
Alok wants to add.
Right?
So I can tell in that way, there is first AI huge case practically that you can search on the Google is 1947 when India got independence, and the issue was solved by the two Indian Statistical Institute students. And that was a real AI case, I can tell you, without using the computer, but the AI case. So the issue was that when the people came from the train, when the people were slaughtered, and all the people who came from the Pakistan, they got inside the Red Fort and they locked the gate. They were not coming out. So Prime Minister office asked the people that you cannot stay in the Red Fort, you have to leave it. And they were basically completely having the sort of anxiety and lots of emotional issues, trauma and all. They said, we are Indian and we cannot leave until unless government provide the shelters, safe shelters to us. So then government has taken decision that, okay, meanwhile we'll search for the shelters, so supply the food. So the neighborhood hotels, they started giving the food to them. And after 1 week, they submitted the bill of roughly serving the food of 200,000 people, 2 lakh people. And then PMO said that is not possible. And Indian Statistical Institute's director was sitting there. So they asked him that is not possible, that Red Fort must be hosting the 200,000 people. So there has to be something less people. Can you tell us, the Indian Statistical Institute professor said, you can go and count. They know they are not coming out, neither they are allowing anybody to get inside. So then they sent 2 students from the Indian Statistical Institute. They have done the survey on the ingredient, and you guys can search it, what they have done it. They got the consumption per capita of the Sikh families of salt. And then what they have done, they have got the record of all the grocery stores. What is the, the sales surge into the salt in 1 week, and then they calculated and given the number of 40,000, and the result when they came out, it was 39,800. That was the analytics.
These are very good data science problems. The only thing is, for it to be AI by definition, 2 things have to be there. One is your training data set. It has to not be given instruction that when the gyroscope goes this way, or if you do the salt divided by average, should give you the number. Without that without that data, when the system computes, that's the definition of AI. We'll come back to that later. But now in the interest of time, and the most important person has yet to answer when it comes to the role of humans.
I'll keep it short and simple. What I definitely would say that will remain with human is empathy, being kind, and the emotional part of it. To everyone, I would urge whatever comes and goes, be stronger enough to be gentle. I've always heard that. It's only the strongest who can be kind, and confidence is something that we all are gaining with data, and we have started walking onto it. What always remains is the spiritual connection all of us has. So I think confidence is slowly now getting changed to Godfidence, and that would definitely keep the human element always in it. Thank you.
Absolutely. And with that, we give it away to the panel. Thank you all so much.
Siddharth, are you ready? Come on, get the first one. Will you come? And I don't see anybody else around. Who? Aneet, both of you come, no? There are too many things to give away. Both of you there. Come on, come. Siddharth, I have Dr. Jaiswal and Dean ma'am to do this. Please help me to get the first one for Animesh. A lot of goodies for you, Animesh, for the fantastic job that you did. A lot of goodies. Come right in the center. The presenters, both of you, come this side. Yeah. Come on, keep somebody else ready. Okay. Okay. To Rochelle. Next is to Rochelle. Rochelle Chopra, come. And to Alok Tiwari, please. Thank you, Alok. Dr. Sudhin. And to Dr. Sudhin. Can somebody help me with a picture? Up le lo beta. We'll do a group picture also together for the media. Too much media today, so I guess AI is what they like. To Dr. Sudhin. The shoes are very AI driven. Come, please come in. We'll do a quick picture. Next one. Thank you. Did we get the picture right? All right, here's a young man who makes you feel like a film star. He's doing Filmfare Awards. Yeah. All right. Thank you. Appreciate so much. Appreciate so much. Thank you. Let's get the next set up. Pradeep Motwani, would you please step up as I invite you? Please come. Lovely to see you, and thank you for being here. Dr. Meda. Dr. Meda. Siddharth, Dr. Meda is here. Dr. Meda. Where? No, but you haven't cancelled it. Have you cancelled the wrong one? You cancelled the wrong one. Okay, she's there. Dr. Sujata. Please come. Supriya Bansal. You are representing her. Please come. And Neha Shivaji. Is that her? Yeah, please. Yeah. So let me get you Pradeep Motwani. You have Dr. Sujata, Supriya, and Neha. Okay. I think there are enough chairs. So how much time should I give you, considering that we have a little delay? About 30 minutes is okay? Yep, 30 minutes is okay, all right. On that note, this lovely panel for agreeing everything right, please give them a good applause. On that note. Thank you, audience. Over to you, Pradeep. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. We have been given a session post lunch. आपका good afternoon में उतना जोश नहीं था. Good afternoon once again. Yeah. So I am Pradeep Motwani, CEO and co-founder of TerraBlue Climate Technologies. We are a climate tech company working towards ESG, carbon credits. I will ask my panelists to introduce themselves.
Thank you, Pradeep ji. I'm architect Sujata Kudagir, and I'm a practicing architect with a company called Design Consortium and Aquila Projects LLP. And we also run a foundation called Ecologic Foundation, in which basically we work on environment and disaster safety, which is actually the key thing now to be done for the safety of everybody. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'm Nalima Balal. I'm representing Supriya Bansal today. I come from AVA Insights. We are into ESG and sustainability consulting. And today, let's have some good discussions about the important topic, the climate risk. So looking forward for a great discussion. Yeah.
Hello, everyone. Like I said, I hope you guys don't drowse off. This is Neha Naikwade. I am former associate partner actually at Climate Collective. Now I am founder at Climate Systems Innovation Lab. Basically, we work with climate tech startups to help them get into the market, the technologies that they have developed, which kind of saves our planet while also making profits for the capitalist world out there. Looking forward to the great discussion today.
So our topic is predicting climate change disasters, and everything today based is on AI. So let's question the panel about that only. My first question to Dr. Sujata is, many cities today face floods, water shortages and urban heat islands. Do you believe poor design and planning are amplifying climate disasters? And what do you see, or how do you see AI play a role in this?
Yeah. So everybody agrees now that we are already into a very bad times right now. How many children are, how many students here, other children, I always use this word, so children. But how many of you feel you are getting dopamine rush because of this wars that has been going on? Till your parents don't ask you to get the cylinder. Till that, everybody likes wars. It's like a video game, and like everybody is talking big about what Iran should do and what America should do and what everybody should do, and only everything stops only when you have to go and stand into the queue. So only when it hurts you, then we start really thinking seriously. We never start thinking when it hurts the planet actually. But every time, whatever we do, it is going to come back to us. Coming back to the question, Pradeep ji, design, yes, is very important part of it. How we are already facing climate change now. How many people here, show me raise of hands, we should be thinking about climate change right now? Thinking about climate change. Okay, so good show of hands actually. We should not be thinking about climate change because we have crossed that threshold right now. Now we are thinking about climate change adaptation. How are we going to adapt climate? We have already crossed that threshold where we were in the thinking phase of climate change. So now, what are we going to do to adapt? Design becomes one very important and powerful tool actually when it comes to built infrastructure. You talk about AI, you talk about anything, you talk about data centers. What you basically requires is resources which the planet gives. Land is given by the planet, water is given by the planet, air is given by the planet. We have no control over it. AI cannot make these things. AI cannot produce these things. Humans cannot produce these things. This is something what has been given to us. So how efficiently we use it, how consciously we use it, how sensitively we use it, that matters. And design here plays a very important role. As an architect, I can say that how important it is to have this urban planning which is sensitive to ecology, urban planning which is sensitive to nature. How are we incorporating these nature-based solutions, and how are we designing each of our infrastructural amenity, each of our infrastructure, whether it is your homes, whether it is your IT parks, whether it is your commercial establishments, whether it is your institutional establishments. So this is how it plays a role. Climate change has given two things to us. One is dry spells and one is wet spells. So how are we going to do flood mitigation? How are we going to reduce our heat island effects? All these things come only and only through designs. Where AI will help? Yes, AI will definitely help into this. AI will help in giving you faster solutions to it. The way we model it, the way we train it, it will give us the faster solution. It will also keep on telling us, but provided how we train it. Provided what we tell it and what we retrieve from it, and provided we implement it. If good solutions are always there. AI is a tool. AI is there for enhancement. AI is not a substitute to real intelligence. Real intelligence would come from the architects, from the designers, from the people who are making decisions. That is how I feel. This is how we have to take it ahead, I feel.
So it means AI will be important, but OI will always be better than that. Do you know the meaning of OI? Original intelligence. So, question to you, Nilima. Corporates today are investing significantly in sustainability and ESG reporting. Are companies also integrating climate risk predictions into their long-term strategies?
We can say that yes, that transition is happening. And yes, good to see the conversations from just disclosures and climate related compliances to actual climate risk. Businesses have started adopting and taking into consideration the climate risk because of the natural disasters like floods or droughts, how it is affecting their operations, how it is affecting their profits. And this had started actually. Maybe there are global frameworks are there like TCFD, which is based on climate disclosures, financial climate disclosures, which is a global framework. They are asking companies and to integrate climate risk into their business decisions. Business decisions related to capital allocation, then finding the supply chains. And these things are slowly shifting. Maybe in India, we can say the companies are good. They have formulated their BRSR disclosures and compliance related things. But yet the gap is there when this comes to business decisions, climate related risks into business decisions, capital allocation or any other location specific decisions. Let's say, for example, globally this had started way back, like Unilever had started incorporating climate risk related decisions since 2015. They already started shifting their water stressed sourcing from Asia based on the 20 years of climate related reports. And similarly, a lot of FMCG companies are doing this, shifting their sourcing based on the climate related projections. Secondly, in India, we can say, for example, Tata Steel has adopted the climate related risk already into their business decisions, be it changing to low carbon steel or adopting energy efficient methods, doing the process innovation for their products, so that they can address the regulatory compliances also and the market shifts happening in the global era. Globally, how the market shifts are happening for products. Secondly, we can say like even NTPC and NHPC or energy related PSUs, they are also doing stress tests related to climates for doing their new location or business related decisions for expansion projects, because these are all long-term 25-year assets and they are incorporating these decisions. So yes, we can say that this climate risk is slowly happening quietly in the capex related decisions and not at the sustainability disclosures. So I would say yes, the quiet shift is there.
So, can you brief our students the full form of BRSR and one more word in your discussion you told?
TCFD.
Yeah.
Yeah, BRSR is Business Responsibility and Sustainability Reporting. This is a framework by SEBI for Indian listed companies. Like for any company, they have to do income tax report or financial reporting. In the similar way, now they have to disclose their non-financial reporting based on 3 parameters, that is environment, social and governance, that is E, S and G. This and BRSR is a framework applicable for Indian companies. TCFD is a global framework. It is TCFD, we can say it is a tool for financial disclosure, climate related financial disclosures. It is a global framework wherein climate related disclosures are considered for disclosures.
So over to you, Neha. You support climate startups, right? And that too, you are specialized in AI. So AI is increasingly being used to predict floods, crop failures, and extreme weather events. How reliable are these AI-driven prediction models today?
Right. That is actually a great question, and the panel before me kind of answered most of this. See, again, prediction, AI, we are using AI as a very broad term today, right? AI is also kind of high-level data scientist work is kind of considered AI now. Machine learning work is also considered AI now. So to tell you how accurate it is, I would split it in different technologies where AI is used. So for example, it is very accurate now for crop infection and using satellite data also. So you do not even need to be in your farm. People are literally trying to take satellite imagery and identify if a certain plant, if a certain farm has been infected with certain kind of pests. So that is decently accurate. But when it comes to flood, heat, etc., right now we are on the phase 6 of the climate model that IPCC, Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, right? Everyone should read these 2 reports, okay? The TCFD framework that Nilima mentioned and also the IPCC report. These are the 2 things that all students here should just read, or if you don't get the time to read, just ask ChatGPT to summarize it for you. This is going to affect your careers. If not today, just in 3 to 4 years, you're literally going to make decisions based on some of these frameworks, even if your job title does not directly relate to this. So anyway, so this IPCC is a panel, global panel, which basically reports how will Pune get impacted in coming years because of climate change. So for example, how many of you were affected by floods in last couple of years? How many literally had to maybe crash at your friend's place or go home in knee-deep waters? A lot of, hopefully a lot of you guys, because I had to do that. Right, so these kind of models are not very accurate, but the reasons are because it requires very high level of data processing. So imagine every day our Earth generates almost 40 petabytes of data, which is basically, to give you a reference scale, if you keep your TV running for 13 years continuously, you will end up generating 1 petabyte. So that is how much data Earth is generating literally every day, and that is the level of data that our scientists are trying to analyze and then give you how will Pune suffer in coming years because of climate change, and how will Pune have to adapt to climate change because of that. So it's currently the limitation of data processing, even though NVIDIA has brought out very good GPUs, supercomputers, etc. But we're still not at a level where we can be as smart as the systems that our planet has created to predict it. Yeah, so I hope that answers to a level. Yeah.
Yeah, so you mean to say that AI is still not accurate because it's not able to predict recent cloud bursts of Uttarakhand and Jammu and Kashmir?
Yeah, maybe few days in advance, yes. Weather data is different and climate modeling data is different. Weather data is part of, the bigger climate model data. Climate model will include weather data, soil data. It will include how ocean currents are acting. It will include the level of emissions done by each country, and even in certain hotspot, how those emissions are affecting, say, rains in Mumbai, etc. Right? So the weather data is decently predictive, but not so in advance that we are able to avoid the tragedies. But it is accurate to a level that with a couple of days in advance, you might still get a cyclone warning, you will get a cloud burst warning, but not to, maybe to an area of 100 by 100 square meters, not at a very localized level.
So one more question to you. Looking ahead, do you see AI enabling early warning systems that can predict disasters weeks or even months in advance?
Yeah, definitely. So everyone these days is trying to ensure that AI is getting as accurate as possible. More than AI, I would say the machine learning models are getting as accurate as possible so that we are able to predict these. But it might still be some time before we see a very accurate 100% prediction. But few predictions are very accurate right now. So wildfires. Wildfire prediction, no, your question was more about if we'll be able to
Early data
early
predictions.
yeah, so I guess I answered that in the last answer itself. So some, yes, the calamities which cannot be predicted because of a single impact. So flood is interlinked to rainfall. Rainfall is interlinked to cloud travel. It is interlinked to how ocean currents operate and all of this. So this is a very complicated system. So that is difficult to predict. But eventually we will get there. Humans have survived the millions of years on this earth, and I'm pretty sure that we will survive the coming climate disasters through AI. Yeah.
No, but I would like to add here, we are really improving our early warning on this with AI. So there is a lot of time, look at cyclones for that matter, floods for that matter. So early warning, definitely we get. So, and the impact you can see, a lot of casualties we are avoiding. And I mean like, so it becomes very easy.
Couple of days,
yes,
yeah. Couple of days
evacuate also.
before, yes, we are there. Right?
Yeah, and it just helping us for our response to these. Of course, the impact we cannot lower down, but we can definitely plan our responses to such events. And I think that is also equally important.
So question to you, Nilima. Do you believe climate risk will soon become a financial risk that boards and investors will have to address more seriously?
I would like to reframe this statement that it is already a financial risk. So it has already transitioned into becoming a financial risk.
Means your answer is anywhere inclined towards current situation of West Asia?
No, it is one of the thing, but not exactly related to climate risk. That is a different risk. But I'm just, my answer is related to climate risk. It has already been transitioned because of the situations.
So any financial students here?
I think a lot of
So
them are there.
do you want to ask any question related to this?
I will just add one point maybe. So currently when banks give out loans in big checks, like small, not the small checks, the bank is now assessing where this particular lender is going to, locate their plant and how much of a climate risk it is. They are analyzing how many times was there a flood in this area, so that if they invest say $500,000 in establishing an industry over there, what is the chance that next year flood will come and then destroy all of that infrastructure built over there. So banks are literally analyzing this before they give out big loans now. So it is already a part of decision making.
Yeah, actually, because of the physical risk, because of these natural disaster events, the infrastructure is getting eroded. Secondly, the transition risk is happening in companies, like they are changing the processes. They are innovating a lot more on the new methods wherein they can go for lower carbon emissions. Then there are a lot of shifts happening in supply chain also. So all these things are actually compounding into the valuations and profits the companies are making. Second important thing is in 2023, one of the world's largest reinsurers, they reported that about more than $95 billion were losses because of the natural disasters. And those were the insured losses. And non-insured losses were about 3 times more than this.
So were they related to climate change?
They are natural disasters like floods and droughts and other heat waves conditions. And
So
yeah,
this year there is a very, very severe warning of heat.
Yeah, and no, I'm just trying to relate these things to financial risks. These are, we never see the other part of the these disasters. One more important thing is like all these climate predictions, they are saying maybe in by 2050, if the same thing, climate risks, we are not going to address it properly, it can reduce the global GDP by 10 to 18%. Even in India, RBI has already started, they have in 2023 itself published the guidelines for banks and financial institutions to include climate risks in their lending portfolios.
Thank you, Nilima.
So I think risk ignored is risk compounded. So we cannot have that ignorance here. So it's already there.
So final question to Dr. Sujata. If you could redesign one aspect of Indian cities to make them more climate resilient, what would it be and why?
Yeah. To give a shorter answer, because of the shortage of the time, only one thing I would really, our approach to blue and green infrastructure. So we have, like she said, ignorance is the cost of ignorance we have to pay. The same is with the design aspects also. If we really don't acknowledge these risks and don't acknowledge this approach towards blue and green infrastructure, how green we can make and how we can give respect to all our natural systems, whether it is rivers, wetlands, not only built infrastructure. That is what we should be looking for. So blue and green infrastructure, respect to this blue and green infrastructure, our design approach should be according to that. That is a thing what we have to do. Now it is no more a choice. The way we have it now, we have to do it that way. Thank you so much.
So thank you all the
panelists. All right,
panelists.
thank you. Chetan sir, can we invite you to present these mementos to this set? You know, I'm very happy that we did this session because sustainability, climate, ESG are very important elements that students need. You know, we need you on the stage. Yeah, please come up on the stage. While you walk up, I want you to know that sustainability, ESG, climate, water, and the related issues of financing them are very important issues. And therefore, this session had to be included as a part of predictions in the AI. So let's thank Pradeep first. So can we have the mementos and gift brought in? Pradeep Motwani, the CEO of Terra Blue Climate Technologies Private Limited. Thank you. Need to thank Dr. Mea, Dr. Sujata. Come walk up for Dr. Sujata. She does Ecologic Foundation, Chetan. Ecologic Foundation. I am very happy you could come. There's a lot of learning. And to Supriya Bansal, please. Can you walk up for Supriya Bansal? And for Neha Naikwade, please. She does AI and climate. Yeah. We have a group picture, please, quickly. Arey, wow, you should have given both together. Chetan, this is left out. For Supriya. Yeah, they can hold the other. Okay, come, we do a group picture. It's okay. We'll do the group picture quickly. Wow. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. We must get ready for the next panel. Shobik Das. Shobik. Shobik is there? Yeah. Yashwant Sivana. Yashwant. Come. Please come. Aruna. Please come. And Shavari Mane. I think Shobik is doing an interview. Come, why don't you need chair? Yeah? Hey, Shobik is coming. He's doing an interview, I know, but he's gone out. Just call him now quickly. Come, why don't you all take the stage? In the meanwhile, please take the stage. Please. Somebody's gone to call Shobik, right? Just dial him and get the mics ready. I will have to request him to take 27 minutes to finish this session, which I think will be possible. And I could start the awards at 4:18, 4:19 p.m. We wait for Shobik to come. There's somebody else missing? Where's she gone? All right. She's using the washroom. All right. We got to wait. नहीं आया तो आपको बिठा था monetizing data लेकिन मेरे लिए मेरा फेवरेट पैनल ये था चलो we wait are you here all right we now will wait for Shobik to come we give him Shobik is he there just help me somebody Shobik is outside. Yeah, two of my fingers. Are they? All right. Shavik, hi. Come. We're waiting for you to lead. Your team is already up here. Okay. So now that the team is here, will you please applaud for them? You can start, yeah.
Hello everyone. So sorry for being a bit late. Actually, off late, just to start with, I was trying to write something, and and then people realized that people were telling me that they were not able to read my handwriting. And then what I realized is, then I told them that it's encrypted, right? If I write something, why should everyone be able to read it, isn't it? That's when people kept asking me, "Are you a doctor?" And I said no, right? And anyways, that's a funny story. And so I'm from Manastik, and of late, healthcare is into tremendous boom, as we see. There is lots of data, but it's not, the insights are, I think, not being derived in a correct way, or we are in the process of doing that. So what is, is a generic feeling is, how can we kind of derive those insights and also make use of that untapped opportunity, is something which I keep thinking. And so if you would like to share some insights on that.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Dr. Yashwant Shivanna, and for the ease, people call me Dr. Yash. I head Sancheti Advanced Orthocare Hospital, which is located in the central part of Pune, Shivaji Nagar. So, like Swamik rightly pointed out, healthcare data has always been rich. There has been no issue in terms of like accumulating or collating the data. But yes, rightly pointed out, to what extent is it insightful, or to what extent has it been contributed towards making effective clinical decisions or better outcomes, is the question that keeps pondering every now and then. So with the invent of like, now it's the era of AI, and since past 1 year, I must have met at least 10 to 15 entrepreneurs who have come and given different types of demos in terms of capitalizing, being able to analyze data in a much more effective way, which could probably in a way lead to monetizing it to a certain extent. But yes, it is still in the trial phase, I must say. However, there is still a lot of scope for having this data analyzed in a very accurate and appropriate way, which would probably help us in currently we are seen as a reactive model. The healthcare is seen as a reactive model. Patients come to us when they have their problems or injuries, and yes, we do treat them, make them fine, and send them back to their home. But what if data could be analyzed in a much more effective way, wherein I will be able to predict and prevent things from happening in future? Probably that is where I would say, yes, healthcare data is very rich and powerful, but yes, it does lack a bit of insights into it.
Thank you. I think that is extremely helpful, and I think it's important to keep that perspective in our minds, going forward. And so, Miss Aruna, if I would like to ask you, how can we do this? More. How can we monetize this in a responsible way? I think that is extremely important. How can we take care of the compliances part, and the patient, the data safety, and also the trust issues which are there with the patient a lot. So how can we kind of address those, if you can shed some light on that?
Hello everyone, can you hear me? Okay, so my name is Aruna Deshmukh. I'm a chemical engineer and lawyer. I did service in pharmaceutical industries and IT industries for 20 years, and last year I started my startup, Shiveya Infotech, where I'm predominantly, actually we are giving services in IT, CSV sector, data privacy, DPDP, end-to-end compliance, and then cyber security, And being a lawyer, I'm also providing services in POSH field, so POSH end-to-end compliance. So that's about me. So coming back to the question of, so see, yes, data is there everywhere. So every organization is collecting data in some or other way. Hospital specifically is having, lot of data. And today's world, we are also calling, data is oil. But, data is a crude oil if it is not a structured data. So, see, hospitals are having, raw data, raw patient data. They are having, name, address, their lab data, their diagnosis data, everything. But it's in a raw format, right? They are not able to, predict any analytics or, derive any analytics out of this. So this raw data is like a messy room of a bachelor, okay? But then interoperability platforms, they are coming into picture. Then what they are doing? They are collecting your data from different sources. Like, see, as a person or as a patient, you're not going to one hospital in your lifetime. You're going to different hospitals, different, doctors, different pharmacies. Then these aggregators or this interoperability partners or vendors, what they are doing? They are collecting data from all these data fiduciaries or, all these data sources. Okay, and then what they are doing? They are doing digital transformation of the data. So what does this digital transformation mean? This digital transformation means collection of the data, cleaning of the data, and then standardizing your data. Standardizing your data in certain format, which can be used for analytics. Okay, so see, AI without data is of no use, right? You need data for any AI because AI is based on the analytics. So if you're not having data, there is no use of use of any AI application as well. Then you talked about people's trust. So, who is owning the data? Whose data is this? Your and mine data, right? It is the data of the people of the nation, people of the citizen. So this data belongs to the citizen of India. So that is why, as per our new data protection law, that is DPDP, Digital Personal Data Protection Law. This person who is holding the data is called as data principal. So the data belongs to you. So you are the owner of this data. This is your property. And this DPDP Act is also treating this personal data as your property only. So if you're having house or car or any immovable or movable property, you can nominate, right? Nominate someone in your absence. So this DPDP Act has also given, right of nomination to a data principal, to a person. Okay, so the problem now is with the trust. So all these organizations, all these companies are collecting your data, but are they keeping this data safely? Or they are selling it to anyone for just pennies? So that has to be inspected and looked into. That is why government has brought into, this DPDP Act. Indian government has, brought this law into force. This law is effective from last November 2025 itself. Okay, and any organization who is not complying to these laws has to, pay the penalty of how much, up to 250 crores. And this law was brought into force just to have, that trust in the minds of people, because this data belongs to people. So trust has to be there in the minds of people when they are providing this data to the organization, to the lab, to the hospital, to the vendor, to any software. You are wearing Apple watches, right? All wearable instruments. So you are providing data. So you should provide consent. So what is this consent? So your data is being utilized by these platforms, by these vendors for some purpose. Okay, if they're mentioning some purpose and utilizing your data for some other purpose, then that is called as personal data breach. Okay, and for that breach, now as per this act, there is a penalty of 150 crore to 250 crores. 250 crores. It is the highest penalty in the Indian history for any breach. Okay, so consent is required, and consent for every purpose, as I said. Okay, and if the organization, suppose hospital is using your data for diagnosis and treatment, okay, then they should provide you notice that, okay, your data, your personal data or your health data, which is specific to you, is being utilized for diagnosis or treatment, or we will be sending it to the labs or to some other vendors for some analytics, then that purpose should be mentioned while taking the data or while collecting the data. Okay, if that notice is not given, then it's again a breach. And if the consent is not, secured from the data principal or the person or the patient, then that is again a breach. Okay, and for the breach, as I said, 150 crores penalty is there. Okay, HIPAA law is also there, which is prevalent in US. So there, the hospitals need not take consent for every purpose. For GDPR also, GDPR is applicable in Europe. Okay, so there also you need to provide notice and then secure consent. So these are the laws actually required to be followed by all these platforms or the organization who are collecting data for entrusting or for inculcating the trust and transparency in the minds of people who are providing their personal data.
Thanks a lot. I hope you all have made notes, to avoid the penalties, right? So one word that stuck with me, oil, right? So Ms. Sharvari, when it comes to data, data is the new, new fuel, new oil, if I say. And as we know that raw data is, is not, it needs to be structured. And so on that front, where exactly does the real monetization happen, in which layer? The data labeling, the data insights, or which layer exactly?
Okay, thanks for that question. And hi everyone, I am Sharvari. I am a founder / AI strategist at a company called Disruptive Next. We're basically a research lab where, in layman's term, we convert or capture the AI trends that are ongoing, along with the research papers that are being produced almost every day, and try to capture these as a part of a POC, as a working POC for different use cases in domains like financial services, automobile, healthcare, robotics, and it's become like countless other use cases now. So coming back to your question, data as an oil, I would like to point out from ma'am here, like data is not an oil, it's a crude oil. But I firmly believe in the sector of healthcare, data is more of poison if not being like thought of properly, because rightly mentioned with the DPDP Act that was passed in 2023, Government of India has become very powerful in their stance of data protection. Earlier, hospitals and clinic startups used to use our data in ways that we were not even aware of. So it has become very crucial for systems like hospitals and startups to keep data privacy, data ownership in mind before actually using this data. And data collection, data labeling, data insights. So there are startups, companies that are actually in charge of these things, right? Data collection, data cleaning, this entire pipeline. I feel like with the next wave, we need to first define what the current wave is. And in this current wave, startups have already had this pipeline associated with their products or services. But the next real wave, to clarify, is the more of an agentic system of approach towards the entire pipeline right from data cleaning to data insights is being automated, and you can have so much more information intelligence captured from every stage of this pipeline. So monetization is practically possible in all of these stages. But the real question is, after this pipeline is automated, how can we self-heal it? How can we self-correct it using AI intelligence, more specifically generative AI? So with generative AI's advent in the last year or so, you can see how many things have disrupted, right? Earlier, data was used as a predictive kind of model, right? With ML models, DL models, you were predicting, classifying, and trying to understand what the diagnosis might be, correct? Now, with the advent of generative AI models, we are able to add a layer on top of this, which comes with mimicking human reasoning and human decision making. So the real key question that we need to pose is how to capture this human reasoning and how to monetize this beyond just data cleaning, beyond just data insights. Of course, there is monetization in that, but so I would like to share one talk that was resonated with me. Like this was a talk that happened at a VC from a very high position member at IBM. And he mentioned that the disruption that is happening, like you see many people being laid off in the software industry or in other domains, right? They're being laid off because we are closing the gap between a fresher and an experienced person now. We are at a stage where AI being augmented for every domain is basically synonymous to having an experienced person there. So this change is where the real monetization is happening. And this would be the next wave. And a wave beyond this would be inculcating this AI essence in your business along with the emerging technologies like awareness, because AI is just one of the emerging technologies. There are multiple technologies that are being researched on and having POCs made, like blockchain. So for the data ownership, data protection, blockchain becomes very important when we take it in conversation. And even quantum computing has come up, right? So for maybe genomics kind of domain, it would be very important, like, because mapping these genes and actually identifying your intelligence from these genes with the patient history can be like, just imagine the possibilities of predicting the diseases of a person right from the gene level. And we need a lot of compute for that. So it's just my intuition that quantum computing would be also included in this disruption.
So I've just got one point, Michelle, over here. So, you mentioned the is quite beautifully how they are being done, but some of those things were being done even 10 years ago. So how has that changed right now in 2026, if that has changed? I think it has. So if you can maybe touch upon that.
Right. So from 10 to 8 years, this monetization was already happening in healthcare. There are startups, companies that are monetizing the data ownership, the data insights, and combining these data insights into their software products and actually shipping them as services, correct? So this is something that is eventually going to come at an end point where everyone has done this. So what would differentiate your startup and what would actually give them the actual results that customers actually want, right? We are in India where being doctors, like you are supposed to study for 30 years and then you are becoming doctors, correct? In a place where doctors and MBBS, MDs, they are very sparse, especially in rural areas. we require something that is assistive for intermediate doctors to actually come to the level of an MD and, cure people. That's the first question. That is, the healthcare should be so that people are having equal access to this healthcare technologies and all of this, not just from a monetary perspective, but for an impact perspective. So that, to answer your question, that is.
Thank you. I think that really helped. One question to Dr. Yashwant sir. Do you think the hospitals will evolve into data platforms, down the line, and or it's a war question, or versus will the technology companies capture that value?
Okay, I think this is a tricky one. Before I answer this, I want to ask the audience one question. How many of you have been to the hospitals? All of you, right? So should I reframe the question? How many of you want to be in a hospital? Unless and until you want to be employed in a hospital.
Not other way around.
Right. So I'll just brief you guys a scenario. Consider yourself, you are in a OPD setup, and I'm the doctor, he is a patient. I'm just asking him a bunch of questions, and he keeps answering all my queries. Currently, I have a junior doctor who types all the OPD notes, and whatever I prescribe, the person transcribes into a OPD prescription, right? So this is the current model. Recently, I happened to see a demo wherein there is a assistive model. It's called voice AI. So in that particular thing, there's actually no role of a junior doctor. So I'm the senior one, I talk to the patient. Each and every conversation of mine, it could be in Hindi, Marathi or Kannada, Telugu, whichever language you say, it is programmed in such a way that I get an automated summary report at the end of my conversation once I click the upload button. However, having said that, in the previous, in the previous panel discussion, one of the madam rightly brought it out that AI can only be currently seen as an assistive model. It cannot replace the original intelligence. Although I get the detailed summary, finalized, updated one, I will have to go through it myself just to avoid any and every small error that could happen based on the conversations. So that is where we are heading currently in terms of AI. So in this, when I talk to my doctors in the hospital, they say, okay, what's the future? What's going to be happening to my junior doctors if you are going to implement this particular model? So are you going to cut down the manpower? So when I come to that point, I cannot say that, AI can completely replace the technical manpower what I am having on the ground. Similarly, when you ask me this question that, whether hospitals will monetize the data or create a data platforms, currently hospitals or healthcare sectors, depending on the kind of ownership or the leadership that they possess, and the inclination towards upgrading themselves in terms of having the latest equipments, in terms of having the latest technology and the AI platform, of course. It is all subjective. So I cannot say that, yes, hospitals will definitely take over in the future. No, considering the current scenario. Having said that, again, the technology companies in silos cannot take over also independently, given the complexity of the data and information healthcare data possesses. It can never be in silos. It always has to be integrated and it always has to be correlated in order to make effective clinical decisions. So my answer to your question will be neither in silos nor the hospitals nor the technologies companies. Hospitals probably adopting or collaborating with the technology companies towards this particular model can be a way forward in terms of making data platforms.
Thank you, sir. So just we can take a specific case, let's take teleradiology, right? So how will it impact? Will it impact at all, let's say?
Teleradiology is already in practice and telemedicine is already in practice. It is nothing, according to me, it is nothing to do with AI as of now, because the consultation happens on a platform, and all the data and everything is being fed by the technical person itself and being made in the form of a report. So it's not just a physical consultation, it's an online consultation.
Thank you. So, coming to some of these possibilities, I keep thinking, Ms. Aruna, ABDM has come of late, right? Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission. In fact, we did integrate ABHA, I think, last year. So, what all are the new business models that would be unlocked as a part of the national health data infrastructure by the government of India? If you can shed some light on that.
Yes. Are you with us? Yes. Okay. So Ayushman Bharat, digital mission. So this mission is very similar to, our UPI. Okay. Right? UPI. Everyone is using now Paytm, PhonePe, right? So similar to that. So what is happening in UPI? So UPI is one platform where all banks are, can be added. And then you are using that platform to make the payment from one person to another person, right? Similar way, Indian government wanted to build a health network, okay, or health platform, unified health platform by the government of India. So because of that, then, what they are doing? So they are doing, this mission in 3 steps. One is, registration, of course, because who are the members of this mission? We people. Because this mission is really made for the people of India only. So they have to be part of this mission. So they have to register in this mission by simple Aadhaar card or your national ID. So once you are actually registered in this Ayushman Bharat digital mission, then what is intended in that platform? Then that platform secures your consent. As I said, you remember, right? Consent and notice is required as per DPDP Act. All of you remember? Okay. So that notice and consent is secured by government from all the members. So once that is secured, then what they are doing? They are pulling data from all other platforms and interfaces. Of course, the digital interfaces, because you cannot fetch data from non-digital platforms. So digital interfaces only are integrated with this Ayushman Bharat digital mission. Okay, so once this data, this unified health interface or platform is built by the government of India, then who is getting benefited out of it? 3 people. One is people of India. It is made by the people, again for the people, by the government we can say, but for the people. Okay, so how they are going to benefit? So they don't have to carry now, files of, their medical history while going to, doctor. I remember, whenever I take my mother to the hospital, I always, forget one or other file, because she is a diabetic patient with a lot of, orthopedic issues. So she has a lot of files. And I forget at least one of them. So henceforward, you don't have to carry any file, because your data is already collected on that platform from all these doctors, from all these hospitals, from all these pharmacies. Provided all these doctors, pharmacies, are registering on that network or that platform. Okay, so 3 people I said. One is people of India, second doctors. Again, they are also people of India, but doctors as a service provider getting benefited, because they don't have to, see all the history in paper format. They are getting everything in a digital format in front of their screen. Okay, and they don't have to, check with other hospitals or other doctors or, see their prescription, because everything will be uploaded on that screen or on that, platform, Ayushman Bharat platform. So doctors are getting benefited. And third, startup companies, all the kind of companies, medtech companies, health tech companies. because they are using, this data, and they are providing improvised health services to the people of India again. See, everything is revolving around people, okay, and money. So people, they are providing services to people, and definitely they will not provide services without, charging fee. So that's how they are getting, money or resources or financial, I can say, revenue out of, that service. Okay, so startup companies will benefit, from this platform more, and they will get monetary benefit. But if they are getting monetary benefit, then they should provide some service, right? If they are not providing service, then their monetization or their, revenue will be of no use. It will be an exploitation of people. So startup companies should utilize, and even, Ayushman Bharat mission has developed one sandbox. There they have uploaded, data as well. They have uploaded data of few millions of people, I guess, by now. So those startup companies can, perform analytics on that data. They can, provide insights based on that data. And once those insights are, derived, then they can package, those insights in a service offering and, sell it to the customers. Okay, so the startup companies will be benefited. But out of all these things, the mission of India or mission of government of India is to have a unified health platform so that, all the health data of Indian public would be available at one platform. And they would able to, predict some epidemics like, COVID or any other epidemics. Okay. And small doctors, having smaller setups or smaller clinics, they will not able to afford, lot of, this highly, paid softwares. So, but in that, mission or in that Ayushman Bharat, platform, they can register, and they can avail, this kind of services almost free. Okay, almost free. And for startups, government of India has even, mentioned some incentives as well. They are giving incentives to promote, startups. Okay, that way, these people, yeah, due to short of time, okay.
Allow me. I like the point you're making about the fact that healthcare has so much of AI into it. What I want you to tell this audience, because of the nature of expertise that you have, is how will it apply to a day-to-day common man? Example, will I have to wear a ring to measure my heart, my sleep, and my blood pressure? Will I have to wear a bracelet to measure it? Or what do I have to do? Something different that makes me AI friendly.
Okay, so this wearable instruments or medical devices, it's a choice. It cannot be made compulsory, right?
I have one.
So it's a choice and you can afford it. That's why you're having one. Okay.
Not really, it's not very expensive.
Yeah. But okay, again, so many companies are, making this wearable instruments, but are they, accurate? Are they validated? Are they providing, correct results? That has to be also taken care of by the user only.
Correct.
Okay. So there are few players, who have, validated their medical devices or these, instruments, wearable instruments. So like, Apple Watch, even though it is a bit expensive, but, it is a validated application.
You think so?
I have read their validation report. So I am a
Would you use one?
No, I don't use one because I cannot afford or I don't believe in that anyways. Okay, but that's wearable instruments anyways, that will give you, your heart rate, your glucose, your BP and, other your sleeping patterns, your habits, your behavioral, pattern as well. But, that's a choice, right? And that's, as I said, those validated instruments are expensive as well. So only, the creamy layer or the higher income group people can only afford it. But, for others, like, even if I'm a poor, if I'm having diabetes, I have to definitely, prick right? And then measure my glucose right from that medical device. So I will say for a person or for a general public, it's a choice actually. When it comes to it comes to predictive analysis or
Right.
behavioral analysis pattern. But if it is coming to a diagnosis of a disease like a diabetes, then there is no choice,
Correct.
right? Then you have to spend.
Correct.
See, I'm also having diabetes, so sometimes my doctor, is suggesting me to even, measure the continuous blood sugar machine, and that Roche machine is costing me almost, 15,000
Right.
in a month. So
It's
that's
okay. Let's leave it at that. You want to quickly wrap up?
Yeah. So just one last question, if you can take.
No
Sure.
question, you can wrap up.
Okay. So, okay. So that's what AI, the limitations of AI. But anyways, so what I really like, about this, the title is that, business doesn't really exist without monetizing it, as I think you all can agree. That's, I think, what I try to emphasize on. And, so as I think Ms. Sharvari mentioned quite well, that without monetizing, we won't be able to, there's no business, right? So that's, I think, extremely important for us to, keep in our minds. So when we start any project or do anything, do not just think of starting it or building something. Always be execution first, customer first in terms of how we can monetize it, how we can get the first 5 set of customers, 10 set of customers who can give us not just a validation, but can give us an entry to the market. That's how I believe, we can enter into any space in this, in AI. And
Thank
yeah,
you.
thank you,
Okay, it's
everyone.
time to give mementos. Chetan, would you please, with Shardul, come up? Both of you together, present these mementos. It's so much of a generation for me to work with y'all. Both of you, come right here in the center. So Chetan and Shardul, two of my wonderful boys. I'm madly in love with both of them. They're going to do the honors to present. If you will applaud, they'll do it faster. Okay, Shabik, first you receive it from their hand, please. We'll also do a group picture. Dr. Yash, what an honor to have you with us. We shouldn't. Okay. They want to keep this for the award, and Dr. Yash. Aruna Deshmukh, please walk up. Will you have somebody clear the chairs? Aruna. And Shavri Mane. Thank you, Shavri, for all your energies today. Come. The last one, please. They have a little gift for you, which is a makeup kit from a brand called TEESS, and I hope you use it. Come, we'll attempt a group picture. Okay, thank you everybody. Thank you, take your seats. Thank you, appreciate. Please take your seats. Thank you. All right, as I get ready for the awards, can we have the backdrop for the TS Awards? And I need to play a film, which I have lots of teachers here, lots of directors. I have the owner of this institution. So the film I would like to play is 5 Careers AI Cannot Impact. Okay, there are careers that AI cannot impact. Let's watch them. And they are very much in line with my thinking, so I'm presenting this to you. Dim the lights as I present the film, please. Please dim the lights. as I present the film, please. 5 careers.
5 careers AI cannot replace in the next 10 years, and none of them need you to write a single line of code. Number 1, enterprise sales. Not order taking, relationship based high ticket sales. Reading a room, sensing hesitation in the client's voice, closing a 1 crore rupees deal over chai. That's psychology. No chatbot can do that. Number 2, people leadership. Managing a team through layoffs, conflicts, and Monday morning motivation. AI can really track performance well, but it cannot build trust in a one-on-one conversation. The best managers in India aren't systems. They are people who make other people stay. Number 3, therapists, counselors, and executive coaches. By 2030, a calm mind will be the new luxury. When someone breaks down in a session, no AI chat can replace that moment of being truly heard. Number 4, strategy and consulting. Not the slide making part that is already getting automated. The part where you sit with a CEO, understand what's really broken, connect dots nobody else sees, and say, here is what we should do. That's judgment. AI doesn't have it. And number 5, and this one hits close home, content creators. Real ones, not AI avatars. AI can generate scripts, but it cannot replicate what you've actually lived through. Your 12-hour workdays, your first appraisal shock, your career pivot at 30. If you turn lived experience into storytelling, you become irreplaceable. Share this with somebody who's stressed about AI taking their job.
Okay, I hope you liked it. Yeah, thank you, thank you. So, thoda hatke, because thoda hatke makes a lot of sense. Kabhi I look at some videos purely to understand whether they make sense to me. If they make sense to me, I share it with my audiences such as you. Okay, so here we go. I have to do, the backdrop is ready? Lalit, the TS backdrop. All right, here we go. So first is, how do I introduce somebody whom I've known for 3 decades? Again, थोड़ा हटके तो AI use किया मैंने. अभी एक film दिखा रहा हूँ आपको. My bacha is in the other auditorium. He's not here, the one who's helped me to make it. Imtiaz. And poor chap went through a lot of cuts with me because I didn't like any of the work that he did. तो कृपा करके आप लोग देख लीजिए. थोड़ा मुस्कुराइए, मुझे मुस्कुराते हुए चेहरे बहुत ही अच्छे लगते हैं. और अगर कहीं भी आपको लगे कि कहीं आपके दिल के कोने में ये फिल्म आपके दिल को छू गई है, तो कृपा करके तालियां जरूर बजाना. ललित, द फिल्म, पहले लाइट्स आए, अभी नहीं रहे, पहले वॉच इट. लाइट्स डिम प्लीज. द फिल्म.
तुमसे मिलना, बातें करना बड़ा अच्छा लगता है. तुमसे मिलना, बातें करना बड़ा अच्छा लगता है.
Alright. बस बजाना तो शीटी बजाओ यार. Come on. Okay, जिसने भी शीटी बजाई, प्लीज स्टैंड अप. प्लीज स्टैंड, मतलब बहुत जरूरी है. चेतन सर की आंखें बंद हैं और तरिता मैम नहीं देख रही, तो प्लीज जरा हाथ ऊंचा करिए जिसने शीटी बजाई. ओके, लड़कियां हैं, देखो. वो ने मेरे पास भी बेटियां हैं. हाँ, इनकी लड़कियां शीटी बजाएंगी, तो मुझे आपको इनवाइट करना, कृपा करके आप आ जाइए. तो प्लीज आप भी आइए, अनगा मैम इनके साथ चलिए. हाँ, तो प्लीज, मुझे नीचे नहीं उतरना था. तो ओके, ladies and gentlemen, the one and only Tarita Shankar. Okay. I don't know, Chetan sir किधर है? पैसा वसूल ना. I have a habit, जब भी मेरे विद्यार्थी कुछ अच्छा बोलते हैं, इस सर्टिफिकेट विद्यार्थियों के आ गए. हाँ, मैंने दे दी हैं. जिन्होंने सवाल किए थे उनको कल देना है. डीन मैम कहाँ गई? डीन मैम दिख नहीं. उनको उनके सर्टिफिकेट्स आ गए, उनको देना है. तो मैं अक्सर इनको कहता हूं कि तुम सवाल करो और घबराओ मत. जो भी सवाल होगा मंजूर है मुझे. एकदम स्टूपिड का भी सवाल मंजूर है. तो एक दिन किसी ने हाथ ऊंचा करके दिया, ब्रेक कभी देगा. ओके, एनीवे, हाँ बिल्कुल 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 तो आप कृपा है आपकी आप यहाँ पर आई हैं थैंक यू वेरी मच यू हैव टू स्पीक
This is the part which I hate to do, to speak. But I'm an action woman, you know, like, or my girls are there and they are clapping for me for that because they know that I don't like to speak much, but I do have to speak a lot. And when Raju says, "Kripa karke aap baat kijiye," तो बात तो करनी पड़ती है क्योंकि किसी ने कृपा करके बोला है कुछ करने के लिए. But firstly, Raju, I mean, kudos and hats off from the entire Indira University, from the entire Indira family for putting up such an amazing show. Not from holding my hand and walking, yeah. वो तो हम उम्र भर करते आए हैं. It's a fact.
30 साल बहुत होते हैं.
30 साल. I mean, whatever that little video you saw, we are coming up with a small skit actually, which is going to be called "Tumse Milna, Baatein Karna Acha Lagta Hai," which is actually a fact. And I think in our Mumbai show, he did mention, and I would like to reiterate that even today morning, I'm a little unwell, so I'm going through medicines and everything. But even today morning, he messaged me that, can we speak? And I said, of course, I can keep everything aside to speak to him. And we spoke for nearly 40 minutes. And this is not just today. This happens like at least once or twice a week, sometimes incessantly throughout the week. And what was depicted there is actually the truth. And it's not that we always talk about work or we talk about, you know, this function or that ceremony or those awards or, you know, that summit. We just talk about us. And that is why when he showed that film, that the 5 careers that, you know, AI cannot impact, I'm a true and personal believer in this, that everything is not going to be impacted by AI. And anything in life, AI can enhance it. Today, we are already in a world of technology and we're talking about healthcare. It was a wonderful session, whatever part I heard of it, I loved it. It's a fact that, you know, everything is going to be driven. The next careers are going to be in technology, healthcare, green, you know, energy and whatnot. And everything is going to be driven by AI and the sustainability again. So on one hand, I was just telling my Vice Chancellor just now, Anatha, that, you know, on one hand, everything is going to move so fast. AI is going to drive everything so fast. At the same time, if we do not work on sustainability, sustaining what AI is going to do, I think we are not moving in the right direction. And I think keeping that in mind, you know, we have launched the MBA in sustainability, and we're also now thinking of, you know, like doing an MBA in AI reinvention and things like that. And so, I mean, speaking of AI today, standing at this summit here today, the first day when this is the largest AI summit, students, for all of you, you at Indira University should be proud of this fact that this is the largest AI summit that is happening in Pune, probably in the world of education in India also, and with 84 speakers. I think you deserve to give a hand to yourself and to Raju and to everybody, you know.
Thank you.
Chetan sir, Shardul, and Dean ma'am, like he called Shikha. So many of them.
Dean ma'am, stand up.
So many of them.
Let Dean ma'am stand up, please.
Yes, Dean
we
ma'am.
want to applaud for her.
You know, everybody who's worked, the events people, everybody who's worked on this, I mean, it was not easy to pull off this thing. And there used to be time, again, I would like to, you know, like go back years. There used to be time when I used to be present for every rehearsal that's happening. Today, the time has come when I just come for awards when I've been told to come. 4:18 पे मेरा मुहूर्त है और 4:18 पर आपको यहाँ पे आना है ऑडिटोरियम में. मैं पहुंच गई 4:18
मैंने रियलाइन किया.
तो तूने जो बोला मैंने किया ना. But the times have changed, and for that I'm so proud of my team. Let me tell you, the way my team now gears up together, puts things in place, and lets me, you know, do all the other work, the strategy and the planning for the future of Indira University.
Absolutely.
I'm so thankful to all of you, and Raju, with your brilliant ideas that keep coming. I'm very happy that we keep collaborating with you on all these wonderful ideas of yours at Indira University. And my only dream is to take Indira University and all the students studying at university to the next level, upping their game, making a beautiful world coming together. Thank you so much and congratulations to all of you here. A big thank you for taking out time from your busy schedules, being with us over here, and congratulations to all the award winners too. And I don't know why he's called them that Tarita Shankar Awards in AI for women, you know. So I said, wow.
No, let me respond. Women play a very important role in my life.
Of course.
Very important role. So there is the few women who you discover, thanks to Alok. The whole credit should go to Alok, actually. He's been spending a lot of time doing research with me and for me. So he comes up with a list with Aditya. Aditya is in the other room. Chetan met Aditya yesterday. And there are some of those others who are in the other room. But we just, we just like to. Today when I unfold the names, obviously you'll get to know who's winning. But there are sectors which need a heart to work on. And there are sectors which is the Prime Minister's dream. And I think those sectors, if they are given a support by education institute such as the university that you own, it will transform the nation into a very beautiful thing. More importantly, we are Marathas, we are Marathis, and we are living in Maharashtra. We have a very big responsibility towards Maharashtra. And as a person who believes that CSR, agriculture, and those things are important, these are women who are struggling, trying hard, but they're trying to define the nuances of technology in the sectors that they represent. Therefore, it's the women in AI.
I totally agree with this. I totally agree, because AI is such a new thing that has happened to all of us. It has just hit us. And yet none of us are out of that maze. It's not that something that we have all decoded this whole AI thing. And then to have, but I feel what you showed before, the five careers that AI cannot impact, I think women will play a large role over there.
Absolutely.
Because women are so much full of, to all the women, we have a heart, we have care, we have all that. And when everybody is talking that AI is going to take your jobs, everybody is talking about that. It's up to us women to say that no, nobody is going to take your job. We will see that AI will only enhance you to give your job and do your job better.
Absolutely.
I think I'm looking forward to seeing those women now receiving
Thank
the
you
awards.
so much. Would you like to quickly say something? You
in
can.
the morning.
Yeah, okay. Thank you so much. So would you? All right. Alok, allow me to get the first one. And are we ready to? I'm going as per the list that you've given. Alok, I'm going as per the list. Yeah. Shikha ma'am, we need you on the stage. Please come. All right. Thank you. We'd like to applaud for you. Okay, the order as is given to me, ma'ams, ladies, happy to announce the first one. Rajeshri Jain, the founder of Mahajay Agri-Tech Solutions. This one uses AI in agriculture. So it's very important for me to recognize her. Rajeshri, congratulations and thank you for coming. Once you receive this, you please be on the stage. Yeah, now this is called TES. Okay, it's called TS. It's for me actually. No, I'm sorry, it's not for me. But there may be one or two products for me. There may be something to paint my mustache, which has been white for last 2 decades, and no hair, so I can't use. Okay, jokes apart, it's got all the makeup for the women and little bit of makeup for the men. To make up for the men. So you know what I mean? So that's where it is. And it's just now it's being presented free, but it's available for sale on many. Yeah. You want to say? Yeah, sure.
About TS, this is my new, when everybody is moving to AI and different kind of, arenas like over here, I'm moving to makeup. From education, I'm going to makeup. So my makeup launches on the 25th of March. It is launching, and this is a small sample package for all the award winners over here. It's going to be available on Amazon, Flipkart, Jio, everywhere. And I feel that no matter what, wherever women are, if they're in education or AI, makeup is very important. Though I see you haven't put any makeup and you look lovely as usual. But yes, that has been my dream for a long time, to have do something with makeup. And my brand launches on the 25th of March. So I request all of you to please have a look at it and try it and see what you can make the best out of it, and give me reviews on that, please. Yeah. Thank you. It's called as TS, just TS. Thank you. I hope you like it.
Ma'am, you'll have to be here. So would somebody be helping her? And there's also a book written by Professor Chetan. It's called The Corporate Yoda, Unleashing the Power of Q in You. So you promise me if you want the author's signature, he's right there. Here you go. Yeah, there's also a book. Okay, here you go. The next on my list is Ashwini Shingote, Vice President IT, Global IT Leader, Engineering, Sourcing and Sustainability of Whirlpool Corporation. What an honor to meet you. What an honor to meet you. What an honor. What an honor to meet you. Come. Yeah. Some of these people wanted to buy vegetables also later on. That's what they said. Okay. Thank you, Ashwini. We're going to get you to say after this set of awards. Mangal Pankaj Kakade, Managing Director of IFM Engineering Private Limited. Congratulations. Very few, correct. And what an enigmatic person you're giving it to. Okay, here you go. Yeah. Oh, no, can I take this? Because they need a picture. Just these two. Okay, you want to say the story a little later, Mangal? Urvi Ashutosh Ranade, Director, Head of Customer Due Diligence with HSBC Technology India. Hi Urvi. Thank you, I love the way you're dressed. Thank you. Yeah, please be here, Urvi. Dipti Gokhale, Senior Project Head, ReliaQuest India Private Limited. Dipti Gokhale. Congratulations, Dipti. My very favorite name is the next one. It's also my teacher's name. Indira Prakash, Senior Associate Director, HSBC Technology India. Indira Prakash. My teacher's name is Indira. Sort of. Yeah. Priya Rajesh, Chief Marketing Officer, Tata Steel Colors. Yeah. Wow. So nice. Rutuja Udyavar, Founder and CEO, Optimum Data Analytics. Rutuja. Hi. Absolutely. Amita Kharat Khetkar, Senior Technology Leader, MasterCard. Amita. Thank you. She's saying, like my energy. Snail has not come, no? Snail Singh. She's come? Yeah. Snail Singh, will I invite you, please? Chief AI Manager of Sakal Media. Of course. She's Chief AI Manager of Sakal Media. I want to hear you, yeah. I want to learn from you. What do you do so differently that makes you the Chief AI Manager? You know, every day I invest 45 minutes learning AI tools. That'll help me to make my life better. At that point in time, nobody can disturb me because I want to learn AI. I want AI to. So I asked AI what I should wear. It came up with a John Barbosa's coat without the shoe. Okay, here we go. Devangi Kamra, CPO, Technologies Private Limited. Devangi Kamra. Did I get you right, Devangi? Yeah, oh, she's an ex-student of ours. I remember saying, there was one more student, Madhuri ma'am, who was there today? Praful, no? There was one more student here today, and he had very great memories of whatever brand summit we did in this room, which he said it got over at 5 p.m. That's what he said. We had one more student today. Yes, Devangi, so nice to reconnect with students. And has Tina come? No, Tina's not come. Okay. Anupama Bhatt, CTO, immersivedata.ai. Wow, so nice to see you. Not really. Bhakti Khandekar, Head UX Designs, EQ Technologies. Bhakti. The last one is there. Hi, Bhakti. It's not fair to the men, no? Priyanka Dekate, CPO, VTest Software Private Limited. Why don't you all step in? We first get a group picture as you aligned, and we also get a video. We also get to ask you to say a few very quick words, very, very quick words. Huh? The group picture, please. Great. So, anybody wants to take the lead first to say a few words? Very quick ones. Okay, lovely. Lovely. I always like leaders. You can pass it either right or left because there's no horizontal or vertical.
So group of women, we are never ready to speak first. So this is no surprise that nobody wanted to, who should go first. All I'd like to say is I'm really glad I saw that video. I'm from the people space, and I figured out that my job is going to be safe for some years to come. But I'd like to say that I think all of you youngsters should really embrace what's in store for you where AI is concerned. I mean, people say that it's going to take your jobs away, but I think it's just going to enhance our jobs. We just need to learn how to leverage it really well to our advantage. And always remember that nothing can replace the human emotions and the connects that you'll form. So as you go ahead in your careers, do step out of your laptops and talk to the people around you. That's what's going to take you ahead more than AI will.
Wow. Anyone else? The next.
First of all, thank you so much for this award, Dr. Tarita. Raju sir, you're just amazing. The jury who have selected us.
Thank you.
Mr. Alok Pandit, who has been behind me.
Yes, Alok is amazing.
Yes, he is.
It's all his hard work.
He has been following up and he made sure that I'm here today. I mean, it's an incredible honor to be receiving this award today, and it just motivates me to do more in this field and help the mankind. I would just want to say, Dr. Vishwanath, I think you spoke about an AI use case, voice to text. We have done it recently for one of the customers in US. I would like to meet you. I would like to implement it for you if possible.
Wow.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Wow, okay.
This is an incredible evening. Thank you so much. And I second what you have said. Alok has been phenomenal in terms of keeping the connect on for years and years.
Come. We get a pictured opportunity with Alok, the man who's done all the hard work.
Yes,
and
absolutely.
A lot of go
Very
next to
diligent.
ma'am. Go. Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Lalit, take a picture. You know, this gets reported just incidentally. This gets reported to the world body of the World Women Leadership Congress. We meet once in a year in Mumbai, and we meet in 40 different locations. I have passed on the baton to him now because I decide I need to take a back seat and do only AI. So I'm creating clones that will think like me, but will be AI driven. And I'm open to anyone who wants to hire me for any job because I'm desperately in need of money. I'm a father to about 120 dogs, 20 other animals who are differently abled, and many, many birds who have got no strength to get up, but I'm their parent, I'm their mother, their father, their brother, their friend, and everything to them. So it's his work. Say that?
You're irreplaceable, right?
No, not really. Not really. I mean, my guru is Marshall Goldsmith, and Marshall Goldsmith has taught me only one thing. He says, if you can just share what you know, whether it's knowledge, wealth, and everything else that goes with it, with people you think deserve that to be the best, you have done a very incredible job in your life. And I took that very literally. So any street animal who's got no father and mother, I like to just look after them. I have a little small space in Karjat where they are sheltered, and there are lots of, dushta people, lots of people who have got no heart, who actually bring up their dogs and their pets and they throw them outside. Only when we hear the sounds do we realize that they are hopeless, homeless, and they are parentless. It's very difficult to be an orphan in life. Okay, go on.
All right, just sharing a few words. This has been, I think, making this stage available not only for professionals but also for students has been creating a lot of openings in terms of mindsets, perspectives, and the future to be the next steps and so on. So that is amazing. Other part is in terms of AI, I do second to that is, humans are irreplaceable actually, where we actually have certain other dimensions. In fact, AI is going to help us to open up those dimensions for ourselves so that we can perform more than 100x of ourselves where the dimensions were unexplored before. AI makes all the mundane jobs, all the mundane decision makings easy so that we can actually focus towards the next us to be. Thank you.
So this is a full circle for me. I was just telling Tarita ma'am that in 2001-ish or something, when I was working with Patni Computer Systems, I'm sure you all do not know this company. It's Capgemini now. I came to Tarita ma'am because I wanted to do something in masters, and I selected the easiest one, that was masters in marketing management, because it didn't needed any entrance. I talked to the office people and I told them I'm working, so maybe I'll attend only on Saturdays. They said, this is not allowed, you better go and talk to Tarita ma'am. And I knocked the door and I went to her. She said, what the hell? Why do the hell you want to do masters in marketing management? You're already in software, computers, which is going to be the future. And she kicked me out of her office. And thanks to you, she said, if you at all want to do something, do an MBA, go give a CET and come back to me with an MBA. But you already are in a space which needs you more. So thank you so much.
You're happy?
Yes, of course. I'm standing here in front of you. So I'm in this industry for 25 plus years now. We started with DOS, came Windows, came Internet, came Windows XP, 95, whatever. Today, AI. Nothing took our job, nothing will take your job. The only hopeful we need to be is we are going to stop thinking about jobs and we are going to start thinking about being entrepreneurs. That's the only difference AI is bringing. So all the best to you all.
Wow. Anyone else?
Thank you again for this wonderful evening, and seeing so many colleagues also working in AI, so it's a great networking opportunity as well. So thank you for this, and really appreciate this honor.
I just want to request you, there are many, you know, all of you here, there are many girls here who deserve your attention, which means if you can take them under your tutelage for a summer assignment or for an AI assignment.
Sure.
All those who are girls, put your hands up, not boys who think like girls. You see the number of them?
Yes,
Definitely. And please connect with them on LinkedIn.
Such an
boys,
encouraging
don't
number.
put your hands up, it's only for girls.
Amazing.
Yeah, if you connect with, they connect with you.
Definitely.
Do give them a Chhatra Chaya, you know, so that...
I want to talk about that because we are talking about using AI, but again, it is very important why women has to represent in AI, because this is going to be, AI is going to be our new operating system for humanity, and there we have to represent. Half of our, I think, world's population is women, but are they also represented in building the AI modules? So if the data is biased, so what we are going to, AI is going to think is also biased way. So it is very important that we have to play a role in building the AI.
Uttar Pradesh has a very big problem. I don't know if you know, but Uttar Pradesh's sex ratio is skewed, completely skewed. And they are re-looking at, they're encouraging, you know, more and more towards an equal balance of gender. I have to be very decent in using the words, because if I use it in Hindi, it'll be awesome. It'll be not awesome. So I have to be very. They have to create a balance of gender, and that point is worrying even our Prime Minister, because UP is the largest state of our country.
Exactly. So don't get afraid of just using AI, but also women has to play a role in building AI. So hope all the women who has raised their hands, they would definitely see that's the right path for their career as well. So all the best to all of the women here.
I would like to thank Tarita ma'am, Alok sir, and the follow-up team, everyone, Bhatia sir.
Alok sir is behind.
Yeah, exactly.
He's very reticent.
The students over here, I would like to tell you something. You have got the bestest platform of this college, so don't miss the opportunity. You have blessings over here. Miss Tarita ma'am and Dr. Bhatia sir, you have to grab this opportunity and do something in your life and achieve what the AI is achieving right now. You have to become the next AI. You don't build AI, but you try to act like AI. That's it.
Wow. Anybody else, please? No? Yeah, there are two women. There are two of you. Yeah.
Hi. So again, thanks for the wonderful opportunity over here. So, because I think someone mentioned about entrepreneurship. So yes, I'm one of those entrepreneurs. Started my company 10 years back. And just wanted to, say this thing that think about globalization. So we are the youngest country right now. I think one of the youngest or probably the youngest. And there are like a lot of jobs, opportunities outside as well. So of course, entrepreneurship is one track. But then if you want to do any jobs or anything, so like lot of globalization, global opportunities out there. And right now we are working with Fortune 10 company Sencora for like last 2-3 years. And then whenever I keep traveling across countries, I keep seeing that they are like looking for young talent. And right now in India, I think we are at the best place where, you know, like startup economy is booming, AI is booming, and institutes like Indira, they are providing all AI courses and everything. So I think you are at the better hands when you are in India. Make good use of that and don't worry about whether you will get a job. You will definitely get a job, because otherwise who will get the job, right?
Wow. That was bindas, yeah. Yeah, there was this one.
Hi, thanks for inviting us. It's been a real pleasure representing our own function. 20, 30 years into the IT industry, and I see that each person here is a technologist,
Wow.
woman technologist. So humans are there and women technologists are there. We come from an era when they used to say even computers are just going to sustain for 10 years. So believe us, we've been here for last 30 years, okay, making strides all over the globe. Don't get scared. There are many other avenues available, and it's only the fear mongers who will try and put that kind of a fear. My mother, who's 85 plus, is also talking about AI these days. So, and the scare behind it. So nothing to worry about. There are so many more aspects of creative thinking, entrepreneurship, the human aspects, the problem solving, the data analytics that's necessary. So be rooted in the stream that you are and make progress. Thank you.
Wow, thank you.
Okay, one last point from me. Again, I won't add to all the thanks that everyone's been adding. I've been always asked this question, is my job at risk? And my answer to them is, no, your job is not at risk, but it will definitely be replaced by somebody who knows AI better. So it's a need, it's like an oxygen, it's like a currency that we all have to adopt. And I think this platform is actually making a fantastic step in that direction. So thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate so much. Appreciate all the comments. So are we done with the group picture, the media team? No, he's saying no. This young man is saying no. You've done? All right, one okay I got. There are 3 other media guys who want a picture. Feel good factor, ladies and gentlemen. When pictures are taken, it's always a feel good factor. Thank you. Thank you, all of you. Thank you so much. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Can we have the last panel set up? The last panel, somebody will help me to set up the chair. Please help me to set up the chair. Please help me to set up the chair for the last panel. Hey guys, just tell them, no? Okay. Please invite my friend for the last 30 years, Hitesh Rawal, Director of Ayurika Global. Hitesh, please step up. The audience will applaud for you. Joining Hitesh will be Rajashri Jain. Rajashri, will you please come? Sanjay Deshmukh, will you do me the honor? Sanjay Deshmukh. Who's representing Sanjay? Yes. This one, Siddharth. Who's representing? Siddharth? Pooja, will you please come? This one is there. Dick Ready Money, CEO of Right Solutions. Yeah, hi. And Rajesh Pandey. Can I have you please come? Can we give them a good round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Okay, Hitesh Bhai and I had the privilege of working together in the Tata Group. Recently, a sudden call made me realize that how fast time has passed. It's now 3.5 decades. Can I have all the second table and the mics given? Over to you, sir.
Good evening, everybody. After an exhaustive sessions continuously, I've seen a lot of panelists here, and I have the toughest job. And luckily, my panel members, my team is one of the very learned panel members. In respective fields, they are experts. So I'll refrain from taking any of subjects which we enlisted earlier, and I'll give them the full time so that they can give justice to the all. Okay. First, quick and summary. Being Gujarati, I'll tell you some numbers. We are talking of industry that is today $600 billion. And by 2040, it is going to be $2 trillion in India. So, when you are thinking of a career in agriculture, and that too added with the AI, you are definitely on the right track. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm opening the forum and giving the eyes to the one by one. First of all, AI is going to make a big change, and in one way, it is going to be game changer, particularly in field of agriculture. So far, so many of our people are looking agriculture at a farmer point of view only. But there is another element we must look at: consumers. We all are the consumers. Farmers themselves are the consumers. And today we have almost reached food security, but we have to start talking about the nutritional security. 66% of Indian children having malnutrition, 33% stunted. So we have a real big issue growing at the backyard. And I think AI can really make a difference and by contributing to this. So now I'm hand over one by one to our, the panelists. Ladies first. So I'll first hand over to Rajeshri Jain. Irrigation. That is the probably your main strength, nutrition and the irrigation.
Thank you. I would like to shortly introduce myself. My work focuses on improving soil health and productivity by combining soil science, agronomic expertise, and AI decision tools. I work with farmers across different cropping systems, and one thing I have learned from the field is that the future of agriculture will depend mainly on two things. The first, soil health, and intelligent technology like AI. As we all know, today farmers are facing challenges like declining soil health, unpredictable climatic conditions, and rising input cost. Traditionally, farmers apply fertilizers in a blanket manner across entire field without understanding actually the need of soil. But as Sir said about irrigation, along with that, I think soil should be focused first because everything matters with soil, and then comes irrigation. And here, the role of precision agriculture comes. That is AI in agriculture. AI has the potential to convert agricultural guesswork into AI advisory systems. Using sensors, satellites, we can monitor crops, soil health. Along with that, we can predict the climatic conditions and pest disease controls. So, and the main thing that is water irrigation. The farmers will understand at what time and in what quantity we should irrigate our farms, right? So I strongly believe if we combine farmers' knowledge, because not a single AI can replace farmers. So we have to combine farmers' knowledge with soil science and AI decision tools, then we can truly move towards sustainable agriculture.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Because of the time constraint, I'll not reiterate what she has said, but I'll quickly move to the another panelist, Pooja Ghoshar, Salam Kisan, and we had been, if had been you be in Middle East, you must be worried about drones, but here in India, we have a drone lady here, so we'll hand over to her.
Thank you so much. So yeah, I think like you, I will also, start with some facts, like some stats. So every year, 2 lakh crore worth of crops is getting wasted due to pests and diseases, right? Now, it's not like the farmer doesn't care, right? They care more than anybody else. It's their business, after all. But by the time visible signs show up, it's too late, right? And the entire cycle from noticing a sign and then knowing what to do and then actually implementing it, it ends up becoming days into weeks, right? So just to understand, every farmer goes through these 3 stages: detect, decide, and act, right? So they are going to monitor their farms, and like my fellow panelists also mentioned, right? Like they are going to the soil health, for example. So now when it comes to monitoring, manual monitoring, you can only see the visible things. But using sensors, using drone mapping, you can even understand what doesn't exist yet. So I'll give you an example. There are multi-spectrum drones now that give you NDVI, normalized difference vegetation index. Think of it like a stress map, okay? It tells you 3 to 5 days before you can see visible signs, it can already tell you where the stress is. So this is your first part, which is detection. The second part, which is decide, right? A farmer doesn't want a complicated map, right? They don't want to be taking that decision. So the second is using models to be precisely telling them where to spray, right? Or where they need to check things. So think of it like 3 zones. Zone 1, don't spray anything. It's completely fine. Zone 2, it needs spraying. Zone 3, maybe recheck. So like she said, at the end of the day, farmers' knowledge needs to be integrated into the entire AI system for it to work. And then finally, the third step, which is often overlooked when we talk about AI, but cannot be overlooked in this industry, and that is act, right? Sometimes advisory is given to a farmer, but if he's going to react after 4-5 days, the lost 20-30% crop yield is already wasted. That's when I think precision spraying using drones come into play. Drones just do it faster. When we talk about sustainable, which is the theme of today, it only consumes 1/10 of water, or it cuts your chemical usage by 30-40%. You don't need to spray where it's not required. So yeah, I think detect, design, act is like a simple framework when we look at agriculture. And I would like to close with one thing. I think for farmers, this 10 days can really turn into 10 hours where, by the time the farmer has woken up, a drone has already, mapped, given specific zone to spray, and the spraying has already happened, and a WhatsApp message has already gone to the farmer. That's the future, that we're building, and that's a future that we look forward to. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we'll move to a very, very important area, that is hydroponic and the aeroponic. We have an expert here right in Pune who has been in this field, and I'll request Mr. Dick Redimony to enlighten. And this can lead to many startup. Of course, he himself is a startup, but now we will encourage you to have a startup, and we'll support you to have a startup. And that's what I now request.
So good evening. I'm Dick Redimony from RS Hydroponics, and we are also consultants in helping people set up their farms. We also look into conventional farming. We work with Ayurveda, we work with homeopathy. We try not to work with chemicals as far as possible. And I'm a firm believer in Indian jugaad rather than imported technology, because that is what suits our climate, that is what our zone is all about. Everybody gets impressed by maybe Israeli technology or things like that, but that is not right. We have to be focused, and we have to know that Israel is a small country, one climatic zone, we have 300 climatic zones. So we have to customize according to our zones. As far as AI goes, it's very, very important in farming nowadays, because by the time a human detects a pest attack or something, the AI does it much faster using sensors for CO2, pest management and other things. So basically AI is something that is going to be very, very important, is already very important, and the more we use, the faster we will have double the production. Whether you're doing mushrooms, whether you're doing vegetables, whether you're doing exotic fruits, vegetables, whatever you're doing, it is very important that you do it, because there are proof of double production, whether you're doing mushrooms or not. And everywhere, the idea is that you have to increase your production and the nutritional value must be maintained. That is the most important thing today. And any kind of farming that we do, and we have seen our own results with our clients, where we have used Jiva Amrut, we have used what you call Gandul Khat, and the results have been just too good. And as far as AI, like you said, it's very important to know zone-wise what is happening, because farms are as big as 20 acres, 100 acres today. There are big farms which are implementing robotics along with AI, and that is also very, very helpful.
Thank you. Now we move to the robotics, automation, farm automation. Rajan Pandey is the, yeah, so.
Hello, yeah. I'm Rajesh Pandey, founder of AI-ARANA Private Limited. And I come from mechanization industry, worked with the tractor industry last 14 years, was with the John Deere, started my career long back with Mahindra. And then I thought of bringing some of these AI solutions to help our farming community to become more efficient. And if you look at data is not very structured today. So what we have to do, we have to even collect the data, because we don't rely what data is available today. And that's where I think drones are giving a lot of inputs. We can fly, scan the farm, get all the farm data, understand the crop health, what is the nutrition in the soil, what is the moisture level there, and take an analysis and predict something, what to be done at the right time, when they need to put water, when they need to put fertilizer, or whenever there is a pest infestation, we have to do some spraying. But what is the mean to do that? It's like a prescription, you are getting it, like a blood report. But how to apply it? That's where farm mechanization comes in the picture. So we need to have smart machines, smart tools, which can take this data, and apply effectively where it is needed the most. So you can see that there are sprayers which are available, built with the sensors, and then augmented with the drone data, which is giving a map, and it can go in the farm and do precisely where it required fertigation, where it required some water application, if you say from the irrigation perspective, and also the pest control and all those stuff which a farmer need to do in life. So if you look at in India, people say जैसे farming है, राम भरोसे लोग कहते हैं, भाई कुछ मालूम नहीं कब weather change हो गया, बारिश है नहीं है, drought है. Now with the data, we can really come to know in advance what are the weather pattern going to be, which crop can be grown in which area, which are the suitable varieties to be grown. And we need to well manage the crop rotation also around that. It's not like that conventionally whatever we are doing traditionally, we keep continuing doing that. So there are lot many information available with the advent of AI and data and all the analytics, which farmers can really use, put in use to get the most production out of their small farm. So basically we are going to make each and every unit of the farm more productive, more profitable, and farmers are not just a farmer, they are basically having an enterprise. That unit is the factory for them, I will say. They have to get back some profit out of that. And that's where the technology is going to help them.
Thank you. Now, we have been listening a lot of things. We have an agriculture graduate and master of the data. So I'll hand over to you.
Thank you so much, Hiteshji, and thank you so much, Indira University, for inviting me here. I'll quickly introduce myself because I see I'm missing there. I'm Sumit Darphale, Bachelor in Agriculture, and then I did my management post-graduation in agribusiness. I have been working in this space for last 13 plus years now. Currently, I'm associated with Mahindra & Mahindra. I look after their precision farming product portfolio, mainly remote sensing based applications for the agriculture. The topic that I decided to talk about today is the data. I mean, you all know that without data, AI is nothing, right? So there is a concept called garbage in, garbage out. So mostly in agriculture, you look at the different industries currently. You talk about AI in manufacturing, you talk about AI in pharmacy, in banking, now in HR. All these industries, they are very controlled, very organized. All the data points that are being captured are in very controlled environment. But when it comes to agriculture, as sir said, it's all uncertain, right? Bhagwan bharose, sab pura farmer jo chhod deta hai apna khule aasman ke niche. So there is a lot of uncertainty, and there is second aspect is scale, right? So agriculture is spread across length and breadth of nation with the different agroclimatical zones, with the different soil profiles, with a different farmer mindset, right? So if you want to build the AI solution at a scale, and that to be commercially deployed, because at the end you are not building it for charity, right? You are building it for commercial purpose. And at Mahindra, we are building those solutions. We know what problems we are facing, and the biggest problem that we face today is the data. A simple example, if I have to give you, a fundamental requirement for any AI in agriculture is a farm boundary, right? And I have been in this space for last 13 years, and I see same challenges when it comes to agricultural data. In my first job, when I joined, I was working on an application to collect the boundary data of the farm. And still I see the quality of the data remains same. There is no improvement. So we need to holistically think about it. We have to build the framework to collect the different data points. We have to ensure the quality of data that is being collected is good. Otherwise, AI will do nothing, right? And for agriculture and artificial intelligence in agriculture, it's a combination of both. I would say technology is 30% and domain is 70%. It's not like other sectors where you have a very good control. Agriculture is more of a domain knowledge. And where I sit in Mahindra & Mahindra, I see domain knowledge is, it's dominating the tech. Tech is already available there. You don't need to do anything. People are developing tech for pharmacy, people are developing tech for manufacturing, but the domain knowledge will remain key for success of AI in artificial intelligence, right? So one example I gave, obviously farm boundary. Second, now I'll tell you the use cases where AI can help farmers. And I'm not talking about the pre-sowing, which is input side, or the post-harvest. That is basically, making sure product reaches to the consumer, because that space is already overcrowded. There are a lot of firms, a lot of innovation happening. The space which is missing AI is the farming. So we call it farming as a service. So one end-to-end example, if I have to give, we work in a sugarcane industry, in a very focused way. The use case starts with identifying the total sugarcane area in your catchment. For example, if there is a sugar mill, they want to understand how much sugarcane is there. And this has been the challenge for last, I would say, 2 decades. You will see a lot of estimates. First is advanced estimate, second advanced estimate from the government. All of them would have some corrections. And finally, they'll say, okay, there is some mismatch between the expectation, the actual outcome, or the tonnage that we received. So this has been the challenge for sugar industry for last 2 decades now, right? So AI can help that. We can use the high resolution satellite imagery to identify the crop signatures and provide that data to the industry, to the government, so that their export policies, their ethanol policies would be more accurate, would be more would be more data-based, and there won't be any adverse impact on our foreign currency, or for that matter, if the export quota is not allowed, obviously the mills will be in pressure, and ultimately that pressure would be passed on to the farmer, right? So first use case, identifying the crop acreage in the catchment. Second, crop monitoring, which helps to improve the farm productivity. Now, even the technology has a limitation, right? My co-panel member, she mentioned calculating NDVI, EVI, different indices can be calculated. But those indices need to be correlated with the actual ground validated data. Otherwise, you would be just creating some visuals which will not be of any use to the farmer, right? So connecting all those insights from the satellite imagery, or for that matter, from the satellite, from the drones, from the different mechanized equipments like harvester, rotavator, tractors for that matter, because Mahindra, we are thinking about putting the sensors to collect the data from the field, right? So we have to calibrate that data with the actual ground truth that is available from the farmer or from the field. Unless and until that happens, AI will not change the space much. But we see very positive steps being taken by government in that direction. You might have heard about AgriStack, right? So AgriStack, they are building the fundamental block that is farm boundary for the entire nation. So now there are states like Maharashtra, there are states like MP, which are pro for it, but then it will take some time to to get to that point. But yes, government is proactive about it, and they are taking steps into that direction. So definitely next, I would say, decade, because agriculture moves slow. It's not like other industries. For every validation, you have to wait for another crop cycle. So it will move slowly, but definitely we would be there. And I'm surprised that Indira University doesn't have a management in agribusiness. They should start it. So I see a potential there. And with that, I'll... Okay. Yeah, I understand. Yeah.
Sir, that will change very fastly. पहले क्या हुआ था? See, talent attracts, or the money attracts the talent. पहले जब डिप्लोमा सिविल होते थे, फिर जाके इंजीनियरिंग हुए, फिर केमिकल आया, फिर सॉफ्टवेयर आया, अब जमाना एग्रीकल्चर का है. Next future belongs to the agriculture and AI. So I'll...
Last statement, and sixth job, I think that there was a video, right, you played. Sixth job which AI won't replace that would be agriculture. Thank you so much.
Thank you, my panelist. भाटिया जी, ये अब एक दिन का पूरा सेमिनार करो एग्रीकल्चर पे, and we will be there to support you. Thank you all. कहने को तो बहुत कुछ है, लेकिन हमें टाइम का कंस्ट्रेंट है, and जीनोम पे बहुत काम करना है, मेटा जीनोम पे बहुत काम करना है, क्लाइमेट रेजिलिएंट क्रॉप के बारे में बात करनी है, थिंग्स बिग. So I'll hand over to Dr. Bhatia.
Can we say thank you? Professor Chetan will say with a memento and a gift to Hitesh Rawal, please. Can you all step in with the first one? Keep ready. Come on. No, you have to take it, Hitesh bhai. Did Hitesh is, no? Okay, Sanjay is. Sorry. नहीं नहीं हितेश मिस्टर रावल का लेके आइए प्लीज पहले मिस्टर रावल का है चेयरमैन व्हाट इज द प्रॉब्लम गो नेक्स्ट इज राजश्री जैन फर्स्ट इज दैट थर्ड इज मैम आप लोग देख लो एक एक्स्ट्रा है शायद Rajashri Jain. Hello, could you come in? Sanjay Deshmukh. Next is Sanjay Deshmukh. So, no, representative, no, but... Okay, but we give the gift to the invite. Yeah. There's a replacement, so we'll do the gift for the photo. The Mahindra one award is there. The Mahindra award. Okay, just help me. We'll do the Ganesha, sir, now. We'll send the award. We'll do the Ganesha. That's the best gift. Mr. Dick Ready Money, please. And Rajesh Pandey. The next two just announce. Wait, I'll give you the mic. We'll do a group picture together, Chetan. We can do a group picture. Come on for a group picture. Hey, sorry, you are. Pooja's, y'all didn't bring Pooja's trophy and award. Pooja, please bring. Ganpati you give for the time being. Come on, hurry up. Sorry, there's a little mishap, we get it corrected. Pooja is there, she was there in the earlier thing. She was there earlier. उनका है, वो पहले थी. So we got a group picture, right? Alok, do the next two awards announcement. Keep the awards ready. Do the announcement. Just two left. Please sit down. Sit down. Please sit down, no? Yeah. So they can sit while you do the center. Yeah, just two awards. Come on, the first one.
All right, the AI transformation champion corporate leader goes to Mr. Prasad Vittal Chavan, Promoter Director of the Quadra Fin Accounting and Taxation Services Private Limited. And for the AI in education and EdTech leadership goes to Swapnil Puranik, founder and director of the Swapna Studies and online education platform. Prasad is going to receive Swapnil's also.
My university will send it to you. Entirely. Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you so much. Pleasure. Thank you. I'm Bombay. Let's put up. Thank you. You are always vibrant and energetic as well. Thank you. So that brings us to the end of day one. Thank you. That brings us to the end of day one. The guests will be, they are having tea, guest. The guests can have tea. Nihit is already here. He signaled me that he's going to give you some nice samosas to eat. Yeah. Please lead the guests, somebody, for tea. Please lead the guest. आप चाय के लिए जा रहे हो? Just hi बोल के हाँ मैं इधर wrap up करूँ ना मेरे बच्चे. Yes sir. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's half a day, no? And you look after Ganesh. Okay. Yeah, yeah. Okay, thank you. The guests are leaving. Good round of applause. Ma'am, लेके जाइए ना चाय. Thank you.
Recording stopped.